3 or 4 days ago, my wife and I were sound asleep in our bedroom. Around 2:45 a.m., our German Shepherd named Duke started barking viciously. We had never heard him bark like this before, so we assumed that something was amiss. I got up to check to see if something was up and ended up spilling my water on the nightstand. It took me 2 to 3 minutes to clean up the water, and I figured that maybe Duke was simply barking at the rain. I went back to sleep, and a few minutes later, Duke starts up again with a vicious barking. My wife starts freaking out and turns our lamp on. We sat in bed for a second, spooked, and then we heard someone try on our front door. We heard the screen door clicking into place after being shut. The front door was locked, so he had no way to get in. At this point, I am freaked out, and so is my wife. From our bedroom, we can see the window in our kitchen that leads to the front. My wife starts staring at it intensely and tells me that she can see a shadow moving back and forth. She said it was a dark silhouette walking up and down the front sidewalk. At this point, I'm getting scared, and when I'm scared, I get angry. I get up and turn the kitchen light on in hopes of spooking off the stranger outside. You would think that he would leave with our dog barking and the lights turned on. At this point, I didn't know what to do and made a stupid mistake. I went to my garage and opened the garage door. I then realized I wasn't wearing shoes and went back into the living room to put them on. I wanted to go outside, find the disturbance and deal with it. Duke was with me the whole time, and when he suddenly turned to start running towards the door that connects to the garage, I knew that I had messed up. I turned and looked at this dude who was standing in my kitchen with mud on his face. Dude smelled like shit. He was wearing relatively decent clothes and didn't appear homeless. As I started approaching him, it was like he was trying to take his jacket off and his shoes off. It was very bizarre. I yelled, "Get the fuck out of my house!" while Duke was jumping and growling and barking at the sky. He took a step back and said something that I couldn't understand. I yelled, "It's 3 in the morning, get the fuck out of my house," and I shoved him. He sort of stumbled and made his way out of the house into the garage and left. I shut the garage door and called the cops. The cops came and said that there was a couple of meth heads in our area known to do things like this, except they didn't fit the description of the guy I described. I haven't been able to sleep for a few days now. I don't know what this guy was after. Best case scenario, he was incredibly fucked up and had no idea what he was doing. Maybe he thought it was his house since he started taking his shoes and jacket off. From the door leading from the garage into the house, there is like a glass. Where I was standing, he couldn't see me, but he could see my wife. Is it possible he saw her alone and thought maybe she was by herself and came in? The guy wasn't aggressive towards me, but he was also bigger than me, about 6'2", 210. Before y'all say it, I know I shouldn't have opened the garage. He obviously took it as an open invitation, and I felt guilt about it since the time it happened. I figured the barking dog, lights on, garage opening, a normal burglar would just scram. My wife and I are incredibly lucky that he wasn't armed and couldn't do anything violent towards us. Can anyone help me brainstorm about motives? I just can't understand how anyone in their right mind would act the way he did. First off, I feel incredibly stupid for saying this, but my front door was mistakenly left unlocked. Both myself and my boyfriend thought the other person locked it when we came inside. I almost always double check before bed to make sure it's locked, but I was running on 3 hours of sleep and it very unfortunately slipped my mind. That being said, to make things clear, my boyfriend works nights, so he's almost always awake during the night and sleeps during the day. I work during the day, so my sleep schedule is nearly opposite. Every Saturday morning, I load up our 2 baskets of laundry into my car and wash them at my mom's house since she lives close to where I work and our apartment complex does not have a washer and dryer. I specifically do this every Saturday because it's the only day of the week I get out of work in the morning and have time to do it, so it works out well. I have Sundays off, but I like to stay at home that day, and since my mom's house is nearby work, it's not an issue. I called my boyfriend on my way home and chatted with him during my drive and ended up getting the 2 of us Taco Bell for dinner. He came outside when I arrived home around 6 p.m. to help me carry everything inside. Like I mentioned, we were both distracted by food and carrying everything that we both forgot to lock the door upon coming back inside. Oftentimes, I carry everything inside alone since he is usually still sleeping. We both ate dinner and then went to the bedroom to lay down. He fell right back asleep, but I was awake for a couple hours playing my Switch. About 8 p.m. I got up and put my Switch away and passed out very soon after in bed with him. My boyfriend got out of bed approximately an hour or two after I fell asleep and went to our computer room so he could play some games himself. I have no idea how I slept through all of this, but it's so horrifying to think about. He said he heard a small knock on our door, and then immediately the man walked in our front door to the living room. The computer room where my boyfriend was sitting is directly down the hallway from the living room, so as he stood up out of the chair and started walking towards the man, he said loudly, "What the fuck are you doing? Who the fuck are you?" Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the bedroom right off from the same hallway that he is walking down, going into the living room door area. I vaguely remember hearing him say, "What the fuck are you doing?" But I thought he was talking to our cat, so I passed right back out. My boyfriend said that the guy was wearing a face mask pulled down, and he was stumbling over his words, and said something along the lines of, "I'm supposed to be here. They said just knock and come in." My boyfriend told him to get the fuck out, and they had the wrong place, and the guy backed off into the hallway of our apartment complex. The guy also said something like, "They told me room number 350 or something, but I couldn't find it. They wouldn't give me the exact address." My boyfriend threatened to call the police if he didn't leave, and thank God he fucking left. Personally, I think he should have called the police anyways, but I'm not sure what good it would have done at this point. I know I'm probably being completely paranoid, but I keep thinking about what if this man thought I was home alone, since my boyfriend used to work every Saturday night until quite recently. Our curtains in the bedroom were cracked, and he could have seen me sleeping in bed and thought I was alone. The way he was stumbling over his words and trying to come up with a reason why he walked right into our apartment does not sit right with me at all, especially if he said they wouldn't give him the exact address. Then why would he have went directly to our door? My boyfriend didn't hear him trying random doors or jiggling our neighbors' handles to see if they were unlocked. At night, our complex is very quiet and we can hear whenever someone comes down the hall and opens their door, so he probably would have heard it. So it seems as if he went directly to our door. What if he knows my routine? I know he could have genuinely been telling the truth and was supposed to meet up with someone, but the whole thing just has me freaked out. How am I not going to overthink this in today's world as a woman? What if he didn't knock, but my boyfriend thought he did, and it matched his story? I keep thinking about what if my boyfriend wasn't home? I would have slept right through this man opening the door. Who knows what he could have done? I like to think I'm normally very curious, but I'm definitely going to only load my laundry in my car when it's light outside, even if that means loading it up the day before. I feel so unsafe and will be talking to my landlords about this. I know there's nothing that can be done about it, but I'd feel wrong not making them at least aware of the situation in case it happens to someone else. Does anyone have any advice or precautions I should take? I just want to know if there's any red flags someone else might think of that I haven't. Of course, I'll now be checking the lock 10 times per day, and will likely not be able to sleep without a weapon near me. I live in a house that has been altered because it's a student accommodation. So from the outside, you'd think my bedroom is the living room, because who sleeps in the bottom floor of the house, right? So, it's about 3 a.m., mid-August, and very hot. I'm in the UK and the weather is strange at the best of times. I was in my bed scrolling through my phone and my ex was asleep next to me. I was sleeping with the windows open because how warm it was, and the blinds usually make a quiet rattling noise from the soft breeze blowing through them. On this particular night I heard the noise and it sounded slightly different than usual, so I look up. My bed is right by the window with my head almost right below it. I see someone's hand poking through the blinds and parting them to look through. I immediately sat up and jolted to the other side of the bed and shouted to my ex, "Wake up, someone's trying to climb through the window." And he jumped up and shouted, "Oi!" And whoever it was immediately bolted down the road. I honestly felt like I was in a horror movie and never slept with that window open again, of course. This one's fairly mild, more bizarre than anything. This was a couple years ago, on the night before Thanksgiving. I was home and had just gone to bed 15 minutes before this happened. It was around 1 a.m. My now husband came and woke me up to tell me what just happened. I'm gonna relay the story as he told it to me. He wasn't ready to come to bed with me just yet and was sitting in the living room watching TV. He heard the front door knob moving because someone was trying to come in. No knock or anything, just literally tried to open the door and come in. Our door was locked, so the person was unsuccessful. He peeked out the window and saw a silhouette, and after they had walked about halfway down our walkway, he opened the door slightly. It was a young, maybe early 20s girl. He said something along the lines of, "Hello? Do you need help?" She turned around to look at him and completely fell and busted her ass. It was icy out. She seemed quite possibly drunk, not talking clearly, unsteady. She said she was okay and said, "Oh, this isn't my grandma's house," and didn't say anything else and proceeded to walk away. A couple reasons why this was so strange. Our house is my grandparents' former house, and it had been there since it was built in the 1960s. She tried to walk right in. This baffles me because if her door had been unlocked, she would have walked into a stranger's house at 1 a.m. This could have been dangerous in multiple ways. This wasn't the case, but she could have walked into someone's house who would have harmed her, amongst other bad ways that things could have played out. We know our neighbors pretty well, and this wouldn't have been any of the closest ones. The next few houses on either edge don't match up, or the couples don't have kids, so it's also not like she was just one house off or something. The whole thing is just very strange. I came home from work today to receive some unsettling news from one of my roommates. It started when I let the dogs out in their backyard. Our back doorstep is in the kitchen, so on my way out I passed by the oven and noticed it was on. It surprised me a bit because my roommate Mandy was the only other person home, and she was spending most of her time back in her room due to feeling ill. Even so, I figured that I better ask her first before turning it off, on the off chance that she was actually using the oven. I went to the end of the hallway where her room was, knocked on the door and asked, "Hey, is the oven supposed to be on? Like, are you using it right now?" Confusion and concern was immediately apparent in her voice as she replied, "What? No, I haven't even been in the kitchen today." I shared her confusion and concern upon hearing this, but then pondered the possibility that Carl, her brother, and our other roommate had been the one to leave it on by mistake. I asked her if that could be the case, and she told me that Carl was still at work and hadn't been there since early in the morning. This is when she and I began to piece things together that something very strange had to have happened. I told her I had just gotten home a few minutes prior. It was a little after 3 p.m. at this point, and I had left the house around 7:30 in the morning. She then informed me, with horrific realization, that around 11 a.m. she was hearing noises coming from the living room, including a woman's voice, a chair moving, and the front door opening. She didn't realize at the time that I was at work, so she just assumed it was me and didn't think much of it. She then mentioned that in hindsight though, the dogs were barking an unusual amount during this time. I asked her how long the noises coming from the living room went on, and she said that it was hard to tell because she was trying to sleep at the time, but if she had to guess, it lasted about 20 minutes. Mandy, Carl, and I are the only residents of this home, and as mentioned before, Carl and I were both at work during this time frame, so Mandy was the only person who reasonably should have been in the house. I thanked her for informing me of this, and then went back to the front half of the house and did a quick comb over of the area to check if anything else looked out of place or missing. I didn't discover anything else out of the ordinary, and as of this time of posting, nothing else has came of it. Update. Pretty minor, but still pretty weird. I went to the hall closet to get more toilet paper for my bathroom, and I noticed an empty wrapper packaging for a pillow in there. I didn't buy a new pillow recently. I asked both my roommates if they did, and Mandy said that she bought a new pillow about a month ago, but she threw that packaging away. This is my first time noticing this packaging in the hall closet, and the last time I went was a couple weeks ago, if I remember correctly. I will come to post any updates if I notice anything else weird. If anything major happens in the situation, I'll make a whole new post and update y'all. Thank you so much for everyone for the concern, support, and advice you've been offering. I grew up in a quiet suburb outside of Houston. I hear people talk about neighborhoods where the people don't lock their doors. This wasn't that kind of neighborhood. Situations in Houston notoriously went from 0 to 100 quickly, so while the neighborhood was basically quiet, doors were locked and checked religiously. That said, 90% of the time, the big neighborhood problems would be teens vandalizing or car break-ins. Annoying, but not really scary. I worked retail at a clothing store that closed at 9. I worked with a woman that I was getting to be friends with who asked if I could give her a ride home. It was a little out of the way, but I didn't mind. Her neighborhood was pretty sketchy. I don't know if it has anything to do with what happened later, but I drove her to her apartments. We sat in the car and chit-chatted until she was ready to head inside. I sat in the car to watch her go inside. Other residents were outside drinking and shooting the shit. It was around 10, so it would have been late for my neighborhood to be outside talking at that volume like this on a weeknight. But it was expected at this place, so I didn't think too much of it. When she got inside, she blinked the lights a couple times to let me know that she got in safe, and then I headed for my childhood home. I should note that this was before cell phones, so this was kind of the basic routine. I was to call her from my house once I got home, and everyone would be confirmed safe. I don't remember the drive home really. I probably blasted tunes and sang along, as I usually did, and parked in the driveway. The outside lights were on. Mom was good about turning them on for me, so I went inside with no fuss. Now, a note about my parents. They weren't mean drunks, but they were alcoholics. They still functioned okay by day, but it wasn't uncommon for me to arrive upon a scene, as I did that night, with all the lights on, the TV was going, and my mom was passed out on the couch. Dad was presumably in the bedroom or passed out in his man cave. From experience, I also knew if I turned the lights off or the TV, my mom would wake up and be grouchy at me for waking her up, so I left everything as it was and headed to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash up for bed. Once in my room, changed for bed, I called my friend to let her know I was home and all was well. One of my more annoying habits is that it's almost impossible for me to end a conversation. I'm tired as hell and just wanted to read a book or something, but instead we were just rambling at each other about work and things or whatever. I had already gotten into bed and turned the lights out. I was just laying in bed, in the dark, listening to my friend rambling. My room was in the front of the house. It had kind of a weird wall in the front window, some stylistic mid-century modern thing that didn't make tons of sense. Did block out some of the light from the headlights when cars passed. Our street wasn't a high traffic road, but cars driving by and a square pattern of light on the upper part of the wall wasn't an unusual sight. What was unusual though were specific beams of light bouncing around the upper part of the wall to the ceiling, and I stared at them for a moment before realizing that they were flashlights. That was highly unusual, but I figured it was kids. I wasn't the sort of kid that other kids bullied or pranked. We never had our house TP'd, and I couldn't imagine that anyone would want to now that we had all graduated. I really needed to sleep because I had college finals the next day, and yet, flashlights around the house was super weird. My friend told me to call the police, but for a variety of reasons, I'm just not a fan. Besides, carrying flashlights in my front yard isn't a crime, so I couldn't imagine what the police would do. I see well in the dark, and besides, the lights in the living room were still on, so still on the phone, but without turning on any extra lights, I got up with the intent to check the front door. I really don't remember how long my friend and I were on the phone rambling. It had to be a while for what happened next to have happened. I get to the living room, but I hear someone in the kitchen. It's this weird metallic slapping sound that makes no sense at all. I tell my friend and she continues to caution me to call the police. But for what? Flashlights? Metal sounds? The kitchen lights were also on, so you'll have to picture it. A bright lit living room with a woman passed out on the couch. The TV is on, the kitchen lights are on, but not the dining room. But for all intents and purposes, this house looked like a house where people are awake, except for my mom, who is clearly dead to the world. So I head towards the sound. At the very end of the kitchen, there's a smallish window with metal blinds. The blinds are closed, but they are rattling, making that weird metallic slapping noise, and I think, is the window open? We are not a window opening people. I know people in the South open their windows on a nice evening, but that is not us. Sometimes the windows are open temporarily when my mom would pass out while cooking dinner and something burned, but it was always for a very fixed time. It's possible that she left the window open, but unlikely. So I just stood there staring at it, head cocked like a curious dog, and that's when I saw the front of a shoe on the sill. I screamed. Actually, just saying that I screamed way understates the noise I made. I'm a notorious low talker, and I assumed that I have just been saving the volume for this precise moment. I wailed, I cried, I keened. I became a banshee and threw all my power into my voice in this mighty force. The foot vanished, my mom woke up, my friend screamed on the phone with me. From the back of the house, my dad came bounding out with his gun. I got off the phone and called the police. I grabbed another gun and headed outside behind my dad. I'm not a gun person, and going outside was super stupid, but the scream to end all screams had apparently done its job, as no one was out there. Being kind of an expert in criminology due to watching police shows, I told everyone to stay away from the sill so that the police could investigate it. I had visions of them taking fingerprints and moldings of the shoe prints to find the culprit. Adorable. The police arrived a half an hour later, so it's a good thing we weren't actually under attack. In the meantime, my parents started to doubt that I'd seen anything and started to believe that she had left the window open. But no, the police verified that the window had been pried open, that whomever it was very carefully took all the bric-a-brac that decorated the sill and sat it on the ground, as if trying to remain very quiet. At no point before this did I consider what the intruder's plan was. Maybe it was shock or a lack of imagination or just being tired. But they knew that it was a full house they were sneaking in. These weren't robbers who just wanted to take some electronics for some quick cash. They were going to take us by surprise, but to do what? I asked when they were going to take fingerprints, and the cat basically laughed at me because nothing was stolen. We locked down the windows, and I stayed up all night trying to imagine what exactly those people were going to do to us. I'm a 20-year-old female. I live alone. My brother and I used to live together, but he moved out in November, so I'm living alone until the lease is up and can move in with my friend. Well, a couple days ago, I didn't have class or have to go to work, so I was chilling on the couch playing Stardew Valley and watching some YouTube videos. The walls and floors of my apartment are pretty thin, and around noon that day I hear someone knocking on the apartment door that is on the floor below mine. Didn't think much of it. Then a couple minutes later, someone was knocking pretty loudly on my door. I wasn't expecting company, so I looked through the peephole, and there was a man in a hoodie looking right at the peephole. I don't normally get scared, but this guy looked frightening and looked like he was on drugs. I'm 100% sure that he could hear my game and TV from the hallway because he did not stop knocking for 10 minutes. When he did stop, he turned and knocked on both the doors across from mine, which are vacant units. I called the complex office and quickly asked if he worked for them. They said no. At this point, I'm crying and trying not to have a panic attack. My apartment is very close to a known drug house. Didn't know that until after moving in, so I assumed this man was a drug dealer or something. Then the guy was knocking on my door again, and I'm starting to think that he would never leave and would try to break in, so I called the cops. They said that they would send an officer by soon. Unfortunately, the guy was gone by the time the cops got there, so the cops just patrolled the parking lot every so often throughout the day. I was so freaked out and felt so uncomfortable in my apartment that I went to work and worked on my day off just so I could be away from there for a few hours. Recently, my wife and I moved to my grandparents' home in a small Colorado town. They relocated to my uncle's house, and my grandfather was a cultural hoarder. So while I finished my master's and my wife works remotely, we can clean it up and get it ready as an Airbnb, rental home, vacation home, or for sale, whatever is decided in the future. My father came out for the move and to go visit my grandparents, which we went along with. Keep in mind, this property had been vacant for 6 months, and it's 80 acres of secluded land. as we were returning from the visit, it was snowing, which was all kinds of magical. As we stopped, I noticed in the dark some prints in the snow. Thinking elk or deer, I initially brushed it off, but as soon as I allowed the dogs out of the car, they began sniffing the prints, and the larger one took off. I grabbed my flashlight and chased after them. As he fully sent it, I finally imagined to get him to stop. He's somewhat trained. I looked down and realized that those tracks were shoe prints, about my size, 12 and a half, and they were recent as the snow hadn't covered them to any extent. I began tracking them from the edge of the property by the highway road, all the way to one of the sheds where they had taken some vintage skis and apparently used them. What got me was how our friendly, loving, only 1-year-old dog flipped out about these prints and how recent they had been. I have since repaired the barbed wire fence that had been shoved over intentionally, and I regularly check for footprints other than my wife's or my own. Occasionally, I have seen some tracks that may not be mine, but it's hard to tell at times. We have seen a dog on the property that's clearly not a stray, but never comes near to us. It's healthy and has a collar on and seems to respond to a dog whistle that my dogs hear. It seems like someone is always nearby, but I have set up some small floodlights since, and hopefully that solved our guest problem. I'm a 33-year-old female. I live with my boyfriend, who's 42, in a small fourplex in a very small town. I work at 6 a.m. and wake up about 4:30. About 2 weeks ago, during my morning routine, I noticed someone standing behind the dumpster 20 feet away. I know my apartment is the only one with the lights on, and he's looking at my window, just watching me for about 5 minutes. When I noticed a dog with a man, I just wrote it off, until today that is. This morning I left for work as usual, stepped out the main door and scanned the area. All clear. I walked the 10 feet to my car, buckled up and started my music. I back out on my spot, and when I shift to drive, I suddenly see a man with a bucket on his head standing at the end of the walkway within 3 feet of my car. We made eye contact and he pulled the bucket over his head and stepped towards me. I panicked and floored it before he got closer. I'm honestly scared. I even told my boss that if I didn't show up or call, that I was in trouble. I'm gonna be carrying a can of wasp spray to my car every morning, at least until the pepper spray I ordered arrives. Police and landlord have been contacted, as well as the neighbors. I'm a 22-year-old uni student living with just my mate. I've lived with a lot of people before and hated it. I love staying up late, either gaming or just chatting to mates on Skype. My friend, however, is very predictable and goes to bed at 11 p.m. Showers at 10:30, like clockwork. So I stayed up until 2 a.m. and I have the top floor. Last one to be murdered logic. This has 3 windows. One huge window that is slanted on the roof that I always keep the blinds open. When I say how huge it is, I've often climbed through it to chill on the roof and watch the stars. There's a lot of space for me. Between 2 or 3 a.m. I climb into bed, boxers only, watching YouTube videos until I drift off, facing away from the window. During watching Cryotic, who has an amazing chilling voice, when reading horror stories, I keep hearing creaking. Assuming it was the video to get me in a psychological horror high, I ignored it. The video ended and I was about to choose another longer one. The creaking came again. The walls are paper thin and I have had a house invasion before, so I was a little on edge. Calming myself by switching sides just in case anyone comes in my door, I was also on the same side as the window. The creaking continued until it felt to be in my room. My eyes could not believe what I saw. A dark figure slowly manifested at my window, first a head, then a body, consuming my window. I waited and tried to make it out, just staring at it, thinking it was in my mind. Tap, tap, tap on one of the windows. It was real. I jumped off my bed, remembering I kept a knife somewhere in my room. Where was it? I slammed on the lights to see a face looking back at me. "Shot to help!" I screamed. No movement. We stood there looking at each other. "Shata, get the fuck up here!" I yelled. I stood there by my door practically naked and wondering if I should run or stay. I stayed and Shanta never came. The man at my window said, "Hello, excuse me, let me explain myself." I just stood there speechless. "Can you please open the window so I can speak to you?" I beckoned near the window. "What the fuck are you doing on my roof?" "I'm your neighbor. Sorry." He apologizes. I take a second thought but open my window. "Sorry, I am drunk and trying to find my window. How are you?" "You scared the living shit out of me. So do you know Lucen?" I was good friends with my neighbor, and he had just left for a different university and informed me that many people were moving in. No," he replies as I get dressed. "Lucen from next door. He said that there would be new people moving in." "Ah, yes, Lucen. Yes, I know him." After talking to him and feeling calm, he said he must try to find his window and leaves. I watch as his black greasy hair and slightly trimmed beard with very athletic figure goes to the left. I go downstairs to my housemate and yell at him for not coming up. He says that he didn't hear me, so there's no need for panic. Having a laugh about it, I go to my neighbor's house in the morning to joke. Knocking on the door, a fat man answers, who I'm now friends with, and introduce myself to my neighbor. The second person comes down with brown hair, no beard, and is quite small. After meeting them, I had a small gathering with friends, and when 2 a.m. came, I told them, time to get my own back. Climbing out the window alone, I shuffled to the next window and mischievously knocked on. Nothing. The room was empty. No one lived there. The landlord told me of the previous tenants being squatters and that they were annoyed about being moved out for the refurbishment. It was not my neighbor. It was not a nearby window. So, rooftop stranger, let's never meet again. A few nights ago, my daughter, who's 20, and myself, female, 44, were home together. It was just us girls because my son, my nephew, who lives with us, and my boyfriend were out. The night was cold and rainy. My daughter was in the kitchen baking, and I was chatting with her for a bit. I realized it was getting late, a little after 10 p.m., so I decided to take a shower. I went into the ensuite and had just turned the water on when I heard my daughter calling me in a hushed and frantic tone. I threw on my robe and came out of the bathroom. She told me that someone was on the deck knocking on the door. This was very strange for a few reasons, but especially because she had to come all the way around the yard and around the side of the house to get to the deck. I was immediately alarmed. It was late, we weren't expecting anyone, and any normal person would have went to the front door. The door to the deck is solid, but there's a window right next to it. I peeked through the window and saw a large man with his hood up, and he was carrying a bag. He started knocking again. I said, "Hello?" He responded, "Yes, can you open the door please?" I asked, "Who are you here for? Can you open the door so we can talk?" I repeated more sternly, "Who are you looking for? Do you know someone who lives here?" "I'm looking for a woman. Are you a mother? Please just open the door." At this point, I was ready to call the police, but realized I left my phone back in the bathroom. My daughter was standing nearby, watching all this happen with a very worried look on her face. I shouted, "You need to leave right now." He didn't reply but continued to stand by the door in silence for what felt like a long time. I whispered to my daughter, "Go grab my phone from the bathroom." And just then, he walked towards the stairs to leave. I ran into the living room, which has a window that faces the front of the house, and watched him walk out of the yard. It dawned on me that the deck is attached to the kitchen. He could have been watching us through the window before he even started knocking. We were so shaken. When the boys came home, we told them what happened. They were as concerned as we were. My nephew happens to be a police officer. They immediately went outside to search the yard, but the strange guy was long gone. We're buying external cameras for the house this weekend. So this happened when I was 13. My father trusted me when it came to watching my younger siblings. So here was everyone in the house. Me, female, 13. My younger siblings, Sarah, female, 11. JJ, male, 8. And my cousin, Crystal, female, 11. And my older sister Bella, female, 17, wasn't there at the time. My father had left to get some shopping done, and he left me in charge. About an hour in, and everything is fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was making pasta for Sarah and Crystal. I was talking to Crystal whilst making the pasta, and I turned to her, and we see a roughly 6-foot guy standing at our kitchen window. I immediately turned to Crystal as he ran past the window. Crystal, you saw that, right? Yeah, I did. Who was that? I don't know. Go tell Sarah and JJ to put their shoes on. We're gonna go to Bella. She's at a friend's house right around the corner. Crystal goes to Sarah. They get their shoes on. JJ was upstairs playing games on his Xbox. Crystal and Sarah wouldn't go up there. They were terrified. So I got a knife out and we all went upstairs. Sarah was crying at this point, but we got JJ. He put on his shoes and we went back downstairs. We heard a scream outside, so I decided to stay in the house, and if someone comes in, Crystal, Sarah, and JJ are to lock themselves in the bathroom. Nothing happened, no one came in, but we heard one last scream, and that was it. So to the creepy guy who was outside my kitchen window, I pray I never see you again. My husband was at work. I was 5 months pregnant. I was pretty small, and my belly hadn't popped yet. Other women who have been pregnant understand. One day you'll wake up and notice your belly is huge. But I was still clearly pregnant with a bump. Let me preface this with the fact that we lived in one of the most upscale areas in the state. I went to take my dog out and noticed a boy, 20 or so, who was going from building to building in our apartment complex, walking down the halls and coming back out. It was an outdoor complex, so when I took my dog out, I could see multiple halls that he was pacing through. At first, I thought maybe he was trying to find a friend's unit, but he was acting a little manic, so I put up a red flag. He started walking towards my building, so I immediately started walking towards my apartment without making it obvious where I lived. There were 2 hallway entries in the building adjacent to each other. It's a 3-story building, so I figured that if I'm walking towards my apartment, as long as he's not close enough, he wouldn't be able to tell which unit I live in. As I'm walking back, he's probably 10 feet from me, and he whistles. Immediately, I'm freaking out, but he ends up walking down an adjacent hallway. I get to my apartment and unlock the door. A few minutes later, after thinking there's no way he figured out which unit was mine, I warm up my food. And I get a horrible feeling, like an instinct. I look to the peephole, and he's literally on the other side, face against the door, like he's listening. I immediately call the cops, then my husband. I grabbed a knife and opened the window, just in case somehow he breaks in. We live on the 2nd story. Luckily the cops showed up, and maybe he heard me call them because the kid was gone before he could do anything more serious. After that, my husband and I bought a gun for our protection. Gun control is a major issue right now in our country, but it can also help save lives. Had this person broken in, I felt helpless to protect myself and my daughter. I worked the late shift to pay for university and came home at midnight. I shared a house with my mom and parked my car in the garage that you can open up with a remote control. You can get straight into the house through the door that connects the garage with the basement, which I normally do except for Tuesdays, where I go around the house to pull out the trash can onto the street and enter through the main door. Our house is surrounded by tall bushes, so you can't really see much of the street. It's a small rural village, and I know all my neighbors very well. On Tuesday, I returned from my shift, and when I drove into our street, I noticed an unfamiliar car with its headlights on. Since I know my neighborhood so well, I was kinda confused about the car, but couldn't see the license plate, nor the person sitting in the car, as the lights were blinding me. You only drive into our street if you live there, or visit someone, since it circles back to the main street when you follow it to the end. I open the gate and the garage door remotely and drive inside. From that point, I can only see the street through the gate, since the bushes are so high on both sides. I normally would have left the car and walked outside to grab the trash can, but that day I got a long voice message from a friend and stayed in the car to listen to it. 7 minutes into the message, I lift my gaze. I look into my mirror and see a man standing in my driveway behind my car. He didn't move in any way, he just stood there perfectly still watching me. I panicked and locked my doors, then grabbed the remote and closed the extremely slow garage gate. I sat there for a moment and was scared to leave my car, since I couldn't be sure that he didn't enter the garage before the door reached the floor. I also had to call my mother because the garage door into the basement was locked, since I had planned to use the main door. She later told me that she immediately went to the window, but couldn't see the man or the car at that point. I told myself that it was probably a neighbor who didn't think how creepy he acted, and that I didn't recognize him in the dark. But I asked around and no one knew the man. I only got the information that the type of car was seen slowly driving around the neighborhood the last few days. My mom thinks it's someone that wanted to surprise me and forced me to let them in the house to rob us. My grandma had just died and no one knew that my mom spent the nights over. She thinks he waited behind the bushes and got impatient or confused when I didn't exit the car. We never found out who it was. I'm a 29-year-old female. I live with my husband who's 32 in the suburbs in a town that borders the city of Pittsburgh. The past few years, crime has slowly been on the rise in the town we live in, and it's not unusual to see our area listed on the news for a shooting, murder, or criminal activity. The other night, my husband and I were fast asleep when I woke up to hear our doorbell ringing. I jolted awake because we rarely got visitors, let alone someone stopping in the middle of the night. I wake up my husband, which seems to take forever, or feels like it at the time. I grab my phone for the flashlight and see that it's 4 a.m. The doorbell rings 2 times and someone knocks hard. As we both fumble around and wake up a little more, my husband gets his gun and shoes. I, of course, followed him to the living room where the front door is and peeked out the blinds near the door. All I could see was an all-white SUV stopped in the middle of the road. My husband was looking through the peephole, signaling at me to stop and be quiet. I couldn't hear anyone walking up our porch or stopping for the moment. My husband kept looking through the peephole, signaling me to get away from the windows. We could hear someone say something muffled and then stomp off. After a minute or so, I could hear the car speed off. He said that when he looked out, he saw a tall African American guy that had on black dress clothes and some kind of skull cap, like a security guard or bouncer would wear. He said when he first peeked out, he saw him pacing at the bottom of our front steps, angrily shining his cell phone flashlight up at the windows. He said he felt like the guy looked up at him. Obviously, he couldn't tell someone was looking through the peephole, but the guy started coming up the steps, looking super irate, shining his flashlight at the peephole and mumbling something. At this point, my husband just froze. The guy turned around and then just stomped down the steps. We decided to call the police because we were both nervous that the guy was going to come back. The police said that they would look into it, but nothing came of it so far. We definitely didn't go back to sleep that night. Update. We have not heard back from the police, but since this incident at our house, this has happened and has been reported by 3 or 4 other people. The last incident, the family had security cameras and caught the guy opening and going through their cars, also at 4 a.m. It showed that the white SUV is a Cadillac Escalade, and the guy had accomplices as well. Hopefully the police don't sleep on this. If anything comes of it, I'll update. This experience happened to my roommates and I in our second year of university. The city we went to school in was considered a very safe university town. The most we ever heard of happening was drunk morons doing typical drunk moron things. This is also the first time that we were really living on our own. First year residents are nice, but it's basically an extended summer camp rather than typical living situation. The four of us girls lived in a nice townhouse that never once had a creepy vibe or weird neighbors in the months that we had lived there. The only eerie part was that on the weekends, we were the only people that stayed in the complex. Our neighbors either went home or stayed elsewhere until returning Monday for classes. This is something we never have given a second thought to, considering that was fairly normal in the uni town, especially because our complex is only made up of 4 other townhomes. The complex was surrounded by walking trails and farm fields, which we loved. It was like our quiet spot away from the chaos of college kids. There's a few farmhouses we could see from our backyard, but other than that, we were fairly secluded. The university was about a 20-minute bus ride away, which was never a big deal for any of us, especially because the rent was far cheaper here than in places that were within walking distance to campus. Being 5'6", I was the tallest by a considerable amount. I was also the only one out of the group who had been in a handful of scary situations. Due to this, I was the only one up to this point who would lock the doors, windows, and garage before leaving or going to bed. My roommates all grew up in small, very safe towns, so it was uncommon for them to lock doors back at home. They were also incredibly kind and trusting to everyone, never considering hidden bad intentions. The night in question started very normally. We planned on having a wine and movie night. This was kind of like a weekly tradition for us. We would pick out some stupid movie, get takeout, and get a little buzz after a long week of classes and work. At this point, it was early November, so we had been doing this for several months without an issue. By 8:30ish, we all had settled down on the couch in our living room and started a comedy. With it being November, it was completely dark outside, other than the porch light, which we could see through a small window at the very top of our door. None of us were tall enough to see out that window anyway, so we relied entirely on our peephole. It took a great amount of effort for me to convince my roommates to check the peephole before opening the door. This was the talk we had after one roommate had opened the door for our neighbor's very drunk friend who threw up all over our main floor. Not long after ordering our takeout, we heard banging on our front door. Jess made a joke about how the delivery guy must have taken a helicopter to get here so quickly, especially considering the place we ordered from was very close to our campus. It was not a typical delivery knock either, but between a few glasses of wine and carefree attitude of the night, we didn't really pay it too much mind. It was my roommate's turn to pay this week. I'll call her Meg for the sake of the story. Out of the group, she's the smallest, barely 5 foot. She is also the most trusting person I think I've ever met. She ran up to her room to grab the wallet. This took at most 30 seconds. During this time, the banging continued and was getting more aggressive. I figured maybe it was cold or he had other shit to do, so we yelled up to get her to hurry. The banging continued to get harder and harder, and I started to feel a bit uneasy. When she came back down, I told her to check the peephole before opening it, as she was usually the one to just open the door. She got to the door and looked through the peephole. She could barely reach it on a good day, so when she said she couldn't see anything, my other roommate and I got up to help. My second roommate, I'll call her Jess, is a very funny person. There are very few things that she would not turn into a joke. Jess got to the door before I did and looked out the peephole. The person on their side was still banging away. When she turned to look at me, I knew something was wrong. She looked incredibly confused, a look I had rarely seen from her, as she was very clever. Within a second, she had gone back to another look. This time her face was not confused, she looked afraid. This made my stomach knot up. She is a horror movie fanatic, and she doesn't scare easily. I think someone is covering the peephole. This time, I looked out the peephole, seeing that yep, Something was covering it. We could still see the porch light shining through the window at the top, so it was not a case of it being too dark to be able to see what was going on. By now, our other roommate, who I'll call Anne, had walked down the hall trying to find out what was going on. She was easily the drunkest of the four of us. Even sober though, she seemed to think that she was invincible. What is the problem? That poor dude has his hands full, was Anna's wise idea. Jess and I explained what was going on. At this point, Meg, Jess, and I all had a gut feeling that something was wrong. That is when Jess asked Meg to check the website she had ordered the food on. Meg had not placed the order. Because of the wine and the silliness of the earlier night, she had selected the food but did not finish the last step. The banging continued as our situation started to sink in. Anne did not seem to grasp what was happening and tried to unlock the door. "Stop!" I snapped at her. Immediately, I knew it was too loud. For the first time, the person on the other side of the door spoke. "This is the police. Open the door now. I have a few questions to ask you." This sobered me up right away. I looked over at Meg, who was already welling up, then Jess, who had gone completely pale. At this point, Anne also realized something was not right and froze, which is the least Anne thing she could have done. The banging was getting increasingly harder, to the point where we could physically see the door breathe with each hit. Meg took Anne upstairs, trying to calm each other down and check if there was a police car parked outside, also to make sure our windows were locked. Though it was hard to do, it was possible to get on part of our roof that made it possible to get to Anne's window. We heard the window slam, immediately knowing that it had been Anne's window. Being a bit of a thrill seeker, Anne had taken the window screen out in order to sit on the roof. For some reason, this made what was happening very real. "Show me your badge, then we'll open the door," I yelled back. Instead of a response, it sounded like the guy started to kick the door. I told Jess to call the police and ask if they had an officer dispatched to our address. Jess was shaking so badly at this point that it was hard for her to dial. Now Meg had came back downstairs, sharing that there was no police car parked outside. Anne trailed behind her, standing on the stairs landing, trying to look outside of the window on top of the door. At that moment, my blood ran cold, remembering that the man at the door said, "we," and not I. Jess had just came to the same realization. She sprinted to our back door, a large sliding glass door, which she double-checked if it was locked. Thankfully, it had been. She drew the curtains as well, trying to minimize the chance of them seeing in. Within a minute, the knocking started on our back door as well. Thank God she had closed the curtains, because the idea of whoever was doing it still gives me chills. "Uncover the peephole and show me your badge," I yelled again, trying to sound intimidating as a young college girl could. We were met with silence, which was so much worse than the banging. "What is your badge number at least? Prove to us that you're police," I screamed, trying to keep my voice from breaking. The only response I got was a gravelly, "I can't do that." Jess had handed her phone off to Meg, who was sobbing now, trying to speak to a dispatcher. The banging now was coming from both sides of the house and must have been heard by the operator. "Is someone trying to break in?" she asked Meg, obviously being unable to understand her. Meg frantically asked if the police had been sent to our house. The answer we all knew by now was no. Meg babbled that at least 2 men tried to get us to unlock our door by impersonating a police officer. "Try to stay calm. Stay on the phone with me. Police are on their way to your address," the operator told Meg. "How long will they be?" "No more than 10 minutes. That made Meg cry harder, realizing how long 10 minutes really is. The door was being hit so hard, I worried it would break in. Jess ran back to our back door, making me worried that our kitchen window had been opened. Trying to think, I put a chair under the doorknob and sat down, hoping the door would hold. Jess came back to the front door, holding the kitchen knife and fire extinguisher, which were the only things we had to protect ourselves with in case they got in. Anne, now sitting on the landing, flinched with each hit. Anne was farm tough, and had no issue dealing with animals 3 times her size. What was happening now, though, was entirely different. We had nothing to really deter whoever wanted in, no prods, no backup, until the real police showed up. Not like what she was used to. She grew up having her family as her neighbors her whole life. If anything were happening, her uncles and grandfather were in front of her door in a minute flat. Anne's I'm invincible attitude was long gone. She was now as scared as the rest of us, only having some wood and glass keeping the men out. Each hit on the back door made me expect whoever was there to break through the glass door. "Open the fucking door," the man yelled at us, not caring if we thought he was a police anymore. Then it got very quiet, which made me want to throw up. The only thing worse than what was happening was not knowing where the men were. The idea of both men moving to the back door made me absolutely terrified. If they really wanted to, it would take very little effort to smash through the plate glass. Instead, the knocking on the back door had completely ceased. Within seconds of that, the front door started being hit again. Trying to wrap my mind around why they would leave the easiest entry for a heavy wood door, I realized that the back door was visible to the main road. Whether they had seen a car or heard us talking to the police, they were smart enough not to be seen by anyone. Just then said something that I had not thought of. "I don't think they're trying to rob us. There are so many houses that are empty. Why would they come to the only house with the lights on?" My whole body went cold. I did not have an answer. All I could say was, "Fuck, you're right." Meg felt the same because at this point she was practically hyperventilating. The 3 of us stayed quiet for a minute, awful scenarios running through our heads. Anne moved back up to the last few steps and out of sight of us. The operator, who we had forgotten was on speaker, spoke, which practically made us jump out of our skin. She must have felt how terrified we were and tried to calm us down. "The police are 2 minutes away. They have their sirens turned off and their lights on. You should be able to see them very soon. Stay on the phone with me so I can confirm when they're outside for you." The men were starting to seem desperate. The sound of glass shattering had me turning to the back door, fully expecting to go into offense, but the door was still intact. Instead, the porch light, the only light illuminating our dark street, went out, which put 2 and 2 together for me, understanding that they destroyed the only way we would have been able to identify whoever was on the other side. "Fuck you, little whores." A voice we hadn't heard before. Whoever was at the back door spat. This was worse than the initial speaker. It was full of so much hate and venom that it scared me more than the banging. He was so calm, intent on whatever his goal was. It didn't feel like how the first man had sounded. Up to this point, I could have convinced myself that they had wanted our valuables, but this voice made me understand that he wanted us. To this day, I've never had a voice come close to the level of malice. It sounded like he wanted to inflict serious harm on us, and if he had gained entry, I know he would have. Somehow, I wanted the first man to speak again, instead of whichever sick bastard had just spoken. I looked at Meg. I know how terrified I must have looked. Until now, I may have done a half-decent job at hiding how scared I was, but that voice ruined my ability to stay stone-faced. Meg looked like a scared little girl, and that made me panic. If they got in, there's nothing that I would be able to do to stop them. Not for me, and not for any of my friends. We would have been at the mercy of those monsters outside. Jess had practically stopped breathing. It was like the oxygen had been sucked out of the air. It was so quiet, it sounded like a gunshot when our mailbox opened. Anne ran back downstairs. "I see the sirens. They're coming down the main road now," she whispered, hoping not to have the men hear. The same man spoke again one more time, so slowly that I almost thought he was done after each word. In that same awful, calm voice, he read out a letter addressed to the 4 of us. Our neighbor must have put it in today. She planned a potluck for next week. None of us had thought to check the mailbox after we had talked to her in the driveway this morning. Jess, Meg, Anne, me. Those are nice names. I'll be back soon, girls. Then we'll have some fun. I felt tears rolling down my face. I hadn't realized that I had started crying. I knew he meant what he said. I tried to pull my mind out of the dark pit that sentence had sent it to, waiting, praying that the police had surprised them, hoping that they would not get the chance to come back. The silence continued. None of us dared to speak, worried that we would not hear if they moved to another point of entry. Instead, the silence persisted for what felt like a lifetime. The operator was the first one to speak again, telling us that the police were out front. She told us to stay in the house until the police knocked on the door. The kind woman stayed on the phone with us for several minutes while the police searched around the area. Finally, the real police showed their badge to the people before even knocking to try not to scare us. The operator told us that we had done well and that we were in good hands now. We opened the door to meet two kind-looking older police officers who we let in. The glass shards covered our front stoop from the porch light. It looked like it had been ripped off the wall and smashed onto the concrete below. There were several police cars out front of our previous quiet home. The headlights on the cars were shining down the street towards the walking trail. We spoke to the officers who took the report from us. They asked us to describe the night's events in detail. They asked us if we saw them at all, and we explained how the peephole was being covered and the light had been smashed before they moved away from the door. The officers advised us to speak to our landlords about at least setting up security cameras. The older officer then closed the pad that he had been writing in and looked up at us. He then spoke a phrase that made me understand how much danger we had been in. Look, if any of you were my daughter, I would have wanted the officer to tell her. If you can get out of your lease, do it. They know where you live, and they also know the response time for us, especially after telling you all that he would be back. After that, they asked us if we heard a vehicle. We did not hear any type of motor until the police were there. Even then, Meg and Anne had to look for a police car, and they saw no cars on the street at all. So likely that meant that they had came up from the walking path, which would explain how they left without passing the police on their way back to the main road. The older officer of the two had a look that told me he had an idea what was going on. He looked sad, which was worse than if he had looked scared. I knew he had seen this situation end far worse in the past. We pushed for an explanation, but were only told that this had been an issue years ago, but did not elaborate past that point. The officer stood up, exchanged a glance that I did not know how to read, and then spoke again. We will have a cruiser parked in the driveway, as well as a plain car around back. They will not have a chance to try again. They did not catch the men in the 2 more weeks that we lived there. We had a few creepy things, but nothing close to this. The reality was that they had not been caught, and they could come back at any time. After that night, we spoke to our landlady, who was incredible. She owned several properties around the city, and when we explained what had happened, she let us move to an apartment closer to campus. She told us that our safety is more important than making a few $100. She even left our old house empty for months in order to make sure the cameras, better locks, and reinforced back doors were in place. Thankfully, they did not come back, and we were able to enjoy the new apartment without worry. This is still so scary to me because of that voice. Make sure you lock your doors and check who's there before opening the door. I recently moved into an apartment building all the way up on the top floor. My balcony is in the back of the building. The view is mostly of trees, but there are some houses and a street directly behind the apartment building, so I can see that too. Hopefully that makes sense. I usually sit out on my balcony at night, getting high and listening to music. At night, the view is just darkness, aside from the house porch lights and the road lit up by the street light. Most of the road view is covered by trees, but I can see a good amount of it. There's also no light from my balcony, so at night, I just sit there in the dark, aside from the light coming from my phone. So anyway, I was sitting out there around 10 p.m. or so, like I usually did, and I noticed movement from the road. When I looked down, I saw someone running down the road, like really fast. From my distance, it looked like this person was running faster than any human should. I was just watching when this person just stopped under a street lamp. Under the light, I could tell that this person was a man. I also realized that this person was now looking up at me. I got nervous, but I didn't move because I thought I could just be overthinking this, and maybe this guy wasn't actually looking at me. How could he be? My phone wasn't on, so I was pretty much sitting in complete darkness. Could anyone really see me from all the way down there? I just kept sitting there, hoping that this guy would leave, but then I saw him waving at me. Now I knew he was looking at me. I was too uncomfortable to do anything. I couldn't even go back inside. I just sat there, getting increasingly nervous. My thoughts started running wild. I thought this guy might find my apartment and try to break in. I also thought that he would somehow just sprint forward and climb up the building to get me or something. But as I kept staring at this guy waving at me, a sudden feeling of dread came over me. That was when I started grabbing my things to go back inside, but then I saw he stopped waving. He reached both his arms out to the side and started swaying his body to the side, bending his knees as he moved and wiggled his arms around like a weird dance move. At this point, I was incredibly unsettled and just wanted to get back inside, but I was also slightly intrigued in a way, and I guess I wanted to see what he might do next. Soon, the feeling of dread and unease took over me, and I continued closing up all my stuff and I went inside. There was a window in the room next to the balcony where you could see down to the same area, so I peeked outside trying to stay hidden behind the wall. I saw the guy still moving around, side to side, but he soon stopped and I saw him just booking it down the road again. I made sure the front door was locked and I went back into my room, locking the bedroom door as well. My bedroom window looks out the same direction, so I made sure the guy was gone and closed my curtains. I didn't really sleep that night. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling I had. This happened a couple nights ago and I haven't seen the guy since. I've still been sitting out on the balcony, but I've been getting really paranoid when I'm out there at night, so I don't stay out there for as long as I did. I don't really know what to make of this whole thing. I don't know who that guy was, or maybe what he was. I get really uncomfortable and paranoid when I think back about that night, like I'm back in that moment feeling those same exact feelings again. Also since then, I get occasional waves of dread, like at times throughout the day I get a feeling that I'm being watched. I hope this feeling goes away soon, and I'm really hoping I don't ever see that guy again. A couple days ago, I was awake at 5 a.m. in my house, nowhere near public roads, near a small village on a farm. I was laying in bed scrolling Reddit when I heard a car driving down the gravel road beside my house in the opposite direction of where the public road would be. I thought it was my brother who gets bored and drives around the farm early in the morning, so I got up and turned on the kitchen lights that shine out onto the shed where I heard the car park. After a while, he didn't come in, so I decided to text him. "You gonna come in or just sit outside all night?" But since I have bad service, it didn't send. So I went out to our veranda because it usually has good service. I went down the hall and looked into my brother's room, and there he was. My stomach dropped. I didn't get scared, it was more of a realization of what was happening. I didn't go to bed after that. Also, I know I heard it, and my brother doesn't know anything. Call me paranoid all you want, but I can't help but think someone comes into my house while me and my roommate are away, or even worse, home. I'm gonna change a few things because I'm generally scared, but the basis of the story is the same. My housemate and I are 21 and 22, both female, and recently moved into a house near our college campus. Note, we have 3 pretty calm pets. It started with weird individual experiences, random small things going missing in public spaces, but things that were easy to overlook. Also to mention, we're all very close and honest with each other, and the house is not that big, so there's only so many places the items could have been, you know? Then there would be occurrences where we would leave with all the blinds open, but come back and they're fully closed. Blankets that we left out are randomly folded. It's been getting spookier recently. One of my roommates was home alone and she heard a thud. She looked around. All the pets were in the living room with her. Then she hears footsteps and calls out to us with no answer. She grabs the pets and loads them into her car because she's hysterical and convinced that someone else was in the home with her. To top it off, the other day I was trying to get some clothes and kept getting a hint of something foul. After much investigation, I realized that it was the very shorts I was wearing. Confused as fuck, I rummaged through my drawer, and out of the 3 rows of my shorts, the row in the middle smells and is stained with urine. It was so disgusting. When I tell you, we have pondered every possible explanation, from our pets to even ourselves. The smell wasn't that of a cat or dog, and there were no rat droppings. I immediately registered it as human pee. After doing all my laundry, I noticed 2 identical pairs of my underwear are missing. Nowhere to be found at all, and in a place no pet could get into and take or hide. We're not crazy, right? If someone could please give us any logical explanations, because maybe, just maybe, yours is one that our brains will believe, enough to help us go to sleep at night. If not, what should we do? Update. Firstly, thank you for everyone who has been offering suggestions and perspective. We really appreciate it and knew that we could count on Reddit for answers. We've been trying not to talk about our situation because it seems like when we do, we ask for something bad to happen. So we refer to it as Joe, or just text if it's urgent. We ordered some cams on Amazon that we'll be setting up later. One outside the front door and one outside the back door. We'll work on getting others for the inside, but for immediate action, the door is the most important. Something I forgot to mention, our house is a duplex style of home. We have 2 floors. The first floor, where my bedroom is, has 2 points of entry, not including the windows, but we keep the windows locked and they have screens. The second floor has 2 bedrooms, a laundry room, and the attic door is in between all 3. We also are the first ever tenants in this house. Someone did a sweep of our attic today. Interesting thing to note, there's blue paint dried and crusted on the entryway of the attic and on the floor and the bottom of a few bins we have up there. We couldn't find the source of the paint, but we did not do our own paint of any kind. As of right now, the missing item count is at 5, with 2 new additions today when I got back from class. 2 earrings from 2 different pairs, one from each, were in a small counter on my dresser. I won't count it just yet though, since I give myself 24 to 48 hours in case I misplace something. Starting tomorrow, I'll be locking my bedroom door when I'm not there. Not sure if this is relevant, but it's something to think about too. We met our neighbor who lives a few houses down, maybe a month ago. She's 23, very nice, but grew fond of us super quickly and started to become so comfortable that it made us uncomfortable. She knocks on our door almost every other night to hang out, which has resulted in us completely turning off the lights so she thinks that we're away. She has my friends on social media, but I never followed her back because the last time she came over, she was hinting that she had a crush on me and kept trying to touch my hand and thigh and was trying to stay overnight. I never said anything about it, just ignored that it was happening. She also mentioned multiple times before how she noticed when we leave or come back, she's learned the sound of our cars and horns and knows which car came back based solely on the lights at night. She definitely remembers and knows our routine and has even said, "I noticed you're the one that's gone the most." Kinda weird, but to be honest, she seems too nice to ever do anything dangerous. Maybe she's just lonely. Goals for the week: set up cameras tonight, buy bedroom camera, change door codes, writing incidents with the dates in a journal, giving written reports to the police department, booby trapping the house. This took place when I was 6 or 7. My parents were out late at a bar. My sister, who was 14 or 15 at the time, was watching me. We were in the living room watching TV. It was fairly late, around 10 or 11. We lived in a nice neighborhood at the time. Police never really came through or had to deal with a lot of issues. Low crime rate and great schools. We were both dozing off when suddenly it sounded like someone was trying to aggressively open our door, like as if someone was being chased and they were desperate for shelter. Pounding on the glass, jiggling the doorknob, and ringing the doorbell all at the same time, and very aggressively. It lasted for probably 10 to 15 seconds and then stopped abruptly. My sister made me go up to the front door and see if it was my mom or dad, possibly drunk, coming home. It wasn't. There was no one out there when I checked. Freaking out, we called our parents, who were only a little concerned but said that they were on their way. I remember us running upstairs and locking ourselves in my room, since the downstairs floor was full of giant windows that we left some of the curtains open to. 15 to 20 minutes later, it happened again, pounding and non-stop, rapidly ringing the doorbell. I was hoping that it was just a ding-dong ditcher the first time, but twice? I feel like you wouldn't want to go back to the same house in fear of having the cops called on you or having someone looking out for you. I don't know though. My sister called my parents again, who were still on their way home. We were both too terrified to check the door. It abruptly stopped again. I don't know why my sister didn't just call the cops herself. My parents got home. They still didn't know if it was worth calling the cops or not, in fear of ending up being a waste of time. Obviously, my parents aren't very smart, I know. And since they weren't there, they didn't hear how crazy it sounded. It wasn't just a knock and a doorbell ring. Whoever it was on the other side of the door was putting what sounded like all their strength into trying to get into our house. We all went to bed, my mom assuring us that it wouldn't happen again. 3 a.m. rolls around, and obviously it happens again. This time was more aggressive. My mom screamed to my dad to call 911, which he did while running downstairs to see who it was. Then it stopped. My dad got to the door probably 5 seconds after it stopped. Again, no one was there. The cops patrolled our house that night and drove around the neighborhood often for a few days after those incidents. From what I know, no one else has reported something like this happening to them in our neighborhood. I still don't know what it could have been about. I always told myself that it was just a kid messing with us, but the fact that it happened multiple times and was so aggressive just disturbed me. I had trouble sleeping in the house for months. If you wanted to ding-dong ditch, why would you try to open the door relentlessly? And why would you target the same house 3 times? That just seems like a lot. God knows what would happen if the door happened to be unlocked. We were little girls and definitely wouldn't have been able to defend ourselves had it been malicious. Our cars were broken into a couple months after this, so it could have possibly been related. I'll never know, but whether it was innocent or not, whoever desperately wanted to get into our home that night, thanks for a lifetime of trauma of being home alone. My wife and I recently moved to a new city with my boss so I could work for them. They found a nice building to buy. There's a storefront on the main street and an apartment in the basement, and an apartment on the top floor, so we could all live there and work in the same building. My boss took the basement apartment and arranged for my wife and I to move into the upper apartment, saying, "It needs some work," which was the understatement of the year. The old tenant had been evicted from the property. He had destroyed literally everything in the property, including every floor, appliance, wall, door, and window. Anyways, we were told that the old tenant didn't take the eviction well and still thinks he lives here. On top of that, he has spent most of the last 12 years in and out of jail and prison. My wife insisted on buying cameras for the doorbell. The 3rd day of us renovating the apartment, we hear the doorbell ring. I got up to answer it, and I had just unlocked the door assuming it was my boss when my wife started shouting for me to shut it. I shut it and locked the door and hear, "Hello?" So I responded, "Hello?" and was met with, "Who's this?" I'll spare you the details and just say that it was the old tenant who was very disgruntled, but finally left when I told him he would have to talk to someone else in my best tough guy voice. My wife checked the doorbell notification just as I was opening the door. I'm glad she did because he seemed belligerent and could be seen on the camera drinking a bottle of Jim Beam. Later that night, we're watching TV in bed after midnight when we heard thumping coming from the living room. I got up and told my wife to pause the show. I grabbed the hammer we were using and ran into the living room in my undies just in time to hear footsteps running down the stairs. I kept checking the windows and I saw someone walking through the park in the same clothes that the tenant was wearing earlier. The part that creeps me out is that the walls are so thin that you can hear everything. I could hear my boss talking on the phone 2 floors below me. The ex-tenant knew that we were home because he would have easily heard the television. If he knew that we were home, I have no idea why he was trying to open the front door in the middle of the night or why he ran away when we paused our show. Sorry if this story isn't as creepy as others on here, but this incident was a few days ago and I haven't been able to sleep well ever since. This has happened several times at this point. It all started 16 months ago when I was cleaning my house around 12 a.m. My husband worked nights, so I had to adjust to his schedule. I usually kept the blinds open during the day and would go around closing them at night while I tidied up for bed. Our room was my last stop on the first night this happened. The curtains and blinds were open as I was sleeping on the floor when I felt a sensation of being watched. I looked around when my eyes focused on the silver sedan parked outside my house, mostly in the grass on my front lawn. Now for context, my bedroom window is about 15 yards from the road in front of my house. It's a small front yard in a pretty densely populated neighborhood. Anyway, I saw the car before I saw the person, but there's clearly someone sitting in the driver's seat of the car and another person standing 5 yards away from my window, clearly staring at me. The only reason I could see this was because the moon was fairly bright that night. I shrieked and dropped to the floor, crawling to the light switch to turn it off so I couldn't be seen. I called my husband to ask him what I should do, and he told me to call the cops. I did, and of course by the time they got there, the car was gone. They asked if they could see my security footage, and I agreed, but when we went to go look at the footage, the section for that time was just gone. It skipped over the few minutes that they would have been outside. This has happened several times since, and I've completely given up on calling the police as I feel as if they think I'm crazy. I have no proof that it's happening, but I would like to have some opinions as to what they might be doing. In the past 16 months, it's happened probably 10 times. Sometimes the person is standing in my yard, and sometimes they aren't. Also, the car has been different every single time, but the light is always on inside the cabin of the vehicle. But when I look, the people inside are never looking where I could see their faces. I'll go to grab my phone and call someone, anyone, but they will be already gone. Help. I'm sharing this little story here because honestly, I feel very uneasy because it didn't really end. I make 2 trips to school in the morning, dropping off my kids, then I come back for more neighborhood kids. This morning my son wanted to wait to go with the other neighborhood kids, so he was left behind while I took my daughter. My daughter and I drove out of our driveway. It was still dark and we're talking torrential rain coming down. I almost didn't see the man in the street until I was right up on him. Middle of the street, yelling, making gestures, looking angry. He actually looked very clean though, healthy, even good looking, but he gave an instant bad vibe, especially just 1 block from where my son was home alone. He looked straight in my eyes and screamed gibberish like he was enraged. I hurried up dropping off my daughter, and then went back for my son and the neighborhood kids. I told them about the guy, but all was well. No signs of the stranger by then. Fast forward to this evening. I had forgotten all about it. My daughter and I went to the library, while my son opted to stay home. After the library, we were sitting in the drive-thru, and my son texted me that there's a man running through the neighbor's yards across the street. The man was screaming his head off and acting crazy. Then someone pulled up and started filming the guy. I told my son, I'm on my way. If he comes near the house, call 911. I was home within minutes and the guy was gone, but there were 5 police cars on my block looking for someone. Obviously, a neighbor must have called. My son and I compared descriptions of the man we saw, and it's gotta be the same guy. It's driving me crazy not knowing what's going on, or if he's out there, or if we're safe. My memory is a little fuzzy, but this story frightened me so much that I can never forget it, and it comes to my mind now and then. I was 5 or 6, living with my parents, older sister, and brother. My sister was 16 years older than I am, and one day my parents and my brother weren't home, and my sister went to go take a shower. She told me to stand in front of the bathroom door and play because she didn't want me to be completely alone. Either that, or I told her I was scared to be alone. Don't know which one. The bathroom door was in the same hallway as our front door. The entrance was at a diagonal, and the opening of the door faced the bathroom. The door was locked. My sister double-checked it. We also had the little chain thing up. As I was standing there, the doorknob started to shake, which immediately frightened me. And to my surprise, the door opened as much as it could with the chain on it. Then a man tried poking his head through the door. The memory of how he looked is what's unclear to me now. I can't be certain anymore, but almost positive he was bald, and he was white with a pink hue to his skin, almost if he was sweltering hot or sweating or something. I don't remember seeing sweat though. His face had no expression, and he just pushed his face through the door as much as he could, and then looked at me. Didn't say a word. I was just frozen, staring back at him. I was so scared I couldn't even move. I'm not sure how long it lasted. I felt as if he could have put his hand through and flipped the chain to come in if he wanted to, but he just kept staring. He stuck his hand through the door and just gripped the edge of the door. I remember his knuckles turning pink from his tight grip. At some point, I turned to the bathroom door and screamed and pounded on the door for my sister to come out. She of course did as fast as she could, and the man closed the door and left. My sister vaguely remembers this to this day as well, but she didn't see anyone when she looked out the window. I don't know what that was about, but it was creepy as hell and is one of a couple creepy memories I have from that house. I want to share this story because I talked about it yesterday for the first time. I live in Northern Europe. My country is cold and covered by a large forest and several lakes. My family consists of my mother, father, and an older brother who is 3 years older than me. He's really important in the story. It's also important to know that my parents' house is in the middle of nowhere, just forest all around. There aren't even proper roads or any streetlights. The nearest neighbor lives really far away. In my country, winter comes early and lasts longer than summer, so the days are dark almost all year round. My father's a fireman, and my mother's a nurse, so they've always been on night shifts. They have left me and my brother home alone since we were just toddlers. I don't know if it's legal to leave us alone, but my brother has always been good at taking care of me. This particular evening was close to Christmas. Both of us were on winter break, but my brother still went to ice hockey practice. He was really tired that night after practice. My father and mother had just gone to work at night and left us alone. I was 8 at the time, and my brother was 11. We often slept next to each other downstairs in our parents' bed, but I decided to be a big girl that night and sleep in my own bed upstairs. I really just wanted to play Nintendo and knew that my brother wouldn't let me. My brother was so tired after training that he just wanted to go to sleep. We ate, brushed our teeth, and went to our own rooms upstairs. My room faced the forest, and his room faced the only dirt road. There was a hall and a toilet between our rooms. My brother must have fallen asleep right away, but I played and played. I played so long that I lost track of time. I was under my covers in case my brother came to scold me. I started to hear something outside. However, I didn't pay attention to it at first. I lived all my life in the middle of this forest. You can hear what sounds like voices from there all the time. The small noises changed in a second. Someone started shouting, almost screaming. It sounded like a grown man who was wounded. I lifted my head from the covers, startled, and listened for a moment. I called out my brother's name, but he didn't answer. I got up from bed and ran to my brother's room. He was asleep soundly, so I rocked him to wake him up. At the same time, I saw from his alarm clock that it was 2 a.m. My brother woke up confused. "Did you hear that?" I asked in a whisper. My brother's eyes widened and all sleep vanished from his eyes. He sprang up, didn't say anything. He walked towards my room. The shouting was coming from somewhere in the forest. We stood together in my room and stared out into the darkness. "I think someone needs help," I said quietly, but my brother's expression didn't change. His face was like a stone. No one needs the help of 2 kids. Besides, if he needed help, he would be screaming for help. My brother turned around. He was right. I heard no words, it was just screaming. My brother walked downstairs and I ran after him. Our house has 3 doors. He tried each of them to make sure that they were locked. He took our father's headlamp because it was the strongest light. Then he picked up the house phone. He made sure all the lights were off and took my hand and led me back upstairs. Then he stopped. The shouting had changed. It no longer sounded scared or needing for help. It sounded irritated, almost angry, like it was annoyed that we didn't come out looking for it. My brother squeezed my hand and pulled me upstairs. He stared at my room for a moment and then pulled me into his room with him. He closed the door and sat on his bed, pulling me into his arms. It was dark everywhere. My brother hadn't turned on the headlamp, but he had 112 ready on the phone, our country's emergency number. We sat there in silence. The sound came closer until it was clearly behind the window of my room. Then we heard someone banging on my window. I started to sob, but my brother stroked my head to calm me down. It didn't help. I was so scared. The sound seemed to be coming closer and closer. It had climbed up the fire escape under my window and was now traveling along the rain gutters towards my brother's window. Then it became quiet. It stopped screaming, but we could hear it clinging onto the rain gutters to get closer to us. Then it was too quiet. My brother turned on the headlamp and pointed it towards the window. Nothing. He turned off the light and waited for a moment, then pointed the light at the window again. Nothing. He did the same thing. He turned it off and waited. Again, when he turned it on, nothing. But just as he turned it off the last time, there was a big crash as a pile of snow had dripped from the roof down to the terrace. My brother flashed the light on the window. There was something on it, the kind of mark that is left when you breathe too close to glass in cold weather. My brother and I immediately turned off the light. Whoever it was had fallen down because my brother's window had nothing to hold on to. We started hearing moaning. It sounded only partially human now. It sounded more like a bear. If you ever heard the sound a bear makes when it's been shot, that's what it sounded like, but it had the touch of a man. The voice became angry again. It threw a full tantrum. It started hitting the wall of the house. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my head against my brother's shirt. It raged for a while, but started to whine and moan again. It no longer sounded human at all. I can't describe what it was like, but it did not sound natural. My brother dropped his headlamp on the floor and he hugged me tightly. We listened to the sound for quite a long time. I don't remember at what point I fell asleep, but I woke up in the morning. The beautiful sun reflected against the white snow, and I was laying in my brother's bed and he was sitting next to me reading comics. He smiled at me. Had I just been dreaming? I didn't have time to say anything when I heard the lock on the front door open. It was 9 o'clock. My dad had came home. My brother cheerfully jumped out of bed and ran to greet my dad downstairs. Maybe I just had a nightmare and went to sleep next to my brother. It didn't sound impossible, especially since my brother didn't mention anything in the morning. I convinced myself that I had a realistic nightmare. I believed this for many years. However, that changed. My brother came to visit me yesterday. Nowadays, I live in the capital of my country, far from my mother and father, because I go to university. My brother had just broke up with his longtime girlfriend, and I promised that he could bunk at my place as long as he needed. We had a lot of fun, just like old times. We drank some wine and watched movies, and just started talking about everything. Then we started talking about deeper things, which usually happens after drinking wine. I turned to look out my window. Winter was coming and it was already dark. It brought back childhood memories. I told him about the dream I had when I was little, while I was staring at the street lamps outside. This darkness reminds me when I had a nightmare as a child, a dream that someone was screaming behind my window and I hid in my room with you. Wasn't I a strange girl? I said, as I laughed and turned to look at my brother. My brother's now 23. He is huge. He is into bodybuilding and has a blonde beard. He looks a bit like a Viking, and I've never seen a look on him like that as an adult. He looked at me with big eyes. He was pale, like he had seen a ghost. I freaked out a little. What? I asked awkwardly. You remember that? He asked. I got quiet. What do you mean? Wasn't I dreaming? I was so confused. My brother looked really startled, as if I had dug up a memory from his mind that he wanted to forget. Answer me. I thought I had a nightmare. I was getting startled too. My brother shook his head. I thought you wouldn't remember that. You were so little. I hoped you would forget. My brother looked at me blankly and told me his side of the story. He told me that I had fallen asleep in his arms from exhaustion. He put me on his bed, but he didn't fall asleep himself. He sat by my side all night like a guard dog. As the morning had begun to dawn, the sound began to fade until it disappeared. My brother still couldn't sleep. He decided to start reading comics to pass the time. In the morning, when my father came home, my brother had gone out to look for tracks, but it had since snowed all night and in the morning. All the tracks were covered. For the next week, my brother would visit my room several times at night to make sure I was sleeping safely. We started talking more about what happened. Neither of us have ever mentioned what happened to anyone. I asked him why he didn't call 112, but he just shook his head. Who would have believed me? He was right. It would have sounded like a prank invented by little boys. My brother also said that he was annoyed that he didn't flash the light on the window sooner. He wanted to see what that thing looked like. I was just happy that I hadn't seen anything. I'm also happy to know that I'm not crazy. It wasn't a dream. I have a witness. My brother experienced it too and remembers it better than I do. No one else has to believe me. No one else would believe me.
So, here's my creepy encounter, which happened about a year and a half ago. My parents had left to go on a bike joyride to the shops, leaving me and my siblings alone at home. We lived in a very safe neighborhood, and the country isn't known for bad stuff happening constantly. So I, at the time, maybe 12 years old, thought that everything was going to be fine. However, at some point, we got a ring on our doorbell, and us being stupid kids who didn't listen to the "don't open the doors to strangers" opened the door. And there was a teenager there, maybe 16 to 18, who had a black backpack on. He said that he was selling something, but us being reasonably new to the country didn't really understand him. So we just said no thank you and goodbye. No big deal. However, about 10 minutes later, we get another ring. This time it's another teenager asking if our parents are home. Red flags are going off at this point, and we hurriedly mumbled something about not understanding and shut the door. Me and my younger sibling were in the upstairs room at this point, and we saw the dude who had just rang and the dude from before talking outside our house, and walking up and down it. We were understandably panicking. so we called our mom, who was luckily only a couple of streets down. When she arrived, we saw her asking the boys something, and then they left. As you can imagine, we got a pretty big telling off from our parents, but I didn't care at that point. I don't know if those guys were planning to rob us or something else, or maybe they were just being sketchy teens. But that really scared me, and I still think about it to this day.
I want to share something that happened to me when I was very little, and it still gives me chills to this day. My grandma was sick, and my parents left me and my sister at our house so they could go see her. I was 5 years old and my sister was 7, I believe. We were told to go to sleep, which we did. When it was already very late, I'm pretty sure way after midnight, I heard meowing outside of our house. I didn't think anything of it, didn't ask my sister. I just went to the front door and opened it. There were 4 men outside and they looked at me. I remember to this day that one of them had this evil smile. Just by instinct, I understood that I was in very, very big danger, and probably within a few seconds, even though it felt like forever, I closed the door and was able to lock it. They went to grab the doorknob as I was shutting it, but did not catch it. It just happened so fast. They started breaking down the door, screaming and cursing, hitting it with their feet, shoulders, and God knows what. My sister woke up and we were so afraid. She came to me, told me to go under the bed because if they did break in, they won't know we're home and maybe they won't find us. I was too scared to tell her what I had done and that they know that I'm here. We were under there for a very long time and eventually those people left. I don't know why and after how long. We fell asleep and I stayed under the bed until the morning. When my parents came back and saw the door damaged, my sister told them someone tried to break in. I've never told anyone what I did, and I'm so scared to this day when I look back. I could have been the reason for my sister and me being killed, and I get completely horrified thinking about that night. I live in a city located in a valley with a lot of smaller towns up the hills and mountains around it. So it's part of the local culture for teenagers and young adults to visit the smaller areas during the winter to drink, smoke weed, and hang out with their friends. My uncle bought a house in one of these areas, so eventually I decided to get the keys and spend the weekend there with 5 of my friends. The house has 2 big bedrooms with 3 beds each and a lot of extra mattresses. At night, we decided at some point to go back inside and just chill and watch TV, but since the living room had no sofas yet, we brought some of the mattresses from the bedrooms and just used them. One of my friends, Victor, decided to go smoke, and after some minutes we hear someone knocking on the window just behind us. Everyone got scared for a second, but just looked at the window and said, "Oh shit, it's just Victor." But since we were sitting on the mattresses close to the ground, it wasn't easy to see clearly who was at the window. And since the person just stood there looking straight at one of the girls, I got up to go check. I saw a man who somehow looked a lot like my friend, but a bit more fat and older than him. When I came to the conclusion that it was the stranger, I froze while looking at him and him looking back at me. When I said, "It's not Victor," everyone else froze and looked at me, waiting for a reaction, but all I could do was ask what he wanted. He just stood there for a second and asked, "There's a bar nearby and we need a drummer to play in our band. Is any of your friends a drummer by chance?" Which, weirdly enough, I am, but I just told him no, and after some extra long seconds looking at us, he left. Victor came back and we made fun of the situation, making jokes on how it was him messing with us, etc. Later on, most of the group decided to sleep in one bedroom and leave the second one for me and one of the girls since they saw us kissing earlier. We all go to bed, but some hours later I wake up to the girl shaking me in horror and whispering that she heard something coming from the kitchen. Tell her to lock the bedroom when I leave to go check the sound, like the moron who always dies first in films. As I pass the second bedroom, I think about calling someone else to join me, but as soon as I see them all sleeping, I hear something at the kitchen window. I quickly move there in silence, check around, and as soon as I find and grab a knife, the door opens right in front of me. It was the same guy. I knew it was no joke since I just saw my friend sleeping. It probably took like 5 to 10 seconds of us staring at each other, but it felt like an eternity. While still holding the door handle, he made a slow movement with the other hand towards something under his shirt, which was probably a gun or knife. But I also lifted my hand, showing him the knife, so he stopped. The kitchen was quite small, so we were standing pretty close to each other, and at this point, we both knew it would end bad if he tried something. I shook my head and said as calm as I could, "Don't." He just kept staring at me for a bit more, and then finally closed the door and went away. I went back, told the girl it was nothing, and that she should go back to bed. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We left early in the morning, and I made sure to ask my uncle and cousins if they ever received weird visitors there. They said the only person who ever goes there at night is the old neighbor when his wife doesn't let him in after arriving home drunk. So he grabs my uncle's rocking chair and sleeps there until he's sober. Now every year my friends talk about spending another weekend there, but I always make an excuse so we never go through that again, and I've never told them about what happened. A few years back, I was living with my aunt and uncle after moving to a new state. They had just moved into a new home in a new subdevelopment. In this area, door-to-door salesmen swarmed the new developments and new builds for water softeners, cleaning supplies, solar panels, generators, and the Kirby vacuum people. They wandered the neighborhood all day knocking on doors, but were usually gone around 5 p.m. This particular evening, I was home alone with my dog, a mutt who was mostly a black lab and an unknown mixture. He's roughly the size and weight of a full-breed Labrador, but he had a stockier build and long wiry tail. He was a gentle sweet baby who was upset if someone spoke harshly to him. I'd never known him to be threatening to anyone. My aunt and uncle were out celebrating their anniversary. This time of year, the days are getting longer, and it would get fully dark by around 8 p.m. It was about 7 p.m. and starting to get dusk when someone rang the doorbell and knocked on the door. The door was one of those thick glass oval windows, and I could see the door and who was there from the kitchen. I was going to ignore them, but unfortunately, they could see me and continued to knock, so I went to go answer the door. My dog followed me, but stood off to the side in the shadows of the dining room. The person at the door was a young man, about college age, dressed in a collared shirt with a tie and khakis. Looked a bit like a Mormon missionary with his style. He was thin and about my height, 5'8" to 5'9". I figured he was a salesman of some sort, but I thought it was odd that he was out this late in the day. I thought I'd open the door a crack, tell him I'm not interested, and then lock the door. I opened the door a few inches to speak through it, and he started his spiel about Kirby vacuum cleaners, and he wants to come in and give me a demo. 1. It's not my house. 2. I know once they get in, they aren't leaving without selling something, and I have no need for an overpriced vacuum, and I don't have $1,000 plus to spend anyways. I tell him, "No thank you, I'm not interested," and I begin to close the door when he puts his foot between the door and the door jamb and throws his hands up to stop the door from closing. This was when I was like, what the fuck, and I hear vicious growling behind me to my right, and then a loud, deep bark as my dog lunges for the door. I grab him by his collar to keep him from going out the door. The guy's mouth drops open, his eyes get really wide, and he looks like he's ready to pass out or pee himself as he jumps back from the door and backs away saying, "I'm sorry, wrong house," and turns and runs to the other end of the driveway where a car with 3 men pulls up and gets him. They speed off, tires squealing. I told my aunt and uncle about it when they got home, and we told a few neighbors so they could keep an eye out for unusual behavior. It's possible that they were a team of Kirby salesmen. They do travel in teams of 4 and follow the door knockers in cars with vacuums. But I was suspicious because it was too late in the day for them to be knocking on doors. And if it was a team of 4, usually they had a team with 2 or more women in the group because they are knocking on doors and women are less likely to let a strange man in if they're home alone. So to the Kirby salesmen working late to meet quotas or a team of home invaders, I don't know, but Cosmo wasn't going to take any chances. So I live with my girlfriend and a roommate, and the other night they decided to go out and leave me at the house. I'm sitting playing video games when I notice my dog growling at my glass patio door. I see a dude there and he sees me notice him, so he lightly taps on the patio door. I go out my front door because I'm not fucking opening it for him. My apartment has the entranceway to get to the front door and has a camera. His eyes are bloodshot red and he tells me that he's looking for a friend's apartment, but he couldn't seem to find it. But if he wanted to ask for directions or to see if it was a so-called friend's apartment, why not knock on the front door? Why look through my patio door? This was pretty late, but still not long after the girls had left. I've been hearing things outside lately, and now my dog is growling, but every time I open my blinds and no one's there. I might just be paranoid, but at the same time, what if it was my girlfriend who opened the door for him?
Hi everyone, my name is Leroy. I am 19 years old, and I currently live in New Zealand. I'm a student in this country in language studies. Important things to know, I'm from New Caledonia. I lived there with my parents, and so to summarize the situation, this is the first time I have lived alone. I'm in an English country, and I wasn't really good at English at the time, and finally, I didn't know anyone at the time of the story. So, it'd been about 2 weeks since I arrived. To describe my apartment to you, when you enter, you immediately come across the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. The living room was on the roadside, so on your right when you have your back to the front door. The wall of the living room facing the outside is a bay window. The shutters are the old type, you know, the ones that go up by hand. So when you face this window, on the right there is the door to my room. The window is on the left as you enter inside. My bed has the side sticking to the window, and finally, last thing, you see the fire escapes facing the street. When we go up the stairs, we land on the balcony of my apartment. This one is therefore sticking to the glass that I described to you. So, it's around 11 p.m. when this story takes place. The cars have their headlights on. The lights from these are reflected on my window. Until then, everything is fine. I'm on my computer and I can suddenly see what is happening on my balcony. I admit that sometimes it happens to me that with the lights, I have the impression of seeing a shadow on this one. So, when I see the shadow the first time, I tell myself that it's nothing. To explain, I'm in the dark in my room, the computer on my knees, and its brightness is at a minimum. Suddenly, I see this shadow climbing the stairs. The first second, I tell myself that it's the lights. Then, I understand very quickly that the shadow is still there. I decide to look out the window, and at that moment, I realize that there is a hooded man on my balcony. I decide to lower the brightness to the minimum, and in my head I have 2 choices. Either I react, and I don't know what's going on, or I wait. So, I decide to wait. The guy comes up to my window and starts knocking on the window for a minute or 2. I admit that, in my head, the time seemed a lot longer. So he stops, and I start stressing for me that he saw me, and that's the end. I want to remind you that I can't really call anybody. So he finishes knocking and pulls out a can of paint. He's tagged all the windows, living room and bedroom, and then he leaves. He wrote some strange letters that look like Viking characters. I don't have to clean them because I don't want to go out. I confess that as soon as he left, I stayed on my bed. I can't really understand why this happened. After a good 5 minutes, I called my mother, and since that day, I haven't heard from this guy. That's all for me. This is a story that I've told to very few people because I knew that no one would believe me. When I was 6 years old, my mother worked as a cleaning lady for a dying old woman who was a bit scary. She had hired 2 cleaning women, so my mother worked with another woman who also had a son. I got along relatively well with this other child. However, he was sometimes quite strange. In fact, the old woman really didn't like children, and I remember her asking us to be good, otherwise she would call the monster, which was obviously just a simple model on her balcony. But the other child seemed completely terrified, and I remember that I spent a lot of time winnowing at him and calling him a sissy. He told me weird stories, like the appearance of a monster at night. Just classic kid stories. It was then that one day the dying old woman told our mothers that she no longer wanted us to come because we were rather turbulent. My mother was initially annoyed, but decided instead to call the son of a friend of hers who was unemployed to look after us. This is where the strange stories begin. This guy who watched us was called Kareem. He was between 18 and 20, but I remember him as a guy who traumatized me. His goal was clearly to scare us. However, he didn't do it in the classic way. In fact, he was doing terrifying things that, even to this day, I couldn't explain. First of all, he often told us about a dog, which he said was very naughty. I remember that the other child wanted to see it at all costs, so one day after our mothers left, leaving us in the care of Kareem, he asked us to go to the kitchen. I remember being very hesitant to follow them, and they called me a coward, and then I ended up following them. That's when he opened the fridge. However, we were in a blind spot so as to not see the inside. I heard a very strange noise, like something eating, and then he took out his bloody hands. Today, I think it's perfectly explainable that it was just a bad joke. Young me was just gullible. So Kareem was that kind of person. And when I told my mother all of this, she seemed to ignore it. It was then that one evening my mother invited the mother of the other child and Kareem to my house. That night, I had planned with the other child not to sleep, so we decided to disturb our mothers and Kareem. We made noise, we fired projectiles with toy guns, and that's where I saw him. A super tall man came from the corridor and looked at us in our room. We shouted at the man, and then he ran and disappeared. My mother heard us and had come to reassure us. We ended up sleeping in my mother's room. There was a closet in the hallway, and I don't know why, I had always linked this closet to this strange man. Anyway, even today, I really don't know what happened. It was surely a joke by Kareem, but how was it possible? Kareem was in the living room with our mothers, and above all, only me and the other child had seen this thing. I dare not especially tell this story in general, because it seems too far-fetched and false. However, I know very well what I saw. It wasn't a dream or anything. It was real. Since I had seen the same thing with the boy, and my mother had reassured me that night. I would like to have your opinion on this story. Tell me what you think, and help me to lend less importance to this thing that happened to me. Also, I don't think that it's a paranormal thing or something like that, and that's why I'm posting it here. This man was probably real. and I absolutely don't know what the hell it was.
This happened to me a year or two ago, at the then age of 15. I had a few nights when I went to bed where I heard whispers or soft muffled sounds of a group of people, like they were in another room or downstairs. At first I thought it was just because I was tired, but it happened a few more times. To be honest, it was quite terrifying. Perhaps this was just some illusion. I had a similar experience where it sounded like someone was spending hours brushing their teeth with an electric toothbrush, although nobody was in the bathroom. So I'm sitting in my living room in the pitch black darkness at 4 a.m. just on my phone, and some lady started knocking on my door saying, "Housekeeping." She did this around 3 times while I stood up and froze. Then I heard it angrily mumble something like, "Fine, call the police." Then I think I heard it march back down to the neighbor's apartment across the hall. She just moved in a couple weeks ago, and I don't know if she's tweaking or what, but now I can't sleep and I have to work in less than 4 hours. Thanks, lady. Edit. Update 1. I was late to work, and I also realized it's Sunday, so the office to my landlord is closed, and I'll have to call tomorrow. I'll check with the guy who lives below me on the way home though, to see if he's had anything happen recently. Update 2. It's about to be night 2, and I've since gotten a new Blink doorbell camera installed and talked to the neighbor below me about it. He said he hadn't seen or heard anything like that, so who knows. I haven't talked to the actual lady across the hall yet, simply because I'm nervous to, and I figured if it happens again, I'll have it on video. I forgot the landlord's office is closed on Sunday, so I'll call them tomorrow and let them know. Update 3. It hasn't even been long since I put the doorbell cam up, and I already have really creepy footage of the neighbor acting weird and staring at my door. My hands are shaking as I'm typing this. I've been staying at my aunt's house for a week or so while they are on a wife retreat with each other. All was well for the first 6 days, then I find that the back gate is wide open. Well, that would not worry me, for one, but to access this gate in particular, you have to go past a 6-foot tall sliding gate. The house is right off the road downtown, so the driveway is on the side of the house and the garage is basically in the backyard. Once you go into the big sliding gate, you pull up right in front of the garage and next to the house to get to the back door and go inside. There are 2 side gates that fence off the back area. One gate leads to the backyard and the other leads to the back door. I have not touched that one that leads to the backyard the whole time I've been here. Well, I work the night shift and I arrive home at 11:30 p.m. I get home and I know for a fact that the gate wasn't open because my dog was trying to go out that gate and I told her no and to come to the gate I was using. Well, it was about 2 a.m. when the dog started fussing and I was like, I guess I might have to go potty. So I walk outside and the dogs start barking like crazy. No big deal, they do that every time they go out. Though then I look to my left and see the second gate wide open. My heart sank because I knew I did not open that gate, and it was closed when I returned not even 3 hours ago. I have called my parents and told them the situation, and they're not concerned at all. I checked the entire house, all the closets, under the bed, and no one is in the house and nothing looks awry, though I am jumping at every sound their cat and 2 dogs make. I'm scared and want to leave, but I'm also scared to go outside to my car. I have very high anxiety and panic attacks, and I feel like one's coming on. I know all the doors are locked, though none of their windows have curtains, and anyone outside can easily see in. I need some reassurance. I'm sitting in the back room with all the dogs while typing this. Update. I packed all my stuff up, and I was just sitting on the couch with the dogs. I noticed police lights outside of the house in the front next to the neighbor's house. I walked outside with all my stuff, locking the front door of the house. I went over to the cops and asked them to escort me to my car because I felt unsafe. Turns out the cops were at the neighbor's house due to a report of suspicious activity. 3 men escorted me to my car and I got the heck out of Dodge. My gut was telling me that something wasn't right, and obviously something wasn't, because the cops were at my next door neighbor's house. I'm now safe, got off the phone with my brother, and almost home. It was around midnight. I was home alone sitting on the couch reading by the TV light, which is not good lighting by the way. I was struggling to fall asleep. Our couch rests up against a window with shutters that basically remain closed to keep the house cool. While I was reading, I heard a slightly playful sounding meow. I froze for a moment. I wasn't sure if I heard correctly. It was bizarre, and it was a very clear human saying meow. I remained frozen, and about 2 minutes later, I heard another booming meow come from behind me again. The window was not open, the shutters were also closed, but the voice was right behind me. A chill went through my body, starting at the base of my neck, and I sank down further into the couch until I basically melted to the floor and hid behind the front of the couch. I laid there alongside the inside lining so I couldn't be seen from any of the cracks in the shutters or through the huge backyard sliding glass door. I remained in that position until morning. I didn't move, I just lay there staring into the dark house, hoping that I'd never hear that meow again. Nobody ever confessed, but to this day it freaks me out. I'm afraid of dark backyards at night, and I always sleep with the back light on now. My bedroom is the hottest room in our entire house. In the winter, I almost have to fully cover the vent to block the heat from coming in, and I have to sleep with the window open a teeny bit to keep it from getting too hot. I have a medical issue that causes me to get violently ill if I'm overheated. When it's fall, I generally keep the bedroom windows open. They have screens on them, and they have blinds and blackout curtains, and I sleep with them open. I have a window at the front of the house and a window at the side of the house in my room. The other night, I was watching TV because I have horrible insomnia and couldn't fall asleep. Sometime after midnight, I heard footsteps outside my window on the side of the house. There's leaves all over the ground already, so it was pretty loud. I paused my show and listened. Honestly, just figuring it was one of my roommate's dogs. I realized, unfortunately, that there was no way it was either of his dogs. The girl dog is much younger, maybe a year old, and she prances everywhere. It's pretty adorable and very distinctive since I hear her out there several times a day. His other dog was a large dog and very old, very fat, very slow moving. He generally can't even walk the distance from the back door to the other side of the house near my window. His walk is also very distinctive because he hardly lifts any of his paws when he walks. He's seriously super old. I noticed it was very clearly the steps of someone walking with 2 feet. Within seconds of me pausing the TV, the steps completely stopped. I listened for a while, but eventually turned the show back on. Eventually, I fell asleep. Just a little while after I dozed off watching TV, I was woken up by my cat frantically jumping on my head to look out the side window. He never looks out that window when I'm asleep because he can't find a way to look out that window without stepping and walking all over me. His tail was puffed out and his hair on his back was slightly raised. I've rarely seen him do this. In fact, he's only acted like this one time towards an animal, and that was a cat we brought into the room and allowed to eat from his food bowl. He looks out the open window all the time. He loves seeing other animals. This took me from scared to absolutely freaked out. I paused the show again. It was unmistakably human steps outside my window again, only this time they didn't stop when I paused the TV, and they definitely weren't trying to be quiet. I heard them take several steps and the sound faded towards the front of the house, confirmed when my cat launched himself across the room to look out the other window. I heard what sounded like a car door shut and nothing more since. I called the police and 2 of them searched outside with their flashlights, and the other one drove around shining the spotlight in the neighborhood. Here's hoping whoever this is doesn't come back. I'm gonna get some cameras as soon as I can and put them outside my window so that I can find out who this is and have them stopped. We moved into a suburban house in the southern US a few years back. When the pandemic hit, I found myself working remotely. It was great since I spent more time with my family and didn't have to spend 2 hours in traffic. However, being home a majority of my week exposed me and my family to a variety of strange encounters that have only escalated through the years. Early in the pandemic, we got a knock on our door mid-morning. I was in a meeting, but I heard my partner open the door. I could tell by the voice that it was our next door neighbor, an older woman who lived alone. She was in the process of moving, and had stopped by every day or so to give us a few odds and ends that she didn't want to take with her. However, within seconds, my partner called my name with a worried tone. I excused myself from the meeting, and I head over to the landing, which is open to the front door below. Both my partner and neighbor look slightly panicked. My neighbor says, "There's a strange man sitting on our back wall. What do we do?" For context, my house is on a green belt. There's about 500 yards of woods and field until you hit a 4-lane road and a small shopping plaza. Our back wall is smooth, concrete, and is about 6.5 feet high. The ground on the greenbelt is sloped, which ends up making the wall about 7 feet high on the greenbelt side. A taller person with considerable effort could probably scale it. I initially think there's no way that someone's up on that wall right now, but sure enough, I run downstairs and look through the back sliding glass door. There's a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette with both feet hanging into my yard. He's kind of lazily staring at the back of mine and my neighbor's houses. My adrenaline starts kicking in. My kids' swing set and toys are in the backyard. I hate confrontation, but I seem to be automatically moving to open the back door. My partner asks, "What are you doing?" I open the door and step out onto the porch and start walking across my yard. As I get closer, I can tell that this guy is bugging and is probably homeless. He notices me when I get about 6 feet away from him. I'm trying to stay calm and not to escalate. "Hey man, what are you doing up there?" He gestures around, enjoying the view. I interrupt him. "Yeah, you gotta get down and go somewhere else." He kinda just stares at me and swings his leg over to the other side and stays put. "Please get the fuck off my property," I say more forcefully this time, trying to hide any wavering in my voice. Yeah, okay." He slides the other leg and jumps down, disappearing from view. Never saw that person again, thankfully. A few months later, I'm still working from home. My partner and kids are gone, so I'm alone. There's a knock at the door. Usually I ignore them unless I'm expecting someone. Most of the time it's either Amazon or a solicitor. They usually knock once and then take off. However, this person leans on the doorbell and knocks again. Annoyed, I leave my office to go see who it is. I make my way to the door and can hear a muffled conversation taking place on the other end before I can look through the peephole. I get to the door and look out. I see 4 people all dressed like they're heading to a business lunch. 2 men in their mid-20s, an older man, and a young woman towards the back who couldn't have been more than 20 or 21. I slowly open the door out of courtesy, and the older man immediately gets uncomfortably close to me and starts speaking forcefully in a foreign language. I didn't understand. It takes my brain a moment to catch up. "I can't understand," I start to say. He pauses and says in English, "You can't speak Russian?" I reply no. Then there's a long moment where we kind of stare at each other. He looks like he doesn't believe me and is glaring. "Where's the nearest Russian church?" he asked, while the others stand there silently behind him. I have no clue. I generally had no idea if such things exist in southern USA. He thanks me, and then they all walk back to their nondescript sedan and take off. They didn't stop at any of their houses on the street. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with a roommate. It's a pretty rundown building with only 12 units and 3 floors, including the basement. The security is pretty much non-existent. Both the front and the back doors to the building don't lock properly, and to be honest, anyone could probably break down the unit doors with just their body mass. The walls in the apartment are paper thin. You can hear anything and everything, which makes talking about anything personal a little off-putting. I'm someone who locks the door behind me immediately when I enter the apartment or my car. I'm wary of people due to some trauma in the past. After living here for a few months, I felt pretty secure. My neighbors are all kind and normal, from what I could tell. People generally keep to themselves, and my floor is quieter than the others. I mostly never see anyone in the hallways. One day, I was home alone in the bathroom. The knob handle on the door in the bathroom does not have a lock on either the outside or on the inside. When I went to open the door to get out of the bathroom, I couldn't turn the knob. I immediately started panicking and thinking the worst possible reasons for why the doorknob wasn't turning. It was as if the knob was frozen. It wouldn't even jiggle the normal way a locked door would. I regrettably didn't have my phone with me, so I couldn't even call my roommate to come help. I started trying to open the door, and after 2 or 3 minutes of pacing in a very small bathroom, I tried again, and the door opened normally. Some time had passed and nothing else strange happened until a few months later. I was home alone again and used the bathroom. This time, I was showering and expecting my partner to come over at some point. When I was out of the shower drying off, I heard footsteps past the outside of the door and a bedroom door open, either mine or my roommate's. They are right next to each other right outside the bathroom. I figured it was my partner, so I continued to take my time. When I reached for the door handle, it was frozen again, and I was locked inside the bathroom. I started pounding on the door, hoping whoever was there, my partner or my roommate, would hear and come help. When the door did this, it was almost like there was pressure being put on the other side of the handle. At this point, I'm nervous that whoever I heard is not someone I know. I had pounded on the door so hard I dented it, to give you an idea of how fragile they are. After some aggressive pounding on the door, it finally opened. Of course, there was no one I could see in the apartment. My partner wasn't there, nor was my roommate. I immediately called my roommate to ask if they had come into the apartment to grab something, hoping that I was just ultra paranoid. They told me that they hadn't, and I explained the situation. They gave me permission to search their room. I did so very nervously. I checked every closet, under the beds, and the couch to make sure that no one was hiding. I don't really know what I would have done if I found someone, but I knew I had to check or I wouldn't feel safe. Again, a few more months passed and nothing had happened to either my roommate or myself. She has never experienced the door locking, and I've only experienced it happening while no one else was home. This past weekend, my family came to pick me up for a wedding. When they dropped me off in the evening, they came inside to use the bathroom and check my apartment out. They didn't live nearby. My dad was examining things the way dads do, and he was looking at the bathroom door quizzically. I decided to tell him the weird story about being locked in there a few times, nonchalantly. I wasn't as shaken up about it anymore, and since so much time had passed, I just assumed that it might be the latch to the door. My dad, who is pretty paranoid himself, didn't like those stories and examined the latch and the doorknob. He said they looked fine to him, and it must have got stuck from the heat or something. Get this, that very night I was locked in that bathroom again. It felt like an eerie coincidence to me, given that I had just spoken out loud about the occurrence, and I'm always worried about what people might hear outside the apartment. I told my roommate about this occurrence last night. We talked about what could possibly have caused it, theorizing what or who it could be. I even noted that I felt uneasy talking about it out loud, and she agreed. That night, I woke up to really loud pacing in the hallway outside of our unit door at around midnight. I went out to make sure our doors were locked. They were. The pacing continued for over an hour. Unfortunately, my unit doesn't have a peephole, so I can't safely look at what's going on. Could be entirely unrelated, but it's certainly abnormal behavior for folks in the building to be lurking the halls late at night. What do you think? Should I be more concerned, or am I just ultra paranoid? This happened yesterday and is a pretty short story. For starters, I have been home alone with my sister for a week now, since my parents went on a trip. I was in the living room on the bottom floor watching TV around midnight when I heard something make a loud thud on our winter garden window, which is facing the living room. It scared the crap out of me, so I just jumped up and went to go tell my sister. Eventually, I got the courage to grab a kitchen knife and went to go look if someone was around the house. I didn't find anyone, but it still scares me. Update. It's been some time since I posted about the event. My parents have been home for a while now. Today, my dad called me downstairs and showed me that someone tried to get in through the door with a crowbar in the winter garden, where I heard that thud. I am now fairly sure it wasn't a bird. Before I tell my story, you need to hear some key information. My brother, his girlfriend, and I all play airsoft on the weekends, and I sleep naked. I was home alone as my mother was at her parents' house. I was 14 at the time, and I was living in a weird and not so good neighborhood. Surely not the type of people who murder, but the type of people where you'd have to check everything was locked twice to feel like you were safe. Luckily for me, when I came back from airsoft with my brother and his girlfriend, I locked the doors and windows, but I forgot that I had burnt something in the oven earlier and had to keep one of the kitchen windows open. I live only with my mother and my German Shepherd, who is an actual monster. Around 3 in the morning, I heard my dog bark viciously near the kitchen window, and what I've known over the years, if my dog is barking that viciously, I knew it had to be something bad. I put on some underwear and got my gun off the wall, walking towards the kitchen. I turned on my lights to find a man wearing black clothes and night vision goggles. He was half in and half out the kitchen window, wiggling like a worm. It's a tough window to get into. The window was about eye level. I cocked the gun ready to fire and said, "Get the fuck out of my house, bitch!" He stared at me completely confused, considering he had just been caught by a 14-year-old boy wearing just underwear and aiming a rifle towards him. He looked panicked at the fact that the rifle was aiming straight at him. He quickly rolled out of my window and ran into the nearby woods. I called the police and reported the guy with every detail I saw of the man. A week later, a girl went missing. She was home alone and there was no sign of forced entry. The man has since been caught for sexual assault and the murder of 2 children just 2 streets away. In his police interrogation, he confessed stalking the children by watching them in their houses at night, and he used night vision goggles. I'm currently writing this because I'm too scared to sleep after what happened 2 hours ago. I'm a 22-year-old female. I'm a dog sitter, and I stay in the client's home instead of keeping their dogs at my own house. I'm currently on a job and have been for about a week. Ever since the first night I got here, I've felt super unsettled to be in this house by myself at night. I didn't think there was any reason to be, because this house is in a gated neighborhood in a decent part of town. It's right next to a freeway, so fairly busy streets outside the neighborhood. I figured it was just because of the antiques in the house, making it feel haunted mansion-esque. Anyway, The house I'm staying at is kind of on the outskirts of the gated community. It's on a little cul-de-sac with no neighbors on either side or behind. There's also a pedestrian gate to come in and out of the neighborhood right next to this house. Yesterday when I was leaving for work in the morning, I noticed that the pedestrian gate was wide open. I figured someone went for a walk or something and made a note to see if it was still open when I got back in the afternoon. Sure enough, it was still open and I went to go close it. The gate, however, was locked in position. It had one of those little lock bars in place, so it couldn't be latched closed. The bar would block it. I didn't have a key to this gate, so I was unable to unlock it in order to close it and relock it. Yesterday night after that, I had the worst gut feeling that something was going to happen. I also have severe anxiety, so I often just write things off as that. A bad trait to have as someone who regularly stays in houses all by myself. Anyway, I finally got to sleep last night and everything was totally fine. Today was normal and I was home from work all day, so I didn't even leave the house. I should mention that this house has a gated courtyard out front. I keep it locked at all times, so there's no way to get into the front or backyards of the house unless I let you in or you jump a wall or something. Around 9:40 p.m. tonight, I had just gotten into bed with a pup I was dog sitting and was about to fall asleep when I heard someone knocking hard on either the door or window of the house. There's about 5 sliding glass doors leading to either courtyard, backyard, or side yard, and I couldn't identify exactly which way it was coming from. The dog, of course, went crazy, and then knocking immediately stopped. Like I said before, there's no way to get into the house with the courtyard gate locked, so whoever was knocking had to have hopped over the wall into either the front courtyard or backyard. And if it was a neighbor or something like that, the dog shouldn't have scared them into stopping. I was obviously terrified and called my mom, who told me to call the police. She and my stepdad headed over. They live about 10 to 15 minutes away from where I was staying. The police dispatcher was a woman who totally understood how I felt. She told me to stay in the bathroom and if any knocking happened again before the officers got there, to call back. After I hung up with the police, I tried to call my mom back, but my phone suddenly had 0 bars of signal, which was just a terrifying cherry on top. The police came and checked out the perimeter, didn't see anything suspicious, and left. The part that really scares me is that it had been raining this evening, so I was reading with my bedroom sliding glass door open before bed. I usually go to bed later, but wanted to sleep early tonight. I was reading with my door wide open, and then took the pup out for potty in the back about 20 minutes before the knocking. It freaks me out that I could have been outside or vulnerable if I had stayed up as late as usual. Sorry if this was anticlimactic, but it scared the shit out of me, and now I can't sleep. I want to start by saying that this isn't my first bad experience I've had while dog sitting, but it's definitely the worst. So I started dog sitting back when I was 13 and made good money doing it. I'm currently 19, and this happened when I was 18. I set up an easy way for people to contact me about dog sitting. I put up posts on Facebook and Instagram about it often and would get people in my inbox asking to dog sit. I got a notification from Instagram one day stating that someone was trying to message me. I accepted it and the message said that me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away to Florida for a week. You would have to work from the 4th to the 11th this month. We will pay you $300 for the week. You're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home. I started messaging back and forth with this man, and we're going to call him Mr. Brown for the sake of privacy. So I agreed to take the gig and told him that I would stay in his house for a week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his 2 dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie, and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around the house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town and live on 32 acres myself, so staying here didn't really freak me out. The closest neighbors were pretty far away, and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them. They told me the rules. Then Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor. In her words, she said she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers and would end up mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, and I know all too well how hard it is for a parent to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Miss Brown said that she shouldn't do anything bad though, and if she came up to the house, just point her back to home and she should leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs. The first 2 days were fine, with no hiccups. The third day, however, the old woman who I'll call Rose did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car. She looked up to see me and immediately she got back into her car and left. I chalked it up to her realizing that she was at the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night, though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay. I said yes and asked why. She then went on to tell me that she just got a call from Miss Rose and that she said that there was a robber at their house. I explained what happened and she just laughed and said she must have been confused and forgot that we were out of town. I ended the phone call making note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being the robber. Once I went to bed that night though, things got crazy. I woke up around 2 hearing light scratching sounds that sounded almost like ticking coming from outside the window. At first I thought it might be a bird or some sort of creature and left it alone, but the noise kept me from falling back asleep. I wanted to scare it away so I got up and went to open the blinds, but screamed when I lifted the blinds at the sight of Miss Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. As soon as she saw me though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dog started barking now, and I quickly got up, told the dogs to follow me, grabbed my phone and ran to the room with no windows, which was the bathroom, locking the door just in case she got in. I called 911 and explained the situation, quickly giving them the address from what I could remember. They said that the police would be there in about 10 minutes, which for the area I was in was pretty good, considering their house was in a pretty rural area. I had gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet connected to the bathroom to make sure she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm and I could still hear her pounding at the window as I continued to talk to the operator, and then I heard glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from the fear of being beaten to death by someone who clearly was not in the right state of mind. I was whispering what was happening to the operator, hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub. After about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I heard footsteps and I could see feet under the other side of the door. I cursed to myself again. Then I see Miss Rose get on her knees and hands, looking under the crack of the door. I mistakenly let out a gasp. She started quickly pounding at the door. I could tell that she was using the pliers. At this point I'm crying and asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds, 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt like forever. I screamed at Miss Rose to please go away, and she screamed back, "You shouldn't be here." Once I heard the sound of police cars, and about a minute later, them trying to kick the door down, I felt a little better. I was told to stay on the line till the intruder was caught, and the police were now trying to get into the house. Eventually, they did get into the house, and I yelled to get their attention. Not that they needed it, she was still banging on the door. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop the weapon. She obeyed, saying that she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs and the police officer told me it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked it. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story for their report, I went to my parents' house. I was just too scared to be alone. The next day I called Miss Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment even after telling them that I wasn't going back to the house. They called me a few days later saying that Miss Rose was under the influence of drugs, and in her words, she told the police that she decided to take care of the robber herself and that she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entering, which is kinda ironic. After that, I quit dog sitting, and I'm a lot more paranoid, and I always make sure my doors and windows are locked. So, Miss Rose, let's not meet again. A few years ago, I had a dog sitting business with regular clients. One of these regular clients was a lady with a big nice house. There was a really long driveway leading up to the house, and it was tucked far back from the residential roads. It was somewhat isolated while being in a dark residential neighborhood. No one could drive to the house without being noticed. No one could park on the adjacent street. It would be very unusual for anyone to be walking up to the house or through the yard without having already parked in the driveway. Everything began as usual. I fed the dogs, gave them their various medicines, and played with them for a while watching movies. Best job ever. Eventually, I got sleepy and went to bed in the master bedroom, per orders. This room has huge, beautiful windows with a view of the driveway, the only normal access point. I like that about the room. After browsing on my phone in bed, I turned everything off and was trying to go to sleep. As I'm laying there, staring at the ceiling, deep in thought, I snapped to total awareness. Nothing changed. No one came up the driveway. Everything was silent, and yet I suddenly started to feel uneasy. The hair started to stand up on the back of my neck. A voice in my head was urgently saying, "You're being watched. Someone is watching you." My heart rate started to pick up. I had never experienced anything like this and couldn't explain it in the least. I called my boyfriend immediately, grabbed my stuff, ran to my car, locked the doors, and sped out the driveway. I glanced around the house while I was leaving and saw nothing, no one. When I got home, I checked every door to make sure it was locked and slept on the couch with a view of both entry points. The paranoia slowly dissipated, and I was eventually able to sleep. The next day I returned in the morning and took care of the dogs. I started walking through the house towards the back where the master bedroom was, and again started to feel really strange. Not a watched feeling this time, but a high sense of alert that things were off. I began to notice that candy wrappers were out that weren't out the night before. Doors were opened that I specifically closed to keep the dogs corralled. Things were moved. I left again and called my boyfriend to stay with me. I couldn't be there alone. Someone was absolutely in the house the night prior. I wondered if maybe someone in the family stopped by, but I always was given a heads up with lots of warning before someone comes over. It's not too uncommon for the owner's son to stop by, but he has my number and also always gives me that heads up. I call the owner and tell her what I noticed. She told me that she'll call around to see if anyone dropped by. She calls me back in under an hour and assures me that no one did. "It must be that old ghost," she says and giggles. What a relief that she was taking my safety concerns so seriously. I tell her that I'm having my boyfriend come over, just to be cautious. She didn't mind. A few hours later, my boyfriend and I get to the house. He checks it downstairs. Absolutely never am I to go upstairs, and everything was fine. We hang out for hours, playing with the dogs and watching movies. I left my boyfriend in the living room, walked past the front door to go to the bathroom around 10 p.m. I'm about to walk out of the bathroom and the dogs start barking. As I'm walking back, I see my boyfriend standing in the entryway by the living room. His focus is on the front door and tense like I've never seen him before. Again, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. He quickly ducks to the side of the front door window. Before I can finish asking him what was going on, he tells me, "Shh, someone's out there." He approaches the door and looks out, but the person was gone. I rush over to him and he explains that he was sitting on the floor in the living room when the dog started barking at the front door. My boyfriend goes over towards the door and sees a black figure peeking into the window and then walk off. When I looked out, no one was there anymore. I was absolutely terrified, so I text his son to make sure, again, that it wasn't him. Side note, a few weeks prior, he asked me to go to a wedding with him, and I gently replied, my boyfriend, who the son knew about, wouldn't think that was appropriate. So when I asked him if he had stopped by the house, he replied, "My girlfriend doesn't think it's appropriate that you're texting me so late." I apologized and told him I had a safety concern and it was important. I told him what my boyfriend saw. He simply responded that he didn't stop by. At that point, we were done for the night. We put the dogs in their kennels, waited for a little bit, and ran to my car. The next day, I very quickly took care of the dogs in the morning and left before the owner got back. I've never felt such a deep electric sense of immediate danger like I did that night in bed. That was just too much. When the owner asked me back a few months later, though I desperately needed money, broke student, I politely declined.
When I was about 12 and my sister was 15, our neighbor moved into the huge, expensive house across the street. He was in his 40s and married to a pretty young woman. They seemed like a very nice couple, and my parents made friends with them right away. That summer, our neighbor asked my older sister to house sit for them and feed their dogs and birds while they are away on vacation. They offered her the job because they figured that, as a young teenager, she could always use a little bit of extra spending money. I remember that they offered her an unusually high amount, maybe $1,000 for a week. She of course said yes, and all but moved into their house for the week, excited about the independence. The neighbor would go on to offer my sister the same job for the next couple of years, maybe once or twice per season, until she was about 17. Then they offered the job to me. I couldn't understand why they would suddenly switch sitters, but according to my dad, the neighbor had confided to him that he knew for a fact that my sister had spilt root beer on their sofa and not cleaned it up. She just put a pillow over it and left it there. My dad, of course, apologized and offered to pay for it, but the neighbor said it was all right and that from now on, I would be taking the job. So I went over to be briefed on the house. The neighbor asked me to come at a time when his wife was away at work, so my dad, a protective father even though this man was his good friend, came over with me. He seemed surprised to see my father. While our neighbor was teaching me mundane things like the house code and which door to enter from, he mentioned the fact that I could sleep in the master bedroom if I so desired. He said that my sister had slept there too. He told me that was the best option because there was a very large shower that I was welcome to use, and also that the sheets are 600 count Egyptian cotton and perfect for sleeping naked. I politely thanked him and then things got a little bit weirder. As he was showing me the food I was allowed to eat in the fridge, he pointed at the television and informed me that he had every channel available. Every single channel.
Even,
He said.
all the dirty ones.
He went on to laugh about how I was welcome to watch the dirty channels as well. He said that in front of my father. I was 14. My father laughed but inserted one of those very firm,
She won't be doing that.
type of things that dads do so well. The neighbor laughed too, and then said something along the lines of,
Well, maybe she wants to. If she does, that'd be fine. How would we know?
We laughed again. I'd always been closer to my parents than my sister had been, so while I was getting paid the same amount of money to house sit, I decided not to stay over. I would come over twice a day to pet and feed the dog and put the radio on for the birds. I didn't touch a thing in the house and was sure to be very respectful because of what my sister had done. Fast forward 6 or 7 years to now. My dad and the neighbor haven't talked in years. They ignore each other or give each other dirty looks from across the street. I would ask my dad why, and he would tell me it was none of my business. But I was a little sad that his friend and he were no longer talking, thinking that it was just a minor argument that had been blown out of proportion. It was not. Eventually, my dad told me that this friend of his had one day called him from his vacation in Barbados. When my dad answered, the neighbor said angrily,
I need you to go across the street and kick someone out of my house.
My dad was confused, and the neighbor elaborated. He had his nephew visiting from down south, and the neighbor had specifically told his nephew that his drug-addicted girlfriend was not allowed on the premises. The neighbor informed my dad that this nephew had not listened to him and that the girlfriend was over there right now. My dad asked how he could possibly know that, and the neighbor told him he had cameras installed in every single room of the house. I'm currently looking after a house and dog for my dad's friend. All has been going pretty well and it's a nice house. But on day one, I noticed a camera in the living room and flipped it straight away. I asked the owner if I could have friends over for my birthday, to which he allowed. I noticed the day after, the camera was flipped back up again. I figured it may have been a mate who thought he knocked it. Today after work, I was watching YouTube on the TV and had the volume at a reasonable level. But the memes kept getting really loud and distorted, causing it to get way louder. The neighbor begins to bang the door, so I let him in, a little shook. And he says,
Stop abusing the house. You've been loud 2 days in a row, and I know you keep flipping the camera because the homeowner said he can't view it.
I was very shook at this moment, as my suspicion that someone had a key to the house and was coming in while I was gone was proved. As he also told me, I'm doing a good job cleaning because he's come in to check when I was out. He had also proven that the camera was for spying. I really don't know what to do, guys. I've got to look after the place for a week longer, and I'm not going in the living room now, as I can't flip the camera. But also, don't want to be spied on. Any advice? This so better be worth the money.
Some few months ago, a friend of mine in the Navy was given orders to be stationed in Virginia. She had attempted for a while to find a renter for her house, but was unsuccessful. Still hopeful, she offered to let me stay at her place for free if I helped find a renter and keep maintenance on the place. Apparently, she had to leave one of her cats behind. She had no room to take it. It seemed a bit of neglect if you ask me, but it wasn't my decision, and I love cats. Originally, I was pretty excited to live in her house for free. I lived in the barracks, and it can get cramped being in a small room with other people, so I accepted. When I got to her place, however, I was very disappointed. The house was large, but holy hell was it trashed. Junk laid all around willy-nilly, dust covered everything, fleas were everywhere, and it definitely smelled like cats lived there. This was pretty surprising to me, since my friend seemed like she was a pretty clean person, sadly mistaken. Still, I stayed a bit hopeful. It would be pretty simple for me to get some of my friends together to clean the place up and make it comfortable. I helped her finish packing, and then we sat around and chatted for a bit. That's when she told me about her ex. He was Army like me, in a different unit than mine. Originally, he had been charming according to her, but had become unsuitable for her for whatever reason. When she called it off and told him that he had 2 weeks to leave, he became insufferably annoying and childish, hiding her boots, terrorizing the cats, leaving the place a mess more than it already was, and parking his car behind her so that she couldn't leave without her pitching a fit. He eventually did leave, and that was the end of it. After she left, I pretty much stayed away from the place until I scheduled a day for me and my buddies to clean it up, dropping by every day to clean up the cat box and feed the cat. One night, however, after I had dinner with a friend of mine, she offered to tag along with me to feed the cat. She was one of the people that had agreed to help clean, so I figured it would be good to let her see the place to plan out what needed to be done. When we got to the house and stepped out, I remember hearing a loud rustling coming from the surrounding trees. I figured it was some animal. As I think back on it, it could have been my memory just making the situation worse, but it was a pretty big part of my memory. As I walked up to the door, I felt incredibly uneasy, like something was wrong and that I shouldn't be there right now. But I didn't want to waste my friend's time, so I shrugged it off. I was a bit confused when I went to unlock the door as well. The bolt lock was a bit finicky and sometimes wouldn't lock properly, so I often had to unlock it multiple times. That is, turn the lock, try to open the door, and then so on until it actually unlocked. This time, however, the door opened after the first turn. At the time, I mostly figured it was just luck, but in the back of my mind I pondered whether or not I had forgotten to lock the door to begin with. Either way, after entering, I was about to head upstairs to feed the cat, but when I attempted to flick on the lights in the entryway, only one of the two lit up, so I assumed it must have blown. But when I stepped closer to see, I stepped in a puddle of water, which caught me off guard. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the light fixture was completely filled with water, and some leak from wherever was dripping water onto the floor. Additionally, I heard a light rumbling that, at the time, I assumed was the AC. I knew the AC was right above the entryway on the top floor, so I thought maybe it was faulty or broken, and was maybe leaking. Great, I thought, more issues to address. Still, I was there for a purpose, so I told my friend to check out the place to get an idea of what supplies may be needed while I was upstairs to feed the cat. However, before I was even halfway up the stairs, my friend called me back down. She was standing in the kitchen by the back door that led to the porch. The glass from the shattered door window littered the floor. She asked me if it had been like this when I had left the place, but I could have sworn that it wasn't like that when I had left. After all, I'd only been into this place once or twice since the owner had left, and I was sure that the shattered window would have caught my eye. Judging by the placement of the glass, it had definitely been shattered from outside. What was strange, however, was that the door was still locked. Not sure if anyone was in the house, I told my friend to stay there while I checked upstairs. I had no weapons on me, and I doubt the place had any guns, but funny enough, my friend was really into sword collecting, and many of them were downstairs. I picked one of them up and tiptoed upstairs, hoping my childhood memories of stick fighting could have possibly helped me. Luckily, no one else was in the house, but just to be sure, we both waited outside while we called the cops. After calling the cops, I called up the owner and told her everything that happened. The obvious break-in was very strange. Nothing was stolen. The place wasn't in any worse of a state than when I left it, as far as I could tell. The only thing out of place was a broken back door window, that same door still being locked, and the possibly unlocked front door. At the time, I assumed the water was not associated with a break-in. Because of all of this evidence, we assumed that my friend's ex had done it, since he seemed that he was either looking for something, or just wanted to be destructive, and probably hadn't even entered the house. According to my friend, he knew that she was gone, but didn't know that anyone was watching the place. so he likely thought the place was fair game for vandalizing it. Still, beyond the window, I nor the police found anything else. That night anyway. After that event, I of course was still very uneasy about going back to the place. I never dealt with a break-in before, and then the assumptions that her ex was just being a dick and lightly vandalizing the place definitely made me not want to stay there for too long, for the fear that I might be around the next time he decided to come back. Still, the damn cat, no offense to it, was still there, and I couldn't just let it starve. So while the police were tracking down the proposed suspect, and the insurance company was getting the information, I had to still go to the place to feed the cat. I couldn't keep it with me because the barracks don't allow pets, and I had no friends that were willing to take it in. I won't lie, I waited a couple days to go back to the house. I had to work up the courage. I didn't even live there, and the prospect creeped me out, so I could only imagine how it would feel if it had been my place. Still, the cat needed to be fed, so off I went. When I walked in, the first thing that hit me was the smell. Mildew and mold. My barracks were loaded with it, but it was strong enough to even overpower the cat smell. The water leak had become even worse. The hardwood floors on the entryway had begun to warp, and the ceiling was drooping. Something definitely wasn't right. It hit me that the leak was much more serious than I first assumed. This definitely wasn't an AC unit. The roaring could still be heard too. Curious now, and not as panicky as my last venture in the house, I made my way upstairs, sword in hand. At the top of the stairs, there was a short hallway that leads to the master bedroom. Along the way, there's a storage closet. When I passed the closet, my foot made an audible squeak. There's water here too, which made sense because it was pretty much directly above the entryway, and both the AC and water heater were in the back of the closet. When I entered the master bedroom, however, there was no water, but the roaring sound was louder and it sounded more distinct and familiar now. Running water, like what you hear from a bathtub. Sure enough, I discovered a door in the back of the bedroom that I hadn't noticed before. It led to a half bath with a toilet and a sink, and in that room was another door. Sure enough, the noise was definitely a running faucet. The carpet in front of the door was soaked beyond belief, and the door was locked. Judging by the placement of the door, the room beyond would have to share a wall with the storage closet, and the tub would be literally right above the house entryway. At first, I figured I might as well bust down the door, since it was obvious that the tub had been long since overflown, and the water damage would already be a nightmare to fix. A broken door would be the least of the owner's worries. I stopped myself though. I didn't know what I would find behind that door. I didn't want to go in blindly, so I decided to call the police again and to get an officer to help instead. He was able to unscrew the knob and get it to open. Nothing was behind the door, but sure enough, the tub had been running and had overflown. We turned it off and the officer added more things to the report that already had been opened about the previous incident. Putting this all together, I think it's pretty safe to assume what happened. The vandal, almost certainly the owner's ex, had broken in the night, just before my friend and I arrived. That could have been the rustling I heard, or maybe my mind just tricking me. He had broken into the place from the back door by smashing the window, and had likely left through the front door, which is why it was unlocked. Now I'm not 100% sure if this next part was during the original break-in, or if he came back later to do it. But I think that while he was in the house, he went upstairs, plugged the tub, turned the water on, and rigged the door. The vandal obviously wasn't there to steal anything. Instead, he wanted to flood the house because he knew the owner would be away, and that water damage is a nightmare to deal with. I'm pretty sure he did this all the same night, and neither the police nor I discovered the water until a couple days later, which explained the leak I discovered during the break-in. Whatever the case, whoever did this is a vindictive piece of garbage, if you ask me. I'm not sure if they ever caught him or anything, or really about anything that ever happened. I just gave the key to the insurance people. They were well trusted by the owner, and decided to never go back to that place. Last I heard, she found some new tenants for the place, and it's been fixed up pretty well with no further issues. About 10 years ago, when I was 15, my Aunt Jo, best friend Lynn, and I decided on a whim to have a sleepover. We had gathered in my Nan Jo's house, and were watching films, eating pizza and snacks, and it got to around 11 p.m., so we decided to stay over instead of going home. We went to bed around midnight and decided to all stay in Jo's double bed, top and tail. We didn't go to sleep straight away, of course. We were gossiping and messing around, as teenage girls do. It got to around 1 a.m. and we decided to try to sleep, so we turned off all the lights and got into bed. We still didn't sleep right away. We were making jokes and laughing in the dark while fighting over the quilt. Jo's room is on the second floor and is laid out in this way. Walking in the door, the bed and the window are straight ahead of you, with the top of each bed against the wall. I was sleeping at the end, so I laid my head on the wall end, while Jo and Lynn slept the other way around with a view of the window. I was slowly beginning to drift off to sleep, but kept hearing this noise that sounded like a bit of something scraping against the wall outside. I tried to ignore it, but it kept me awake, so I laid there in the dark with my eyes open and waited for exhaustion to take over. All of a sudden, Jo screamed, jumped out of the bed, and said, "Get away from my window!" Lynn then started screaming, and I looked at the window to see what was happening. I saw a silhouette of a person with their arms raised. We ran downstairs screaming for my Nan, who had rushed out of the living room to see what all the noise was about. Jo was crying at this point, while Lynn and I were just in shock, and we each tried to explain what just had happened. Once we finally got it out, my Nan called the police and went upstairs with a bat to see if the person was still there. They weren't. The police turned up and took our statements, checked the area and came up with nothing, but gave us another number to call should anything suspicious happen, or the guy returned. We decided to sleep downstairs instead of going back upstairs to Jo's room. We were panicked and frightened, but Jo was still in a state. Lynn and I tried to calm her down by saying he was gone and we would call the police if he came back, but Jo looked us both in the eyes and told us something that makes my skin crawl when I think about it now. See, Jo lives in a big Victorian-style house in a quiet area, and while there's a roof right underneath her window, she always locks the window before sleeping, and the lock is easily visible. This person, this guy, climbed up the roof and tried to open Jo's window. The guy had raised his arms though, which confused me until Jo told me that her window can open both ways. She often opened it from the top instead of the bottom. This guy had clearly been watching her house for at least a day and had decided to strike at night, but luckily we had been there having the sleepover and saw him. Had Jo been alone that night, she would have been laying on her bed normally and wouldn't have seen the silhouette. So to the guy that was watching my aunt and tried to break in and rob her, or something worse, let's never meet. When I was in high school, I was like 16. I had a friend, Lisa, and a second friend, Zoe. Lisa had like a lot of money, and her huge house was located right next to our high school. So every time we had a break or anything, the three of us would go there. We also would have a lot of sleepovers at her house. It was this huge rich people house, so it was awesome to stay there. So one day, we decided to stay the night there. The three of us, plus Lisa's little sister, Anna. Their mother was gone for the night. We decided to put on some PJs and watch scary movies for hours. Anna went to bed before the three of us, and we just stayed in the living room, watching TV. At one point, the alarm goes off. It happens sometimes, so Lisa just turned it off, and that was it. But then, like 10 minutes later, the alarm goes off again, and it scared us because it's not supposed to. Technically, the alarm was made only to ring when humans come by, because the house is located in the middle of the forest, so we all knew that sometimes animals would come up to the house. Happened before. So when the alarm was installed, it was calibrated in a way for humans only, and it was the second time it rang. We started to get a little bit scared, so we went upstairs, opened the windows to look into the garden all around the house, and nothing. We even went on the balcony in the middle of the night. Nothing. I was alone on the balcony at some point, and the alarm went off again, and the automatic lights around the swimming pool turned on. This meant something was around the pool, and I was just above it. I got so scared I got on my knees and stayed there until my friend deactivated the alarm and the lights, and I ran inside. At this point, we were really scared and started thinking about what it could be. If it has to be any human, all of our lights were on, so they knew we were there. We turned all the lights off, and all four of us went hiding downstairs in the kitchen without our phones. I don't even know why not even one of us thought of taking at least one phone. So we were there, lights off, scared in a huge house with windows everywhere we could look. The alarm went berserk again. Anna screamed. Lisa took her with her, reassuring her while she walked to shut off the alarm, like turn it off once and for all. So I was in the kitchen with Zoe only, and we were just looking all around us. The alarm was upstairs, so the two girls were far from us. At some point, we heard footsteps right beside us, like right on the other side of the wall, in the garden. It was fast, not scared, just fast, like a person knew where they were going. So we just froze, waiting in the dark, and jumped when someone, walked by the door right in front of us. We think it was a he, had a light, but it was another light that allowed us to see a silhouette. So there were at least two of them running around the house for about at least 20 to 30 minutes. This door was, like I said, a windowed door, but there were vinyl blinds on it. They were not closed, of course. We were still not moving, and the girls upstairs were so scared that they stayed there. At least, it's what they told us. Suddenly, one voice, then a second one. I was unable to understand anything, but I heard it, and Zoe and I were blinded by a sudden light right at our faces. We were literally not able to move, scream, talk. Not anything we could have done was possible. We were just frozen in fear. The light just stayed there. Someone was looking at us through the blinds. Someone was watching us being scared and was just staying there. Suddenly, we heard a hard sound on the front door, which was closed. Zoe didn't move at all, but I don't know what took me. It just woke me up, and I crawled to the door in front of me, the back door. Closed the blinds and just hold the door in place in case these guys were on the other side trying to force it. Honestly, I'm a small thin. My body was useless there, but I did it anyway. The one at the front door was still trying to enter. Zoe still not moving. The two girls upstairs doing I don't know what. And the one just a glass window away from me, still hitting it, trying to force it open. It was closed, but I just grabbed the handle and hung on it for a while. He was hitting it and trying to open the door. All this lasted hours in my head, but I believe it was only a few seconds. At one point, the hits at the front door stopped. A few seconds later, the other one in front of me stopped as well. Then the lights just seemed to move fast everywhere. The alarm did nothing, so it was disabled as wanted. Zoe and I just fell asleep in the kitchen, and the two girls upstairs. Nothing happened at all. It was just over. The next day, Lisa and Anne's mom came back home. We told her everything. Got a bit yelled at because we didn't call the cops. I took it wrong at the time, but I understand now why she got so upset. She ended up calling the cops, who came to the house and discovered footprints all around the house. Some muddy footprint marks on the front door. They said he must have kicked the door. And that was it. They told us it must have been some guys who were doing some recon. You know, when they just walk up to a house to see if they can rob it. It was common in this area. There's a lot of really big and beautiful homes filled with expensive things. The only thing I'll never be able to explain is why they started being so aggressive. Originally, they just looked around the house, but I think that if they were trying to see something or just look things over, they would have left when they realized that we were inside, or at least left when the guy saw us in the kitchen. And they didn't. The moment they saw us in the kitchen, they started being aggressive and trying to force the doors to enter the house. I don't know if they really wanted to rob the house. I will never, and honestly, I don't want to know. I didn't spend any more nights at the house. I got scared that they would come back and I just couldn't sleep there. Lisa got a bit mad, like she didn't understand, but from what she told Zoe and I, she didn't see them. She just stayed upstairs with her sister. I understand it, but I wasn't able to stand the fact that she couldn't understand how scared I was as well. When I was around 15, I had started babysitting a family with 3 kids, 2 boys, 1 girl. Their mom knew me because their oldest child was friends with my little brother, and they had asked my mom if I could help them out, just because she had started taking some more shifts and her husband was doing the same. They lived right next to my high school and paid well, so I agreed, despite not really having much experience. Pretty quickly I realized it was going to be difficult. The kids were great, but I was nervous around them. The oldest was fine, just playing on his Xbox most of the time, or did homework. But the 2 youngest were a different story. The middle child, daughter, was completely obsessed with horror movies, and on more than one occasion I had to hide the knives from her since she wanted to reenact them, and the youngest son even tried to set the Christmas tree on fire. I know what kids can be like since I have a lot of younger and older cousins, but these ones drove me insane. I would constantly worry about them hurting themselves or each other. If they acted up, I would threaten to call their mom, which would normally work. It was after a few months that I realized if I mentioned their dad, that's when they would really behave and do what I had asked of them, so that's what I started doing. Now, I never really ever met the dad. I just knew that the guy was really tall and built big, but was always described to me as still being really nice, so I never really thought about it. On this occasion, I had said to the youngest boy that I would call his dad if he didn't stop misbehaving, which resulted in a huge tantrum. So I ended up calling him and explaining. Luckily for me, the dad was getting off work early, so he said that he would be home as quick as he could and apologized for his kid's behavior. When I had to explain this, the kid was sobbing and ended up locking himself in his room. That day, the dad got home and they weren't joking when they said that he was tall. I'm only 5'3" and was 15. When I saw him having to crouch a little to get through the door because of his size, I remember thinking, oh shit, no wonder these kids won't misbehave when he's here. I said hi and apologized for calling him at work, which he just brushed off and said that it needed to be done and not to worry about it. We were both sat on the couch. I can't really remember why, but I think we were talking about what days they needed me for. Now at this stage, the 2 youngest had went outside to play while I was in with the oldest, as I had been tidying up a little from dinner. I was pretty weirded out because the oldest started to get pretty antsy when asked to go to the shop. He kept making excuses to his dad, so I just offered to go. I could see that dad was visibly frustrated, and I just wanted to defuse the situation. Now, I'd like to point out that everything seemed normal at this point, but I do remember feeling really intimidated by the dad. I had only met him this one time and spoke to him for no more than 20 minutes. It turns out that the oldest said to his mom that he didn't want me left alone with his dad, as apparently he had been watching me a little bit too closely during our short encounter. The parents had asked me to babysit later on this week, which I had agreed to. However, in the space of a few days, that quickly changed. I got a text from the mom apologizing for the last minute change of plans, saying that I couldn't babysit. I was a little agitated since I had changed my plans, but wasn't too bothered and just said it was fine and to let me know when she needs me again. She asked me to come around to get my payment for the last 2 weeks, and I decided to stop by before going home. As soon as I was in the house, I could tell something was off, but not wanting to pry, I just went in and said hi, talked about books for a little bit, and left. It wasn't until the next week, I think, or the week after that, where everything kicked off. I came home to my mom being upset and angry, pacing in the living room while my stepdad was trying to calm her down. I immediately went to her asking her what was wrong, feeling a little worried. Instantly, she just threw her arms around me and started crying and holding me. I was originally meant to be babysitting, but again, got canceled on, so I went home earlier than what I had said originally. I pulled away from her and asked her what was wrong again. Turns out, my mom had been trying to get a hold of me, but my phone had died. I had went to babysit and no one was home. Just decided to head back on the bus, but wasn't able to let my mom know. She sits me down and starts trying to ask me questions about the dad and my time babysitting. Confused, I mentioned that I only had met him once and had only spoken to him on the phone a handful of times when the kids were acting up. Nodding, my mom starts pressing on and asked if anything else had happened and kept questioning me, saying I could tell her anything. I just looked at her confused and told her nothing had happened and asked what was this all about. I will always remember her taking a deep breath and saying, "Oh, thank God," before letting me know what had happened. Now, as I said, the details are vague because this was on the news and I don't want to give up my information. Turns out the guy had killed someone while working and had been taken in by the police. During his interrogation, it turns out that he admitted to beating his wife and there were suspicions of other assaults. There was also mentioned that one of the types was a petite girl with dark hair, pale, which happened to match my description at the time, and my mom was terrified in case something had happened to me. I'm turning 23 this year and it still gives me shivers. I remember feeling like I was gonna throw up and had a sinking feeling in my stomach. My mom held me close because she had been worried sick all day and scared in the case something had happened. Needless to say, I stopped babysitting for that family right there and then. I felt so awful for the wife, as she was honestly one of the nicest women I have ever met. About a week later, I got a text from her, as it turned out I left some books, so I went over there after the phone call. When I saw her, my heart sank. She had obviously not slept and was putting on a brave face for her kids, who weren't sure what was going on. We ended up sitting in the kitchen and I just gave her a big hug, trying to comfort her. I mentioned that if she needed any help with the kids since he was gone, I would try and help, but she immediately refuses. As it turns out, people had started attacking her house. She gave me my stuff, paid for my wages, with a little more added, and said that she appreciated it, but it would be better off if I just took a step back from the family, as she didn't want me getting hurt or being associated with them. To this day, I still think about them, and it still scares me thinking about what could have happened. I still talk to the younger kids, who are now a lot older, and even help tutor the younger girl. I helped the oldest when she started high school, because I noticed kids would bully him for what his dad had done, which was awful, considering it wasn't the family's fault at all. But yeah, let's not meet, you psychopath. Years ago, I babysit for a family regularly, and conveniently, another close family friend lived right next door to the house. So when the kids I looked after were in bed, we would sit in the front garden, cup of coffee in hand, nattering over the hedge for an hour or two. We lived in a small rural village, the type where everyone knows one another, and if something was going down, the gossip spreads like wildfire. The house where I used to babysit had a terrifying 14-stone Rottweiler called Barney, which, to be honest, I wouldn't get too close to, as he seemed unpredictable. He would always be stood on his two back legs at the wrought iron gate joined to the wall of the house, growling at anyone who got too close. This house was on a housing estate, with these two particular houses being next to a footpath that led to the rest of the estate. One particular evening, the kids had gone to bed, and I was outside as usual talking to Jem over the hedge, and she mentioned something about some weird guy being seen around the village that day, but that was about the extent of it. Not long after that, a couple of local teenagers walked past and stopped to chat. It was just small talk at first, but I asked what they were up to, and the older girl of the two said, "Mom wants us to go home before it's too dark. There's some weird scuffy bloke hanging around." I told them that they should probably hurry up and side-eyed my friend. They said their goodbyes and left. Me and Jem spoke about it briefly, as she told me no one knew who he was and he hadn't been seen around here before, but he apparently was really creepy. As it got colder, we said goodnight, and I went inside to wait for the children's mom to come home from work. Shortly after, as I was watching television, Jem's dog next door starts to go berserk. I can hear him through the walls. Then seconds later, Barney, who was outside, started aggressively barking and hammering himself against the wrought iron fence to the point that the walls on each side of the building vibrated. I had never heard him so worked up like that before. He was trying to get something, and I sure as hell wasn't going to go outside to calm him down. Before I could even get up and look out the window, I heard the two boxer dogs from the next door on the other side start to go crazy. At this point, I'm at the front window, wondering what's getting them so agitated, as this seemed beyond the normal warning barks of dogs. I see some tall, unkempt guy with long straggly hair lurching down the footpath onto the estate. He wore a green style coat which billowed behind him. He passes a couple more doors up, and the dogs start aggressively yapping at him as he passes. Even more strangely, some of these dogs were inside, yet I could still hear them frantically barking. As he passed out of my view, I could tell roughly which direction he was going in, as the echo of a dozen dogs barking could be heard flaring up along his route. It was crazy how all the normal sound was drowned out by the barking. They sounded territorial and deranged. Jem called me on mobile after they had calmed down and asked me if I had seen him walking past. I told her I had and remarked about the dogs acting insane as he walked by. She also said it was weird as her dog Muttley had never acted so berserk before. We didn't know what to make of it. And as far as I'm aware, he has never been seen again after that night. I have never witnessed so many animals acting so aggressively at one individual, and I have always wondered what it was about him that made them behave the way they did. Not an overly creepy experience, but one weird night I'll never forget. So when I was around 2 or 3 years old, my mom and dad, now divorced, were friends with this couple who worked with my dad at his office. They would always ask to babysit me and loved seeing me a lot. My parents thought nothing of it. One day they asked to take me to Disney World along with their niece, and my mom had no issue with it. My dad, on the other hand, thought it was a little weird because they offered to pay for everything for me. He told them no and made up an excuse for me not to go. The couple weren't seen for weeks after that, and the company my dad and them worked for were having an investigation because the same couple who wanted to take me to Disneyland committed massive fraud and stole hundreds of thousands of dollars. They disappeared, and my dad had no idea what happened to them, says he no longer works there, but he fully thinks that they wanted to take me and disappear with me. He thinks that they couldn't have kids of their own and really wanted one. It still creeps me out that I could have a completely different life and family. Thank God my dad was home because my mom wanted to let me go. By the way, just for context, as a kid, I had bright blue eyes and long curly blonde hair and looked like I could be on toddlers in tiaras, straight up. Not to toot my own horn, but I was an extremely gorgeous baby. Maybe that's why they had their eyes on me. But who knows, they could have wanted to sell me too, or worse. Way back in my mid-20s, I was going through a divorce. I pretty much lost everything except for my futon and a TV. I had no bed, so I slept downstairs on the futon in a pretty much empty 2-story house. Living alone, I was always very thorough in locking up at night, checked all the windows and made sure the doors were locked. Well, one night, while I was sleeping on my futon, I awoke to what I thought was footsteps on my stairs. That's when I woke up a little bit more and focused on the sound. It was someone creeping down my stairs. At that moment, I went to hop up and grab my baseball bat, but right then, I felt that I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I was fully awake but couldn't move. I could hear someone reach in the bottom of the stairs and start walking towards the living room where I was laying. The way I was laying, I couldn't see the doorway, but I could hear them step inside the room and then stop. By now, I was panicking, trying to move or yell or do anything to defend myself. Then I heard footsteps leave the room and walk into the kitchen towards the back door. Then silence. Slowly, I am able to fully start to move. I sat up, heart racing, listening intently. Nothing. So I must have been dreaming. I was still shook from this, thinking that someone was in my house, so I decided to get up and get a drink. When I reached the kitchen, I froze. The back door was wide open. I grabbed a kitchen knife and closed the back door, and once again, locked it. I searched the rest of the house, but didn't find anyone. Needless to say, I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I bought deadbolts the next day. Nothing like that has happened since. I live with my partner in a city of about 80,000 people. We were super lucky to find a fairly cheap apartment after his parents kicked us out. That's another story. Anyways, he worked the night shift while I worked the day shift, so I was awake for a few hours, then off to bed. In this time, I would go home, take a shower, spend some time with him cuddling before I woke him up for work. Then I would just watch some TV or play video games before bed. This was fine until we went and walked around our building. This is when I found handprints. It was 9 apartments in an L shape. One was by itself, a little bigger, more like an office building. I think they used to be models, is what we were told by the front office. The 4 were in line, another 4 were in another. We were in the first apartment next to the separated one, so there was an alleyway type place between. I distinctly remember a night where it was raining, and I loved the sound, so I cracked a window a couple inches while I played Minecraft. We had a sheet over our window since we hadn't put up a curtain yet, so I couldn't see out and people couldn't see in. I started feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, and like I very much wanted to stay away from the window, but decided to close it and keep the lights on. I didn't look out at this time, but I closed it without putting my hands behind the sheet. If there was something there, I didn't want them to know that I was a small female alone at the time. We only saw handprints because they were muddy. That meant someone was outside while it was raining. They were placed as if they were peeking inside, and there was another set on a separate building, like someone was playing lookout. I kept the window closed and locked from then on. When I talked to the people at our apartment complex, they said they didn't want to do anything. We informed the police too, but all they said they could do was patrol more often on our street. I'm not sure if this counts as a close encounter or just a coincidence. It was just a few days after when we went there and saw them, and it hadn't rained after that first night. Just found this subreddit and I've had a great time reading everyone's posts. Some crazy and creepy shit happening to people reminded me of a few stories. I'm a 35-year-old male, and this is a true story that happened to me around the age of 10. Still makes me feel uneasy. My parents were out of town, and my brother, who was 5 years older than me, was supposed to be home watching me. Yeah, that didn't happen. so he's out doing God knows what, while I'm home alone watching TV in the basement. There are 2 windows in the living room of the basement. It probably didn't help that I was watching America's Most Wanted and freaking myself out. Suddenly, I hear the gate in the backyard open, which is very near me in the house. I think, that's odd. Why is my brother coming around the back? This is long before cell phones, by the way, so I can't text him to see what's going on. I see these massive feet, huge boots, slowly walking by the first window closest to me. I immediately feel uneasy. I turn off the TV so I can hear and see better. My heart is pounding. I hear someone move along the side of my backyard, and now I see the same massive feet in the second window. They pause. I'm terrified. I wonder if my brother is pranking me, but I'm too scared to be mad, and the feet seem way too big. The boots keep moving. I don't do or say anything because I'm frozen with fear. I now hear someone coming down the basement steps towards the basement door next to me. I hear it rattle the knob, but the door is locked. Suddenly, a pound on the door. I'm so freaked out, but laying there silently. A few seconds go by and it's quiet. Then I hear the footsteps going up the stairs. I know this guy is still in my backyard somewhere, but I don't know what to do. I hear the footsteps going up another set of steps towards the upstairs back door. Same thing again, rattling the knob and banging. Then steps coming down the side of the house, closest to me. This part is the freakiest. The boots stop at the closest window to me, and I see his knees bend, crouch down and look in the window. I was so scared I threw the blanket over my whole body, just hoping to disappear. It was quiet for some time, and I didn't dare move. I was certain that he was looking at me from above and felt this uncanny feeling of being watched. Moments later, I heard the gate shut, and he was gone. I have no idea what would have happened if one of those doors was unlocked. Also, I'm still pissed at my asshole brother for leaving me alone that night. Okay, this happened in 2016 when I was 17 years old. First year college student in film school. Now I'm 22, and my name is Julia. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. It was really small, but I was really proud of my independence. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. There were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code only people who lived there knew. My door had 3 different locks, and it was right next to the university. Most people that lived in the neighborhood were college students. Nothing bad ever happened in the neighborhood before. I've always been careful about locking the doors whenever I leave my home. I always check twice. So this one time, I leave to go to class and lock my door. But for some reason, I couldn't get the key out. It was completely stuck, so I went to the caretaker of the building to help me get it, but he wasn't there, and I was late for class, so I went to class with the key still in the lock. I took off the keychain first, so it's not too noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was back, so he came to help me. We couldn't get it out for 15 minutes, until somehow he did. He told me that the lock was damaged, but I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only locked it once instead of twice. I just said okay, and that was the end of it. I really wasn't worried because of how safe the building was. Flash forward 2 months later, I'm taking out the trash one night at 11 p.m. while on the phone with my sister. I remember telling her that I was taking out the trash, then that I would take a shower afterwards before heading to a party. As I said, I always lock the door, even to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. So I went into my apartment and locked the door immediately. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you and the bathroom door immediately to your left. I had left the bathroom door slightly open, enough so you could see a man in my shower turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible. Except my main lock was damaged from 2 months earlier, and I couldn't get it open, no matter how hard I tried. In this moment, all I could think of was the fact that I had to leave as fast as possible. I jumped out the window without really thinking. I figured it was the only solution, except I lived on the second floor. I had completely smashed my ankles on the landing. I started running whichever way I could, and when I got a little further from the building, I looked back and the man was there, at my window, watching me run away. I thought of two possible outcomes. Either this man was going to jump down and chase me, and I wouldn't get far with my twisted ankles, or he would just get scared of the height and being locked in my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option 2. I went and hid in a bush a little further and called the police, who arrived in just about 10 minutes because I live close to the station. They pushed my door open, and the man was just sitting there on my couch, holding a kitchen knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I was going to call the police. They arrested the guy, and later told me that he had already been arrested for sexual assault, rape, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. They also told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a friendly neighborhood with mostly college students. So he got inside the building by other people holding the door open for him. He then heard me telling my sister that I was going to take a shower, which is why he was waiting for me in the bathroom. He picked my lock while I was taking out the trash. He had apparently noticed me on the school campus and followed me to my house several times before succeeding to actually come in. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get into the building, we need identifications proving that we live there. Building IDs were created, and you had to scan them every time. It was the only way to go inside the building. Nothing bad ever happened in the neighborhood after that. It's back to being very peaceful and friendly. When I was little, around 4 years old, I lived in Okinawa, Japan, with my Japanese mother and my American father, who at the time was stationed at one of the military bases on the island. We lived off base in a house, and things were great. Before I get into the story, let me give you a little background information. Before I was born, my mother was dealing with the Yakuza for some time, and ended up owing them money. She managed to get out of the situation without paying them when she got with my Marine father, and the Yakuza never would hurt Americans, so my mother knew that she would be safe as long as she was with him and on the military base. I have no idea why we lived off the base at the time when I was born, but we did. So one evening, I was in my room upstairs playing when my mother comes in, frantically shutting the door behind her, locking it, and turning off all the lights. She tells me to be quiet when I ask her what the matter was, and scoots next to me. I can hear her silently crying. My father was at work at the time of the incident. My mother and I heard the front door slam and then footsteps walking up the stairs. We see the silhouette of a person walking down the hallway from the light peeking from underneath my bedroom door. My mother, who was panicking like crazy and praying in her mother tongue, gets a hanger to use for a weapon. At this point, I'm crying like crazy. The doorknob starts to jiggle and jiggle and jiggle until it stops. We believe they're gone now, but we did not dare leave until the police came, and that's all I remember. As an adult now, it took me years to put the story together. My mom still denies it like she does when I ask her about certain parts of her past. My dad doesn't even bother answering the question and just disregards it. I know what happened, and even if it wasn't the Yakuza, someone other than my father came into my house and tried to get in my room. Thankfully, they didn't. I'm male. At the time I was 14 and enrolled in high school. My mom worked at a nearby apartment complex as a manager, so she would pick me up from school at 2:40, bring me home, instead of me riding the bus for hours. The day was completely normal so far. She picks me up from school and brings me home. No more than 10 minutes after I'm home, a black car pulls up in the driveway. I then hear a loud knock on the door. I look through the glass of the front door, and I can clearly see a man wearing a hoodie in the summer laying on the ground in front of my door. I guess he assumed that he was completely obscured because my mom had a reef on the door, and the space between the window and the bottom of the door was wide enough that someone could probably assume I couldn't see them. While I saw him, I ran and grabbed the house phone and called the police from the kitchen where I could see the car. I had a machete. I was a teenager that thought swords and stuff were cool. Don't judge me. I waited around the corner of the door while still on the phone with the police. At this point, the man knocks again, so I took matters in my own hand. I yelled as loud as I can, "Leave now or I'll fucking kill you." I had a pretty deep voice for my age, so I guess he thought I was a full-grown man. This man got up and hauled ass like an Olympic sprinter. So about 3 minutes or so pass and the police get to my house. We had no cameras or anything, so there's really nothing to go off to pursue this person. The cops pretty much tell me that I handled the situation pretty well, and the law's about self-defense. The man never returns, and that's the end of my story. I've looked back on it a lot over the years, and this man almost certainly wanted to rob us. What's most creepy about this to me is that he most likely scoped it out, saw that we were just a teenage boy and a single mother, went through the trouble of learning our routines, and waited for what he thought was the ideal moment to rob us. We bought a handgun because of this, so I never really lost sleep over it, because I knew if he came back, that I had a surprise for him. Shitty burglar, let's not meet. This is something that happened to my family and I in 2007 or so. I was 10 years old then. My parents' house is quite big. It has 2 floors and is situated in a residential neighborhood just outside of the big city. It's an upper class, very chill and incredibly boring neighborhood, but pretty safe. One night before going to bed, my dad went to go check if the front door is locked, but must have been very tired that night because instead of locking it, he unlocked it. At the time, my grandmother was living with us, and her bedroom was the one on the ground floor. My sister and I, as well as my parents, had our bedrooms upstairs. As you walk through the front door, you step into the hallway, which leads to my grandmother's bedroom on the left, and also the kitchen next to it. If you make a right, you walk into the living room, where you can go upstairs onto the other floors. To get into the living room, you have to take a big step downwards, like you go down the stairs, but there's only one step. In the middle of the night, my grandmother hears a loud bang. She gets out of her bedroom and looks around to see what happened. No one else heard this. At first, she couldn't see much because the only source of light was the moonlight shining through the windows. The light switch was all the way across the living room, right next to the staircase, so she had to walk through the living room to turn the lights on. For some reason, she didn't turn the lights on and decided to walk up to the couch that was in our living room because she could see someone laying on it, but she couldn't figure out who it was. She thought my mom must have been in an argument with my dad, and she came downstairs to sleep on the couch. It wasn't my mom, it was a stranger. The loud bang she heard was the person falling off the step that landed onto the living room floor. You wouldn't expect it being there. You would just think that it was flat ground, so they fell pretty bad. It just didn't cross her mind that it could be someone who broke into our home. Who breaks into someone's house and decides to sleep on the couch? It's so random. So my grandma goes up to the person, touches them gently, and asks them what's going on, why she's sleeping there and not in her room, thinking that it was her daughter, my mom. The intruder is a woman around her 50s. She mumbles some random words, and my grandmother realized immediately that the woman trying to sleep on the couch wasn't my mom. She also reeked of alcohol. At this point, she goes upstairs to my parents' bedroom and tells them that there's a stranger sleeping on the couch in the living room. My parents freak out, and my dad proceeds to take his sword off the wall. My mom was hanging on my dad from behind as he slowly walked downstairs with the sword in his hands. He tapped the woman with the sword while she was still laying there. She was drunk out of her mind. He started shouting at her, asking what she was doing in her house. She was barefoot, and it was wintertime, so she must have walked through snow without shoes. At this point, my dad realizes that it's just a homeless person seeking shelter as it's very cold outside, and she wasn't properly dressed for it. She was so scared and was begging my dad not to hurt her. They eventually called the police, and they took her with them. I don't know what happened to her after that, if she was arrested or not, but I never saw her again. My sister and I slept through this mess, which is a bit concerning, and our parents told us what happened the next morning. It was a bit unnerving thinking that if my grandma wouldn't have heard the loud bang, who knows what this woman would have done while we were all sleeping. So when I was younger, middle school, I had just came home from school. I ate, studied, and then had to go to my English class. I'm Greek, so English is my second language. Before I left, I removed my bed sheets and prepared a new set for when I came back and changed my clothes. I had left my new bed sheets and old clothes on my bed. When I left, there was no one home, and until we came back, no one had been in the house. So we returned, and I go into my room, only to find out that all my clothes and bed sheets were gone. At first, I just thought maybe I didn't remember correctly, and I had put them in the laundry. So I checked, and they weren't there, nor were my bed sheets. We checked the house for days and couldn't find a trace of them. We ruled out the possibility of a thief because my PSP was on my desk in plain sight, and it was still there when I returned, and nothing else was missing. Flash forward a couple of weeks, my mom discovers that a set of her bed sheets are missing too. Again, same deal. It was there and then it wasn't. So to this day, we still don't know what happened or found those clothes. Not very creepy, but it's very weird and puzzling. When my daughter was an infant a few years ago, I was home alone with her during the day. Our dogs were outside and my daughter and I were in the dining room, which led to the living room where the front door was located. The doorbell rang and my instincts told me to grab my daughter out of her high chair and hit the ground so whoever was at the front door couldn't see us if they hadn't already. This was a weird reaction because we live in a city and pretty frequently had people knock on our door soliciting or for deliveries, but I never had such a visceral reaction to the doorbell before. I've learned through this experience to trust my instincts even if it seems ridiculous at the moment. So I grabbed her and hit the ground, peeked around the corner real quickly. There was a normal looking middle-aged man at the door. He didn't look scary, but I had alarm bells going off in my head and decided to stay put. He rang the doorbells a few more times, then knocked, then started pounding on the door really loudly. He then started trying the doorknob. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and started dialing 911. Just before I could hit the call button, my dog started going bananas in the backyard and he turned and ran off. I was shaken but didn't report it or anything because it wasn't the best neighborhood and I didn't think I would be taken seriously. And honestly, I had an infant and didn't really want to spend the time filing a report. The next day, I found out from a neighbor that the middle-aged man fitting the guy's description exactly had been all over the neighborhood the day before, breaking into houses he thought were empty. When he got to the house in the alley directly behind my house, the person was home when he rang the doorbell, and he pulled a gun and forced his way in. He held the person at gunpoint, and at one point he fired a shot that thankfully missed by a hair. Always trust your gut instincts. Edit. Yes, I do regret not filing a police report, and in retrospect, absolutely should have done so. This happened yesterday. It was pretty normal, as I live in a small town off the coast of Lake Michigan, with that normal, everything is chill here kind of vibe. We were celebrating Halloween with Trunk or Treat, where you trick or treat using the back of people's cars, and the kids were having a blast. Parents were passing out candy, and I was doing my own trunk as well with the family. After everyone went home, it was pretty dark. I got home, got ready for bed, and slept. I woke up in the middle of the night to someone knocking on my door. I was already spooked, so I checked the security cameras to find a tall man repeating "trick or treat" while swaying back and forth. I immediately called the cops, but while I was on the call, he started to repeatedly bang on the door. When the cops arrived, they found him sitting on my porch, yelling that he wanted the people inside to come out. It was just me and my brother home, but I wanted the cop to stay near us for a little while so I could feel safe. Later, I was told that this man had done this before, but they let him go with a warning because of his mental state, I guess. This time he's going on trial because he had a knife on him and said he might have hurt us if he had to. I'm so glad I didn't open that door. I will keep you updated if anything new happens. Edit. He received charges, and as far as I know, he'll be spending time in prison. When I was 11, my grandma had a friend from work who always gave me a weird vibe. He would show up to my house right after my grandma and him got off work. Now, he lived in a different city than me, so he would have to make 2 trips to go home. When he showed up, he would watch my grandmother sleep for like 5 minutes before waking her up. The reason why I would let him in is because my grandma half asleep would just say, "Let him in," and then she would fall back asleep. My grandma would leave the bathroom door open when she changed out of her uniform, because I would be in my room when she got home, or on the couch watching TV. So sometimes my grandma's friend would come in and go to the bathroom. He was weird. The main event happened when I had family out of state coming to my hometown. They were staying at my Aunt Linda's house. My Aunt Candace, from out of state, wanted to go fishing with my grandma. So I was home alone because they left early in the morning, and I didn't feel like getting up to fish because I hate fishing. So at about 12:30, my grandma's friend shows up and doesn't leave when my grandma's car is gone. So then I think he's just being weird and he'll leave. I was sitting on the couch watching TV, then I hear a loud bang. I live next to a highway, so I didn't think much of it, but then it happened again. I see my dog run into the laundry room, which leads to our basement and back door. I go outside to see what happened, and I see the back door that's supposed to be nailed shut, wide open. Being a child, I run to the front yard. Then I see my grandma's friend isn't in his car. I then call my cousin, and she and her kid, who is also my cousin, came over. They jump out of the car and run to the backyard. It's important to know that my cousin, who is an adult, worked with my grandma. So when she goes to the backyard and sees him just casually walking out of my house, she says, "George, why are you here?" He looks startled to see her, then says, "Oh, I just had to use the bathroom." My cousin followed him to his car. We looked at what he did. He removed the nails that nailed the door shut and then burst the bottom panel to the second door open. I assume that was the first loud bang I heard. Then he went upstairs to go to the laundry room door. He tried to bust it down, so I think that was the second loud bang. When he was leaving, he was either giving up or going to his car to get something to make it easier. I called my grandma, and she went to my Aunt Linda's house, which is where I went after he broke into my house. She stopped being friends with him and never spoke to him again. My theories are the following. 1. He heard I had family from out of state, so he thought I was with my grandma, so that no one would be home. 2. He broke in trying to steal pills from my grandmother. 3. Because of the other weird things he did, like watching my grandmother sleep, I think he was trying to steal her bra or panties. That's my story. I hope you enjoyed it and stay safe. Also, stop being friends with someone if your kid says that they watch you sleep. I'm a 30-year-old female. This happened a few weeks ago, but I've reflected and would like some advice. I was working from home while my husband was working night shift. Got a big dog chilling downstairs. He's very security aware, but not aggressive. I came downstairs around 9 p.m. to hear, "Hello?" My dog is growling at the front door. Me being a stupid idiot decides to open the door a crack and peep at whoever's yelling up a fucking storm. Dog behind me. It's some weird hippie-ish looking lady. "Oh, I just moved around the corner. Aren't all the neighbors horrible here?" No, we love living here." "Oh." At this point, a beautiful chocolate lab appears out of nowhere from behind her and barges my door open, proceeds to have a sniff and wander into my living room. And this is where I fucked up. "Oh, Coco, Come here, silly girl. Oh, isn't she cheeky? No worries. Come in and get her. The lady then sits her ass down in my hallway. I get the lab out of my living room. Well, here she is. What a sweet girl. For context, my dog was in love with Coco at first sight and was being very gentle, no barks. Long story short, the crazy lady would not be moved. I spent 20 minutes trying to get her out of my house. She was asking my exact age, lots of personal stuff I did not tell her, including my real name. I finally got her to leave my property by saying, "Oh, my partner just texted me. He'll be back in 5 minutes." She left. I called my parents and best friend who were here in minutes. Didn't sleep well for 3 days, have not seen her since. My question is, does anyone else think she was not introducing herself to new neighbors, but in fact a burglar casing a home? I'm convinced that she was. Scary as fuck. I'm a 36-year-old male. This is many years back when I was still a young teen, around 14 years old. I remember being done with my homework and playing on my Nintendo 64 in the living room. I lived in a somewhat small apartment, which was technically a refurbished basement of a building. The front door started at the living room, where the TV is located. The TV faced inward, so that meant I would be facing the door at all times whenever playing video games. Anyway, when the front door moved, I noticed immediately. I muted the TV and crept towards the door, positioning myself right in front of it. The door started inching itself open, as if someone was trying to push it open, slowly. After a few seconds, I slammed the door shut and locked it. I heard rustling noises and some jingling sounds. It sounded like either a dog shaking itself dry with some chains on, or a person shaking a bag of keys. I was ready to push back with all my 14-year-old might. Luckily, whoever it was on the other end of the door stomped up the stairs and out the apartment main entrance. I don't know who that was or what they wanted, but I'm glad they didn't try to break in again. I feel quite lucky that nothing else came out of it, but it's still unnerving to think about. So just to clarify, I was 15 years old and home alone. I lived in a Native American reservation at the time. Shit would happen all the time, hearing things, walking at night you see shadows, etc. The kids would call them skinwalkers, besides the point. This was during the day my mom was at work, and me, well, I dropped out of school due to a medical situation. I had a huge window in my room. I'm talking wide, took about a whole section of the wall, just enough space to fit a vanity and my TV on both sides. I was chilling, smoking weed, walking around my room. I showered at one point and changed. All while a man was sitting at a wooden post directly across from my backyard watching me. I didn't have curtains. When we first moved in, they had ugly blinds hanging up. I tore them down and put up really cool blankets. During the day, I would tie them so the light would come in. Arizona is a beautiful state, so to see the desert every morning along with the sunrise is amazing. Hours pass and my mom comes home, and we go to Taco Bell. I vividly remember being on Twitter in my room eating cheese dillas when suddenly a light in the hall went off. So I was like, okay, it's my mom. But then my door opened slightly. My mind was racing at that point. It was 9:30 at night and the lights were off in my room. The only light was my phone. I start calling my cats names. We had 3, and that's when I see him. A tall man, red baseball hat and jeans. I was going through a hard time, so I had a depression pit and started screaming and throwing hangers and empty soda cans, screaming for my mom. Her room was right next to mine. She comes out and flips my light on, and there's no one there. I'm telling her to call the police. There's a man in my room. My mom gets her switchblade from her room and walks through every room upstairs until we look down into the living room from our balcony. We see blankets from our guest room on the floor. Then my mom looks at me and says, "Stay back." Being that it was my mom, I held her hand and we ended up downstairs in the office room where the window was wide open. To cut to the end, the man was arrested for breaking into another house, and when asked about me, he was ready to kidnap me and had been watching me. The neighbors called 911 because they saw him trying to get into our gated backyard. My mom saved my life. If it would have happened a few hours before, I don't know how it would have ended. This happened only 30 minutes ago. My cousin and I are working college students and spend every Friday night hanging out together to recharge for the week. We order food, watch K-dramas and K-pop videos, and so on. I live in the neighborhood across from her, so I never minded leaving late. Creepy things late at night only happen to other people, right? Well, tonight, I pulled into my driveway and got out of my car to grab my bags and other stuff. I only managed to grab my bags before I got the urge to look at the stretch of sidewalk that extended behind me. I looked and saw the silhouette of a man walking towards me. Mind you, it's 11:30 at night. I was alone. This man was only illuminated by a streetlight. I went into panic mode. I only had my bag in my hand, so I left everything else in my car and bolted in my open garage. I had not even locked the door to my house before I closed the garage door behind me. I made sure everything was locked and my home alarm was on before I peeked out my front window to see if he was there. Thankfully, he wasn't. What really scared me was that this man had his hand in his pocket. My mind instantly went into, if he has a knife, I'm gonna die tonight. Now, I'm not really sure if my mom was making up this detail or if it really happened in the moment, but I will include it anyway. After I closed the garage door, I heard laughing and then a light tap on my garage door, like someone was knocking on it. When I got into my house, my entire family was asleep, so the laughing couldn't have been them. In my mind, it must have been him. Looking for a fully equipped self-defense keychain as we speak. This is my friend's story, with her permission as she doesn't have read it. We were arriving at my friend/coworker's house after work. There was 5 of us, with her boyfriend already at home. It was around 10 p.m. As we entered the small duplex, I locked the front door behind me, from habit. Not 30 seconds later, I made it into her bedroom. About 5 feet away, I hear someone trying to open the front door. I proceeded to ask her if her boyfriend was expecting someone else, and they said no. Her boyfriend went downstairs as the person outside started knocking. We look outside to see someone in a hoodie pulled all the way over where his face was obscured from the side. Her boyfriend asked the guy what he needed through the door, and he answered that he was locked out of his house and needed to borrow a phone. Her boyfriend told him no, and the guy says, "Come on, man. Just open the door." We said no and to leave. There was a 24-hour gas station literally across the street. 15 minutes later, I see someone peek in the living room and someone tried to get the door open. We all come to the door and yell through it, telling him to leave. He keeps saying, "I don't know why you can't just open the door. Just open the door and let me use your phone." We say no and he eventually left. While he was outnumbered, we didn't know if there was someone with him hiding or if he had a weapon, etc. It mainly freaked me out because he was trying to open the door before knocking. This happened minutes ago. It is 12:16, and it's worth noting that I'm a very small woman, just over 5 foot and about 120 pounds. It's also worth noting people frequently think that I'm in my teens, despite me being much older than that. My husband Phil is in the ER right now, waiting to be transferred to a hospital. He called me and asked if I could pick him up, as they didn't know when his room would be available. I parked my car in front of the house, in the street. There's no driveways or garages in our neighborhood. So I walked out with my purse and keys and got in, then realized, oops, forgot Phil's cigarettes. I bet he'll want them. So I locked the car and went in to grab them. Upon returning to my car, I saw a light coming up the street towards me, kinda slowly, and got this immediate thought of, get in and lock the door and don't move. So I did just that. A car with one headlight pulls up slowly next to me, so much so that I thought they were going to stop to try to talk to me, sending me into mild suspicion. I saw the silhouette of the driver turn and look at me as I crept by. They very slowly made a right turn and my gut said, "Do not move," so I stayed. As they pulled away, I noticed that they had no license plates. Seconds later, they had circled the block and came to a slow crawl behind me again and stopped at the stop sign. I have the corner house and the stop sign is right behind where my car is parked. They stayed for a few seconds and then went straight. I still didn't move. Something felt sketchy. They turned around in a cul-de-sac and stopped at the stop sign that faces the one behind me. They continued to sit there, and I could see them staring at my car, but I couldn't see their faces, just silhouettes. I decided to call my husband, and he, sounding much more awake now, told me, "Get out and run. Get in the house and unlock the deadbolt. Get my pistol." I started to open my driver's side door, and the car pulled forward a little faster than before. I pulled the door closed and locked it, and told P what happened. He told me not to hang up, and to get my ass in the house stat. I climbed over the center console, out of the passenger door, and ran right up to my door, fumbling with my keys and lock, but managed to get it open. The car with the missing headlight was creeping so gingerly towards the house. Keep in mind, they're only across the street, so they are really close. I got inside and locked the door. I looked out the window to the side of the door and saw them speed out of there. They didn't come back as far as I can tell, but I had my curtains drawn, so I'm not so positive. I got the gut feeling that they were waiting for me to drive away so they could break in, or maybe so they could follow me. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid and they were lost, but my gut feels they weren't innocently looking for something. So, I'm home alone. My mom's out visiting family and picking up some stuff. I'm chilling, playing Animal Crossing, with my dog Ty laying on my bed, keeping me company. Ty suddenly bolts up, heckles raised, and growling, which is rare for him to do. He's only done it once before. I hear someone downstairs shout, "Hello," and me being stupid, I shouted back. I went downstairs to see two guys outside looking through the window, so I went and opened the door to see what they wanted, since I was expecting a package. They immediately started with, "Hi, we have a warrant for the electrical meter," and it immediately felt off. So I did the only thing I could think of. I told them that I'm underage and home alone, with Ty currently watching them through the window. I said I'll call my mom, shut the door, and try to lock it, but I couldn't. The lock wouldn't turn. So I called my mom. I explained what was going on, and I barricaded the door so no one could move the handle down. After a few minutes, I managed to turn and lock the door. I went upstairs to check the cameras, and lo and behold, it showed 3 men standing outside the door, occasionally looking at the cameras and trying to stay hidden. At one point, you could see 2 of them enter the house. They quickly ran out and shut the door. This was the same time Ty went downstairs. As I kept watching the playback, I saw a van door open and shut, so I think there was 4 people. I have no idea who these men were or how they unlocked the door, and I'm never going to open the door without a weapon nearby. 3 hours later, my mom comes back home and watched the footage. The men had brought a dog bar, the one that the dog pound uses, with a long bar and the snare bit on one end. She suspects that they picked the lock on the front door, so it couldn't lock. Thankfully, I've watched a lot of movies and tutorials on how to barricade a door, so they couldn't get in. I'm an amateur artist, and I've been working on Inktober, an art challenge, most evenings this month. The challenge is to post an art piece a day, so I'm doing some of it in advance. Basically, I've got quite the setup in my dining room right now, with all my materials. I've been working late into the night the past few nights. Since Friday and Saturday night, I don't have to get up for work early the next day. The dining room of my house is connected to the living room, with the living room at the front of my house, and the dining room in the back. My mom is getting new curtains in the living room, so currently there are no curtains on 2 of the windows, except for one that she was testing out, but even that is pretty sheer. My house is in suburbia, and it's on a T road, with my house on the top of the T. So there's a main road that goes horizontally by my house, and then another one that connects and goes directly vertical from my driveway, if that makes sense. We're in the center of my neighborhood, so we don't get much traffic by our house, as it's not a main road that people would use to cut through if they didn't live here. I also live across from a small park, so there isn't a lot of light out at night, other than our house lights, neighbors' lights, and a single street lamp. Anyway, Friday night I was working late on my drawings in the dining room with all the lights on, as I needed to see my work. I had my laptop out, and I was facing my backyard as I was watching TV while drawing. At one point in the evening, I got up and looked to the front of the house for the first time in a while, only to notice a white car on the vertical road of the T, just chilling there with its lights on. After a few seconds of me looking out the window, it started moving, so I figured it was just someone stopping for a moment to figure out directions or something. The houses in my neighborhood all kind of look the same, and my friends have gone to my neighbor's house instead of mine by accident many times, so that's a pretty normal thing to have to do around here. Anyway, when I'm working late again and I get up to see what looks like the same car in the same spot, just sitting there, facing my house with its headlights on. As soon as I get up, it drives away. This is a little past midnight, so at this point, I'm feeling a bit weird, and I go behind the front door, which has curtains on it. I watch for a bit, but the car doesn't come back, so I go back to work. Well, closer to 2 a.m., I get up, and the car is back, just sitting there, facing my house, headlights on. Can definitely see me through the window, at least partially, if not fully. Not totally sure of the angle, as we have one curtain up, and I'm in the back of the room, not the front. But I think they could see me fully, just from far away. As soon as I get up from my chair, the car drives off once again. Now I'm really freaked out, and immediately shut off all the lights, check all the locks, and go to bed. Gonna tell my parents about it in the morning. But yeah, I basically think that someone has been watching me draw through the window for the past 2 nights, and I will likely be moving my art to the basement for the foreseeable future. Not sure why they would watch. I was dressed in a big shirt and leggings both nights, and I have a pixie cut. Not even sure if they would be able to tell my gender from across the road and across 2 rooms like that. This is actually a true story. It just happened, and I'm typing this out now because I need to process how insane it was. We had a Halloween party this year. It ran pretty late, and the last few people were leaving around 3 a.m. I was chilling out front, and a dude that no one knew was sweeping up cans and cigarettes everyone left outside. I live in the city, so this isn't uncommon. He wasn't homeless, but he was clearly down on his luck and looking for tips. I didn't have any cash, but my roommate Mike ran inside to grab change for him. It ended up only being literal change, but I hung out and offered him a cigarette and chatted with him. He told me he was pretty much on his last chance. It's hard to get a job on parole. He's just doing whatever he can. He told me not too long ago, someone working at a pizza shop said that he could sweep their sidewalk, and all they gave him was a quarter and a soda for his efforts. Everyone else was gone, just me and Sidewalk Dude, so I go out for bed. I'm still pretty hyped from the party, so I'm just laying on my bed with my phone for a while. About 30 minutes later, I hear a voice inside my house downstairs. "Mike, you got that soda?" I went downstairs and immediately saw that the door from our kitchen to our mudroom was closed. There's a door from the mudroom to the outside. No one ever closes the mudroom door. It's literally never closed. I went upstairs to get back up, walked to the mudroom door, and said I was going to open it and that they could just leave. Eventually, I got the courage to open it and no one was there, but the door to the outside was wide open. I closed and locked it, went to the front door and made sure it was locked. When I jiggled the doorknob, I heard the sidewalk guy say, "Still here, just sitting outside." I don't know what would have happened if I had not heard him. But the reason why this freaked me out so bad was that he said, Mike, you got that soda? After telling me the story about the shitty person asking him to sweep and only giving him a quarter and soda, when Mike had just given him change. Also because he was in my house. I used to live in a trailer park during my sophomore year of college. It was a really nice city, super liberal, and hippity-dippity. My 2 roommates were off in class, but I took the day off school as our dishwasher took a crap. I was waiting for the repairman to show up. It was one of those ridiculous anytime before 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. type of things. I did not want to wait a day longer as my roommates sucked at hand washing, and I would have to wash them all again as I cooked most of the meals at home, and we had a limited kitchen set. Anyways, I sleep until about 10:45 and the alarm goes off. I probably dicked around for a few more minutes, then got in the shower, not expecting the repairman to be around until afternoon. I was butt naked and had a full head of shampoo when I hear someone knocking on the door. I start washing up as quickly as I can when I hear more aggressive knocking. Dude is waiting 5 seconds between each volley of knocks. Thinking he must have been knocking for a while and I didn't hear him because I was in the shower, I was feeling bad for making him wait. As I'm drying off and quickly putting on some clothes, I hear a very loud boom come from the door. I kind of second guessed myself and thought, did I really just hear that? And stopped for a second. Then I hear another loud boom and could definitely make out the noise of my door being forced in and opening. I thought about going into my room to retrieve any of my 3 guns, and then realized that they were still in their cases after my last gun range day with the locks on them. I was almost smiling at the irony of all my preparations for this scenario and got caught lacking the day that it all mattered, naked and afraid. I heard someone call out, "Hello?" and decided to meet my maker in a t-shirt and towel wrapped around my ding-dong. I figured if there was a fight coming, maybe they would second guess getting half-naked washed nuts rubbed all over them. I walked down the hallway and leaned out the kitchen, which has vision of the front door. My door had been smashed in alright. The wood frame was shredded. I caught a gaze of a scrawny man, about my size, 5'10", holding a sledgehammer, standing just beside the ruined door. He honestly looked just as surprised as me, and says, "I'm so sorry. I didn't think anyone was home," and then fucking bolts away. I'm as confused as can be, just looking at the smashed door half naked like an idiot. I finally throw some pants on and go outside to investigate, but it was far too late to catch this culprit. My door had 2 huge dents in it, but it held up. Just the frame had been beaten in and left 2 gashes, one where the doorknob was and one where the deadbolt was. I had suspicions that it was not a burglar, so I called my dad and asked him if a repairman he sent had just come by and explained what just happened as best I could. He said he would call me back. I get a ring from him a few minutes later while I'm seeing if I can salvage the door, and he sounds livid. The contractor they sent was mistakenly told that the job was for an asbestos test, typically what has to be done before the trailer is taken to the dump. The guy must assume that the house was vacant and let himself in after a courtesy knock, and got scared when he saw I was home and ran away. The part that made my dad angry was that they tried to say that we had to pay for the damages for some smooth brain reasoning the greaseball manager came up with, and ended with a "see you in court" from my dad. He told me to photograph everything so we can use it as evidence, and he would drive over to help me fix my door as he was only about an hour drive away. It all ended with the contracting company deciding to cough up $200 instead of going to court. And the cherry on top was they sent the man that beat down my door to give me the most awkward and rehearsed apology. I was reminded of the story as I drove past their office today and saw their doors were shattered and everything was gone. Hopefully they're out of business and no longer sledging doors in for a surprise asbestos test. Not quite sure how to start this, but I live in a fairly small town, but it has a huge drug problem. I live with my girlfriend and our 3 cats in an apartment. People continue to leave the outside doors open, despite me taking the rocks out that are holding the doors open. My girlfriend usually leaves for work about 7 a.m. and either wakes me up at 6:30 or 7. This morning I was watching TV on the couch in my underwear when I heard a light knock on the door. I thought maybe it was my girlfriend, so I checked my phone, but she didn't text. It was around 7:40, so she would have already been gone, or I'd come home because her ride didn't show. I grabbed my firearm, Glock 19, in my holster. I checked the door. I'm not paranoid, and I didn't think anything was wrong. I was just gonna set it on the table by the front door. I opened the door with my right hand, the one that the firearm's in, and there was this man there with some packages. I asked him what's up, and he said that he had some packages. He started looking down the hall both ways, and he saw my face and the fact that I wasn't dressed, and kept saying he had packages and seemed like he wanted me to open the door more. Like I said earlier, I have 3 cats, and cats are curious. One tried to get out and I grabbed it with both hands and moved her back in. I guess the guy saw the gun in my hand and suddenly changed his tune. Oh sorry, wrong apartment. I got the wrong place. Even though he had been there for a few seconds, and we even made eye contact a few times. One thought I had when I saw him first was, oh delivery guy. Then I remembered they leave all the packages by the mailbox. Super weird. Last night I took some melatonin to get to sleep early. I have an American bulldog who is scared of everything, so I don't think of her as my protector. I feel that I'm her protector, and I'm fine with that. My boyfriend works late, so she usually barks when she hears the garage open. At 10:55, she starts going crazy. At first, I told her to go back to bed. Then I heard my doorbell go off and excessive knocking. We never use our front door. Not once have we ever entered through our front door. We use the garage. My first thought was that my boyfriend's garage opener must be broken or something, but I had no calls or texts from him. My dog was going insane. We live in a gated community, so I don't feel unsafe ever. I go down and my dog is with me. I can't see through the peephole because I'm really short. I heard someone scream, "Help me," and then they started knocking and using the doorbell. I thought it was my boyfriend just playing a trick on me. We have one of those hotel locks on the top of the door, so you can open it 2 inches without really opening it. I unlocked the deadbolt and doorknob and opened it. A man was saying, "Help me," and then started jerking the doorknob. I screamed, "What do you need help with?" He wouldn't speak and kept jerking the doorknob while my dog sounded the meanest I've ever heard. I slammed the door with all my strength and locked it back up. I yell, "I'm calling the cops." While on the phone, he's still ringing the doorbell and beating at the door. 911 heard it. I felt bad because I wasn't sure if he was hurt, but why wouldn't they say something when the door was open? Why didn't my dog's bark faze them at all? He was still beating on my door until the cops got there. When they get there, I see them put an elderly man in the back of the car. I found out that it's my neighbor across the street that I've never met before and had barely seen. Apparently he has dementia and got out of his house. I have a feeling of such guilt for calling the police and scaring his wife. I also felt stupid for how scared I was. I watch a lot of crime shows, and my boyfriend has an important job and sometimes isn't home until 4 a.m. So immediately I thought someone was watching me and knew I was home alone. But it was scary, and now I feel dumb and feel like if it was someone to hurt me, I did the wrong thing by opening the door, even though it still had that lock on it. I keep trying to tell myself that I did the right thing, because what was I supposed to do when all I knew that a strange man was at my door, acting erratically and trying to get into my house. I feel bad for his wife and that the cops made him take an ambulance to the ER to get checked out. Anyways, that's my creepy encounter for 2022, and hopefully for the rest of my life. When I was 11, my family moved to a very rural area in Minnesota, in 1990 after living in a city in Wisconsin. We were surrounded by cornfields, and it was about 45 minutes to any larger town or city. I just want to set the scene a little because as a young kid who was used to the city, it definitely added to the creepy factor at night. What made it even worse at night for me was that a lot of times I was left alone. My mom was a night shift nurse and my dad was a truck driver. I would leave the TV on, playing Nick at Night, so I could fool myself into thinking that my mom was in the living room, watching shows. I would also sleep in their room because it brought me comfort and it was closer to the TV. Some may disapprove of this, but at the time, there wasn't much to do about it. My parents needed to make money, and this is what they chose to do. Anyway, it was like this often, but one weekend my dad was home, which doesn't happen much. So this meant I was in my room, which is right near the front door. My dad was in their bedroom, towards the back of the house. We had a Springer Spaniel, who was my best friend, and slept with me often. One night that weekend, I woke up with him not on my side, and could hear what sounded like a dog, my dog, growling and whimpering. I got up, walked to the kitchen right outside my room, and looked towards the front door. In the entryway, I saw the head of a man bent down near my dog, and I said, "Hello?" Not sure what the hell I was thinking as a young girl. I should have ran to my dad, but I was worried about my dog, I guess. He stood up, looking startled. I don't remember what he looked like very well, but he was probably in his 40s or 50s, short and looked a little disheveled. He asked me where the nearby town was, and I told him that I didn't know, but I could get my dad. The man had taken a few steps forward, and my dog growled. He then said that he would figure it out and walked out the door. I ran to get my dad, and needless to say, my dad was really upset that I didn't come get him right away. The man never came back, that I know of. I don't know if he somehow knew that I was usually home alone and tried to come in, or if maybe he was drunk and entered the wrong house, thinking it was his. It was definitely pure luck that this strange guy came into my house on a weekend that my dad was home. I know for sure that my dog may have saved me from something awful happening. I still wonder what he was doing bent down that would make my dog whimper like that. I also wonder what would have happened if I had not heard my dog. Anyway, that's my story. It's definitely creepy for me. Some background information, as it's somewhat important. First of all, I'm a female, 5 foot tall, 24 years old at the time, but getting mistaken for a teenager all the time. Baby face, teeny frame. Second of all, I live in Europe, so no guns for me. Enjoy. So this encounter took place a few years ago. I was living in a super huge apartment block, and quite a shitty one. One afternoon, I was just chilling with my then girlfriend when I suddenly heard faint, scratching noises outside the door. Definitely weird, but I dismissed it, thinking it's probably some neighborhood kiddos scratching the walls with a key, or other stupid stuff kids sometimes do. A moment passed and the noise didn't disappear. Quite the opposite, it got louder. At this point, I started to realize what the sound was. It was the sound of a metal object scratching at my door's lock. I immediately got startled and went to look via the peephole. The long corridor was half dark, and right there in front of my door, there was a man. I couldn't see his face too clearly, but I was 100% sure I did not know him. He was tinkering with the lock in some way, but with the peephole's limited field of view, I couldn't see exactly what he was doing. I made sure all the doors are locked and backed off as it fell silent. Just as I was about to return to the living room, the door handle slowly moved down, and just as slowly returned to its initial position. I goddamn freaked. I hurried to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife, and had squatted next to the door. It was locked, but if he managed to pick it, well, there I was, frightened and armed. For a moment, it fell silent again. Then, the lever slowly went down and up again. More scratching, and the lever moving again. Then silence again. And then, I hear a whisper, "Let me in." My heart skipped a bit, or a dozen of them probably. "Let me in." If he was screaming, it would be as frightening, but he wasn't. He was whispering to my door repeatedly, "Let me in." I think I unfroze for a second because I grabbed my phone and called the security. The apartment block had the security, but they were stationed on a small booth outside the block itself, which was huge. I lived on the 8th floor, so it was really long distance to get there, especially given that they were lazy bastards who usually watched TV and smoked so much that there was heavy fog inside the booth. Still, I gave them a panic call, quickly explained the situation. Sure enough, the guards laughed it off, saying that the stranger is probably just some drunk neighbor. He told me that the other guard is on patrol and that he'll call him and tell him to come to my door. I have no idea why I didn't call the police, but I probably was just too frightened to think straight. The block was in the middle of nowhere, so the nearest police station was quite far away anyways. My girlfriend just kept observing, probably some kind of stress reaction too. Seconds felt like hours. After some time, it fell silent, this time for good. 15 minutes later, the freaking security guard finally knocked on my door, long after the guy was gone. "Good job, man, seriously. Take your sweet time. Thank you very much." He said that he would close the gate and check the camera footage, but he didn't look too tense, so I don't know if he actually did that. To this day, I have no idea what happened. Maybe it was some drunk neighbor who left the elevator one floor too early or too late and thought his wife had locked him out. Maybe it was some fucking psycho or a junkie trying to purposely access my door. I will never know. I guess I prefer it that way. Growing up as a teenager, it was just me and my mom that lived together. An important part of the story is the fact that our house was in the country, about 40 miles away from the big city we lived close to. When I started high school, I went to a private high school in the big city, and my mom also worked in that city. For convenience, my mom bought a house in the city near my school and her work, but we kept the country house for the weekends. It's also critical to know that this country house was in some fancy pants gated, secured, and patrolled neighborhood. It was a 2-story house, and we never went upstairs. The upstairs was an informal living room, a bar, a bathroom, and a game room. There just wasn't really any reason to go up there. Also, the downstairs dining room and formal living room were absolutely 100% off limits. I was never allowed to walk in there or go there unless it was a hosted dinner like Christmas or Thanksgiving. It was oddly kept like a museum. I never really moved into the city house. I kept all my clothes and belongings in our country house because we had all of our animals at the country house. I would drive home every day after school to do my homework, feed the animals, watch TV, and do shit around the house. After my homework was done, I would pack an overnight bag of clothes for the next day at school. Then I would drive to the city house. We did, however, spend all of our weekends back at home at our country house. One day I came home after school and I'm putzing around the house. I finished my homework and animal duties, and I go to pack my bag for the next day at school. My dresser drawers were really messed up, and things weren't really folded. It looked as if someone had been rummaging through my clothes. I honestly thought I must have messed it up the last time I had packed clothes. I go to leave the house, and there's a crystal bowl turned upside down on the living room tables. I'm honestly shocked I even noticed, but I did because everything in that room was kept in museum quality. I thought it was odd, but didn't think much more of it, and left to the city house. The next day, I'm back at the country house after school and finished my homework and animal duties. This time, my closet seemed a bit in disarray. At this point, I think, holy shit, my mom came home in the middle of the day to see if I had drugs or something in my room? Which I didn't. I wasn't into anything like that. However, when I was leaving the house, I noticed there was a second crystal bowl turned over right next to the first one, so this definitely stood out to me. I went into the room and completely surveyed it. Yes, for a fact, there were only 2 bowls turned over upside down. I drove to the city house and asked my mom if she went through my room. She denies it and asked me, "Do you think someone has been in our house?" I say no because, well, nothing was missing. Plus, in the back of my head, I'm thinking it's in a gated, patrolled, and secure neighborhood. The third day, I go to school, and a girl a year younger than me at my private high school actually lives directly across the street from my country house. On the off chance we ever stayed the weeknight there, I'd always drive her to school with me. She comes up to me and says, "We saw you leaving your driveway this morning. We flashed our lights at you, but it was foggy, so I guess you didn't see us." At this point, I'm definitely thinking it's my mom going through my room because my mom and I, at the time, drove matching white Mercedes. So I'm thinking my neighbor saw my mom's car leaving. I drive to the country house after school. Again, I walk in and immediately see a third bowl turned over. Chills cover my entire body. I'm walking into my room, bedsheet stripped, pillowcase gone. So many things from a bookshelf were missing. It was completely ransacked. I immediately ran outside of the house and called my mom and then the police. When the police showed up, my mom, who was driving to the house but still on the phone with me, asked me to go into her bedroom closet and look under the stack of jeans on the highest shelf. There was nothing there. It's apparently one of the 3 places my mom kept her jewelry. She started sobbing. She asked me to check under her underwear in her drawer. No jewelry there. She then asked me to check under her winter sweaters. Nothing there. She is hysterical at this point. She also asked me to check under the stove. Again, nothing. That's where she kept a heavy wooden box of silverware her parents brought over from Sweden when they moved to America. Everything that was considered valuable or heritage was completely gone. Every last thing. All of it. The security gate had 0 unauthorized visitors on their cameras and no other white Mercedes. The police did a full sweep of the house and identified a space in the upstairs game room where someone had apparently been living. There were also soda cans in the attic space that is accessed through a small door in the upstairs bar. Apparently, I had been coming home as a 16-year-old while someone or multiple people were living in our upstairs space and had been doing a full scope of the house and all the assets to steal. To add insult to injury, my mother died unexpectedly about 3 weeks after the robbery happened. The insurance claim my father had to make, who was entirely out of the picture, turned out to be $480,000. Now the worst part, I'm 16 years old. Remember how my neighbor saw a white Mercedes coming out of our driveway? The local police in a very small town that this county house was in tried to charge me with robbery and insurance fraud, assuming that I had took all the stuff from our house. It only lasted about 2 weeks, but was intensely brutal. I cried pretty much nonstop. It was unending tears. My mother had just died, and I was working with my lawyers to fight for my innocence. A few years back, I moved to a relatively remote part of town with my boyfriend. We owned a small section of land behind our home, which consisted of woods, a creek, and general shrubbery. I would take my dogs out there every day for walks, and one day came across what looked like a campsite where a homeless person would live. There was a basket full of sticks and what I assumed was being used for firewood. There was a mattress, blankets, and tarps. It looked relatively kept, so I assumed someone must have been actively staying there. I went off in a different direction and decided to stay away from that area. I told my boyfriend what I had came across that day, and we were trying to figure out what we should do to eventually remove the person, as this was our land and we didn't feel comfortable having someone camping out so close to our home. We sort of forget about it for a few months until one day I'm walking past the area again with my dogs and curiosity got the best of me, so I went to have a snoop. Once again, I found the same layout. There were some leftover food items and the remainder of a fire. I quickly left. That same night, as I was waiting for my boyfriend to get home, I was in the kitchen cooking and facing the window that looked outside towards the woods. That's when I thought I saw someone standing next to a tree, but it was so dark out and I have horrible eyesight, so I didn't try to overthink it. But then I actually started overthinking. Our home and property was fenced, and then about that little campsite I saw again today. I freaked myself out. Could that be the person that was staying there? I knew someone probably was, but didn't think that they would show themselves, if that makes sense. I carried on cooking and thinking on it, hyping myself up in a bad way. I kept looking around but couldn't see anyone, so I hoped it was just my anxiety and my overthinking. And that's when there was a knock on the back door. We had curtains covering the window on that door, so I couldn't see who was knocking, and I wouldn't be able to see from the window I was standing at either. I went to the door, moved the curtain. No one was there. The dog started barking at this point, which if you have dogs, you know that when you are feeling anxious, them barking can freak you out even more. I was playing music and turned it off so I could hear better. The dogs were barking in the front room at the window, but I couldn't see anything. I shut the curtains fully, then calmed down the dogs, but I was feeling very uneasy. Suddenly, a noise came from the kitchen, like someone was jumping against the door. The dogs started going crazy again and ran into the kitchen. I went after them. The door kept jittering and moving. Someone was trying to get in. The pole that was holding up the curtain fell, and I saw the man wearing what looked like a white face mask, some sort of cover to conceal his face. He kept pushing on the door. I was hyperventilating at that point. If I left out the front door, he could run and get me in seconds. So I left the dogs downstairs and ran upstairs, locking myself in the bathroom. I felt so scared, and I was so scared for my dogs. I called the police and I could hear the back door keep being hit, and the dogs barking so loudly. I remember how I haven't even been able to tell the police my address before the noises stopped, and I could just hear the barking, but no more bashing sounds. I was momentarily convinced that he had gotten in, but surely I would be able to hear some sort of struggle. My dogs were two large German shepherds, yet I could hear nothing. The police arrived very soon after, and my back door was still intact. I spoke with them through the bathroom window, as I was too scared to come down before they assessed the house from the outside. I had to calm the dogs down before I let them in, as the dogs were very riled up. I told the police about the homeless person who lived in the woods. They had a look in the area and couldn't seem to find anyone or anything suspicious. That was until a few weeks later when myself and my partner, along with our dogs, walked down to the campsite again to see if it had been abandoned or not, on the slim chance that they did have something to do with the break-in. And we found this, the white mask I spoke about before. How I couldn't tell what it was. It was hanging on this tree. Gloves and boots were hidden in a bag, which was found by the creek, soaking wet. Apparently, all this wasn't there when the police had went down there that night, though the campsite, for the first time, definitely looked abandoned. We sent pictures to the police, who came down again soon after, but even though they had all the evidence, safe to say nothing was ever done about it, most likely as there was no successful break-in. We got everything removed from the campsite and taken away. Who knows what would have happened if the back door had given in. I still worry thinking about it. It's left me with a lot more unresolved anxiety than I ever had. For a bit of context, I'm a single female in my 30s and live alone, apart from my pets. I'm on my own when it comes to my safety. So this happened last summer. It was around 11 p.m. and I was sitting at my dinner table typing away on my final paper for the semester. Behind me sits my kitchen and a big window that overlooks my backyard. The backyard is surrounded completely by a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence, and inside that fence was a little garden that I had been working really hard on. Lots of cute flowers and a little pond. I was proud of it and would leave the blinds open so I could take in all my hard work during the day. I was caught up in my paper that was due by midnight, and since it was late, the dogs were snoozing away nearby. My concentration was broken by a very sudden, very loud, and a very deliberate behind me. I froze completely, and it dawned on me that I never closed my blinds. All my interior lights were on, and we know how that works. Whoever was tapping could see me perfectly. Weirdly and inconveniently enough, my dogs who would normally bark at the slightest noise were still sound asleep. It took me about 5 minutes to muster the slightest ounce of courage to turn my head just enough to see my window and my peripheral, only to hear a loud crunch and another couple taps. Just a bit lighter. Nope, fuck that. No need to look. The last thing I need to see is a face pressed up against the window. To my left was a door to my carport, which led to the backyard. The handle was within arm's reach, and I wouldn't have to look at the window to open it. I called my dogs and they jumped up as soon as I turned the knob. I guess the watcher realized what I did. About 30 seconds passed and I heard a couple more crunches. Then a very loud thud. If you've ever heard a vinyl fence being smacked against, it's a bit distinctive, and I knew that they had jumped it. My dogs finally went nuts and ran to the window near the thud. Lights were off and blinds were closed, thankfully. I caught a quick glimpse of a leg disappearing behind the corner of my neighbor's house. I stayed up until dawn with my metal baseball bat and one of those giant sharp grill forks. With the fence on my dogs, I always felt safe. How did they get there so quietly? I'll never know. I've lived here my whole life and have never had anything happen, so this has shaken me. Whoever that was wanted me to know that they were there and definitely wanted my attention. I've since installed multiple cameras and motion lights all around the perimeter of my house. It's been quiet since. I feel better, but the illusion of safety has all but disappeared. I live alone in an apartment in Utah. My area is fairly metropolitan, and it's not uncommon to see unhoused people near my building. Since I'm a single woman, I'm usually more cautious about locking my doors and setting alarms than my friends with roommates. I have a Simply Safe alarm system and also have 2 deadbolt locks on my door. Because my area has a lot of break-ins, I'm also sure to always lock everything, no matter what. 2 nights ago, I came home late from a night out with my friends, but I was sober. I made sure to lock everything and set the alarm like usual. When I woke up the next morning, I heard someone in my house. They were wearing shoes and just walking around. One of my friends has a code to my alarm, but none of my friends have a key. I'm the only person I know with a key to the second deadbolt on my door, not even my landlord. I lean my head out the door of my bedroom, which is just a few feet from the more open living room kitchen area where the sound was coming from. There was a man in my kitchen, and maybe 40 years old. He was wearing a full suit and tie, but seemed really tired or drunk. He was standing by my fridge and eating leftovers out of a Tupperware and just kinda staring off. I ducked back into my room and called 911. For the next 10 minutes, I stood by my bedroom door and listened to this man eat a bunch of food from my fridge. When he was done with something, he would just drop the container onto the floor. When the police showed up, both deadbolts were still locked. They knocked on the door, and the man in my apartment answered. The police rushed him and yelled if I was okay. When I came out of my bedroom, they had the man pinned down on the floor, and I saw that he had rearranged the furniture in my living room. There were containers all over my floor. The man wasn't saying anything, and he never said anything, even when the police were asking him questions. After they took him away, the officer told me that the man had a business card in his wallet, and he works at a bank downtown. The weirdest thing is that my alarm was set and my deadbolts were locked from the inside, even when he was in my apartment. None of the windows were unlocked, and I'm on the 4th floor. I have no idea how he got in. Update. I have been back and forth with correspondence with the lead investigator, and we finally were able to talk Thursday about exactly what happened concerning the man who broke in. I will call him Jake for the sake of clarity. On Tuesday of this week, the lead investigator of my case, Nelson, emailed me with this message, among other things. Don't let anyone wearing a hard hat into your apartment. I called him and asked if I could meet with him, but he said that he was busy with some cases and would only be able to meet me on Thursday of this past week. We emailed back and forth late Tuesday night and into Wednesday. I would email him back immediately, but sometimes it would take a few hours to respond. In one of his follow-up emails, he told me that the man who had gotten into my house never worked for the bank in town, and they had tracked the business cards to another person entirely. Additionally, the man who broke into my house is unable to speak. On Wednesday night, all the tenants in my building received a message that light construction work would be ongoing for the next few days to repair wiring and plumbing. I told my landlord in a message back that the investigator into my case had requested me to deny access to any person wearing a hard hat. My landlord told me that there would be no reason for a construction crew to enter my apartment, as all the work they were doing was in the community access breaker box and the basement beneath the building. A few hours later, I get a knock on my door. It was around 10:15 p.m. When I looked through the peephole, there was a man in a denim jumpsuit standing outside my door. He wasn't wearing a hard hat, but he had on a tool belt and appeared to be some kind of construction worker. I asked him what he needed, and he said that he needed to come check my pipes in my bathroom. I asked him why he would be doing this at 10:15 p.m., and he said that he was trying to get to all the rooms while the water was already turned off. I asked him if he could contact my landlord on speakerphone, so I knew he was legit, and instead of complying, he grew angry and told me that he was just doing his job. I told him that he wasn't allowed to come into my apartment and I would not be opening it for him. I then stepped back into my bedroom and phoned Nelson. He didn't respond, but I left him a message. I then called 911 and informed them of my situation, asking if they could come by and check on the workers. The dispatcher told me that she would send someone to my building. I then called my landlord and told her that someone was trying to get into my apartment in a construction outfit. She told me that they had left several hours before. I went back to the door and looked through the peephole, and of course, he was gone. When the police showed up about 20 minutes later, they couldn't find the man anywhere in the building. However, in the video of our entrance near the mailboxes, the man was seen entering the building around 10 p.m. Early the next morning, Thursday, Nelson called me to ask if I could meet him at the police station. When I got there, Nelson walked me back to his office. He had an iPad on his desk and a plastic 3-ring binder, like I used to use in school. I kinda hoped for the classic manila folder, but oh well. He opened the binder and flipped through some pages before settling and looking at me. Nelson then told me that the man that got into my apartment was named Jake, and that he's unable to speak, but is fluent in ASL. He can hear perfectly fine, and he typically carries a notebook with him to write in for people that cannot sign. Nelson then told me how Jake got into my apartment and what the deal with the construction worker was. Jake went missing in mid-December. He works for the Nevada Department of Transportation until December of last year. Jake was a fairly respected family man. In his teens, he had been addicted to drugs, but he had kicked the habit and started working for the Department of Transportation. In the next couple of decades, Jake got married, had a child, and lived fairly comfortably. However, he had a relapse in December for unknown reasons, and soon after that, he had disappeared. There are videos of him acting strangely at gas stations, where he had used his credit card in the days after his disappearance, but then he stopped using his cards after that. There's a 2-week period where they're not sure what happened with Jake. The next time Jake popped up, it was in Utah, where I live, and he was cited for a minor vehicle infraction. The next time they saw Jake, it was in my apartment. After they took him into the station, they had a long conversation with him where they would talk, he would write, and they would talk again. Jake failed to make sense to the investigators. He wrote about being hungry and not being able to sleep. When they asked him how he got into my apartment, he would write about how he didn't need any help. Eventually, Nelson was able to get the story from Jake. During his first weeks in Utah, Jake had started going to bars and meeting some blue-collar workers in the area. He had got onto a road construction job from his past DOT experience and met another drug addict named Patrick. He and Patrick both use hard drugs. Patrick has been known to get into apartments by posing as a construction worker, and that he sells stolen goods from apartments to pay for his habit. The night Jake got into my apartment, he was wearing a suit. His method for breaking in was to look nice enough that someone would just let him through the entrance. After that, he would either enter an unlocked apartment, step out of their window, and then come through a neighbor's window. Apparently, one of my windows has a broken latch and cannot be properly locked. I also don't have any sensors on my windows, so that explains why the alarms never went off. When Jake had entered my apartment, he had already been through several other apartments. He was high while he was doing this, and he was hungry after several hours of sneaking around, so he went into my fridge and started to eat. As Nelson understands it, Jake became drunk by just going through my fridge and eating and drinking. He also said the original owner of the business card lives in my building, and Jake had stolen the business card case from the entrance of the man's apartment. Nelson said Patrick would likely try to hit the same apartments as Jake at some point, so it didn't surprise him that Patrick showed up at my apartment not long after Jake did. Nelson said that he'll be contacting me eventually for the trial, and that it might be a good idea to intensify security in my apartment until they catch Patrick. So my therapist insisted that I tell this to stop being scared and mad at it. The being pissed off at this memory doesn't have anything to do with the story, so I won't really be telling it. Back in late 2020, it was probably around fall, maybe September. I was living in what is called a host home. Basically, someone or a person lets you live in their house while you try to build a better future for yourself. I was left alone one night when I heard creaking upstairs. I get creeped out easily, so I kept having to brush it off, but everything was heightened in fear because I'm basically blind. My glasses were broken and I was waiting for new ones in the mall. I was sitting on my computer doing schoolwork or something when I heard footsteps outside. I was slightly freaking out, so I called my friend to talk with me. I kept telling myself it was a cat or small animal that kept coming around the property. Well, while I was on the phone, the back door light flashed on. It was a movement sensor. So I turned around and saw this thing on all fours staring at me. I flipped out because it looked like a blurry, naked human to me. My friend heard me yell and kept yelling for me to call the cops. I ended up calling the cops and they did find footsteps on some of the mud, but concluded it might have been there before, as the owners frequently did gardening. I told them everything I knew, and they stated that it was a good thing I called. Better to be safe than sorry. Nothing was found on the cameras, but a week later, some guy was found high in the park nearby, completely naked and bald, just like the thing I saw. About 3 years ago, I lived in a first floor apartment in a considerably safe area. At the time, I worked during the day, and then my husband worked at nights. On this particular night, I was staying up pretty late while my husband was at work. For reference, my apartment has a small patio that is gated off, and my couch is adjacent to the window that looks out over the patio. I was sitting on the couch watching a show when I heard a sort of rustling outside the window. For some reason, I thought my husband had gotten off early and was trying to fuck with me. He never did anything like that, so I wanted to see how it would play out. But as I waited, nothing happened. Confused, I texted him, "Is that you outside?" To my shock, he replied, "What are you talking about? I'm still at work." Horrified, I jumped up and slowly lifted the blinds just enough to peek through. But fortunately, there was nothing. I ran through every room in my apartment peeking through the window to see if I could find anyone or anything that could be making that noise. Again, nothing. So I mustered up the courage to open up the patio door quickly, flipping on the lights. There was absolutely nothing outside, no evidence of someone getting onto my patio. I was paranoid the whole night, but kept telling myself that it was just an animal. Fast forward a couple weeks, my mother comes to visit, and as soon as she came inside, she asked if I knew that my door handle was loose. I was confused by what she meant, so she showed me my front doorknob. It was loose and had scratches all around the keyhole, like someone was trying to jig it open with a screwdriver. It terrifies me to think that someone was trying to break into my home. I really believe whoever tried breaking into my apartment is responsible for making the noises I heard that night. In my early 20s, I was staying with a friend in Northern California, Lake County, Mendocino area. The first night I get into town, my friend picks me up and we make the trek to his house. As soon as we get there, he gives me the tour. 2-story house, probably 5 bedrooms from what I can remember. As he shows me the guest room in the basement, a look's come over his face. It looks like it's been ransacked, he says. We talk about it, but he just brushed it off. So I decide to sleep on the couch. He had to drop off his friend at the airport at 5 a.m. the next morning. So I sleep in and wake up to scratching sounds coming from the window. I lay there for a few minutes just listening. It's obviously something at this point. In my boxers, I decide to investigate. That's when I see a figure with a crowbar trying to pry open the kitchen window. There's no landline and I had no cell phone. The blinds are open, so I have to sneak into my friend's room, which meant I had to go through the kitchen. He had a sliding glass door that opened right onto the 2nd-story balcony where the kitchen window was. I'm looking frantically for anything to defend myself and notice a samurai sword. So here I am in my underwear with a sword, hiding behind a tapestry he used as curtains for the sliding glass door, sizing this guy up at 8 a.m. That's when I hear the window give and pop open. No choice, I stepped out, ripping open the slider door, sword drawn, ready to go last samurai on this guy. He was so shocked. He must have been watching the house and knew that my friend was gone, but since I had gotten late, he didn't know I was there. He stumbled and fell down the steps, jumping the railing and ran. My friend had flower pots on the railing. I tossed them, nearly hitting him. The only proof I had was that one of the guy's tennis shoes came off in the chaos. This is gonna sound bizarre and made up, but I swear on my left nipple that this happened, and there are several witnesses. Even if I can't explain why someone would do this, I'm fairly positive this isn't anything paranormal. I live quite a distance off the road in an unremarkable house on private property. My neighbors are all older family members who go to bed extremely early and whose children are already grown and out of the house. In summary, there are no mischief makers to play pranks on us here. A few months ago, my mom and I stayed up late one evening watching television together. Around 3 a.m., I turned the television off and decided to go to bed. As I was leaving the room, I began to hear what sounded like carnival music playing outside of my house in the front yard. It was loud and close. My mother heard it too, and immediately went to the window to investigate. She couldn't see anything but darkness. Everyone else was either asleep for the night or away on vacation. The lights were off in all the houses, and none of them would be caught dead listening to anything but country music. We were miles from the nearest city, so it wasn't a product of noise pollution. You could hear when a car pulled up in the yard, but there was no sound of a car. The silence where we live is usually deafening. All you can hear is the ringing in your ears. Where did the song come from? Who was playing it, and why? I was very unsettled by the idea of a stranger in our yard playing carnival music, as it suggests malicious intent. My father and uncle later mentioned that 20 years ago, when my parents first moved in, the electrician had came to install the ceiling light and stopped in the middle of his work, saying he could hear Pink Floyd playing in the front yard. Neither my father or uncle could hear it. My father is a bit hard of hearing, and my uncle is much older, so they laughed it off and thought the man was insane, but the electrician was freaked out. He kept opening the door and trying to find the source of the noise to no avail. Then it hit me, the song that I had heard that night was Pink Floyd's Cirrus Minor, the part that sounds like carnival music. I played the song for my mother, and she began freaking out, saying, Yes, that's what I heard." Who the hell sits in the yard at night at 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere playing the same song, which isn't even a popular song, 20 years later with no car? Where did they come from? They would have to have walked several miles to get here. Aside from this, the only other strange thing we experienced that would suggest an intruder, we feel and hear knocking on the living room window late at night around the same hour. sometimes so intense that the entire wall of the house is rattled and it sends the couch against it into reclining position. There are no nearby trees to tap the glass, and no animals, except a human, could possibly reach it. Fortunately, this has stopped over the last few weeks. Update. Shortly after my first post, I had almost convinced myself our intruder was gone. As I was staying up in the early hours of the morning to finish homework, I heard a noise in the yard just outside my bedroom. I sat there listening, but could only detect something like machinery. It was not a sound I recognized. I couldn't imagine what was causing the noise unless the air conditioning was misbehaving. But once it had quieted down, I finished my homework and went to sleep. About 2 nights later, I hear loud grinding around the same hour, but again could not determine the source, however alarming the volume was. The following morning, my father discovered that someone had sabotaged our air conditioning unit by first removing a piece of the inner machinery and later throwing it into the fan while it was spinning. It effectively destroyed the blades and a few other pieces. That part had been presumably taken the first time I was disturbed by the activity in the yard and thrown back in the second time. I had noticed it only because the outdoor unit is mounted against my bedroom. We initially thought that the piece, and forgive me for my ambiguous language as I'm not very tech savvy, had loosened by itself and broken down, but we called our repairman, who begged to differ. He was surprised by the degree of damage and insisted that he had never seen it happen naturally, suspecting that someone had removed a few screws and tampered with the unit. He thought my father had attempted to work on it and caused the trouble, but of course, he had not. A few days after the damaged parts had finally been replaced, my mother was leaving for a doctor's appointment when she began yelling and called the family out to the yard. Our electric box was opened in the night and left ajar, as if someone had been trying to find the wire to cut to disable our electricity and security system. We had been outside several times since the repairman finished his work, and we were certain he closed the electrical box if he had ever opened it. We have weathered several severe hurricanes here, and the winds are not strong enough to open the electric box. A person had to have done it. Weeks passed without incident, my parents opting to overlook these concerning happenings. My father tried to explain the air conditioning as a freak occurrence. They purchased a new gun and did little else. Towards the beginning of summer, my grandfather mentioned that a couple weeks prior, when we were on vacation, he had seen a red Jeep drive the lengthy distance from the road through our private property to the house in broad daylight. He didn't recognize the driver, but approached and questioned him. The man claimed that he was looking for a woman that lived in the trailer. The person he claimed to be looking for had the name of a family friend that lives hours away from us. The man was behaving strangely, and my grandfather was not convinced by his story. He ordered him to leave immediately. Our family that lives around us on the farm is reinforcing their doors, installing extra locks, and keeping their children out of their yards until they find out what's going on. They won't let them walk home from the bus stop anymore. I had stopped worrying over it because I've been preoccupied with moving to a new state, but the old knocking returned this evening at 10 p.m. My parents were watching television together when they heard it. They turned the porch light on and peered out the peephole to investigate, but saw no one. At 3 a.m., I was awake watching TV when it sounded as if someone was forcefully punching the glass of the usual exposed window. I covered it with a blanket, as I always do. An hour after I covered the window, I began hearing loud noises from the back porch off of the kitchen, as if someone had stepped onto it. However, it was briefly lived. They apparently weren't walking around, but simply standing there. About 10 minutes after, I heard yet more knocking, except this time, it wasn't on the exposed living room window, but further down the wall that the window was on, next to the couch. It was 3 knocks, forceful enough to rattle the wall a bit, but not so much that the couch moved. This is more alarming because it suggests that the trespasser lingers here for several hours at a time, posing many more questions. Are we being watched for an opportunity to force entry? Hasn't an opportunity already arisen in the past and they never took it? Are we being stalked? Do they gather here to drink and get high on our property and then decide in their stupor that it would be funny to antagonize us? Why is it only our house that is targeted and not other houses on the farm? Why do they walk several miles to come here? Their behavior is escalating. Will they eventually take things further? I awaked my mother and we sat awake together until the sun rose to keep watch. We compiled a list of happenings here that suggest our trespasser visits more frequently than they knock. Despite no one in our family smoking, or anyone who does smoke living too far away for us to smell it, we often deal with a strong scent of cigarette around our windows or the front and back doors of our house. This happens at our bedroom window with alarming regularity. Other times, it's a strange cologne or a chemical stench, like a fresh perm. We of course remembered how my aunt's dog will bark intensely at odd hours of the night, like they do when the stranger visits. The motion detecting yard light has previously came on when no one is at home at my grandfather's. My mother and I are going to walk the perimeter of the house in the morning to take a look for cigarette butts and try to convince my father that we at least need security cameras outside. Even though I think we should involve the police at this point, he's been too indifferent to everything that's happened, and it makes it challenging to be proactive about our safety. Last update, despite the insistence of myself and other Redditors, my parents never installed security cameras. My father remained resistant to the idea, most likely because he wasn't willing to admit that something was amiss. In the beginning, he complained about the cost, the possibility of hackers, and the difficulties with mounting a camera. He eventually promised to borrow someone's trail camera, but he never broached the subject with them. I moved to another state, and the need for cameras was no longer at a forefront of my mind. But when I remembered and received my new debit card after some unfortunate identity theft, I offered to pay for one. I told my father that I would personally buy a camera or two and have them delivered. Only then did he confess that he was afraid of seeing something spooky on it. He had a childlike idea that if he never saw anything happening, the problem would resolve itself. Despite all odds, the problem did resolve itself. Not long after I moved out, my grandfather, who lives in a separate house on the same farm, came home to find police cars in his driveway. An officer approached him and asked if he owned another house on the farm, as he needed to speak to the landlord about his tenants. The house in question was occupied by my late relative's widow, who has a lifetime estate. My grandfather explained that the property was part of the farm, which is owned collectively by him and his daughters. Because of this, he was permitted knowledge of what was happening there. The officer explained everything. Apparently the widow, who is quite old and infirm, used the death of my relative as an excuse to move her chronically unemployed, drug-addicted family, among them her daughter, her son-in-law's brother, and nephew. Because they don't have their own separate cars and we seldom visit the widow, she stinks and is generally unlikable. So we socially distanced around her before the pandemic ever began. The transition went undetected. Shortly before my grandfather had returned home that day, the police responded to a 911 call from the widow. Her nephew is apparently involved in a gang and has violent tendencies. Some conflict arose in the house, probably related to how many drug addicts are stuffed together under a single roof for 24 hours a day. All we were told is that the nephew was becoming violent. When the police arrived, they realized that there was an outstanding warrant for his arrest. He was wanted for making meth and for assault, which commenters on the last post blamed this for the stench we were smelling. My nephew was hiding from the law at the widow's house. This is the reason why his presence was so concealed from us on the rare occasions that the widow was outside of her home and we had spoke. He was removed from the home and arrested by the officers. Ever since then, there has been no strong chemical odors outside, no knocking on the window late at night, and for assault, we suspect that he was aware of the farm long before moving in, and it was a go-to spot for his drug use. We're thinking that he would occasionally spend the night at the widow's house over the years and walk towards the field near us to do drugs. It makes sense that we never heard a car accompanying the knocking noises because he doesn't own a car, and the house is not far since it's part of the farm. The only incident that remains unexplained is the man who drove to our house when we weren't home and asked my grandfather about a family friend who lives an hour away. I wonder if they were looking for the meth head and were told to give some sort of code to make sure he was at the right house. The name could have just been a coincidence. I had an internet incident a few months ago that suggested some stalkerish activity, but it's probably unrelated. I am satisfied with this explanation since there has been no more repeat occurrences after his arrest. This may not be that creepy, and it may just be in my head, but I know what I heard. Yesterday night, about an hour after I finished eating dinner, I heard exactly 3 knocks on my bedroom window. Not like a tree tapping, but like a person using their knuckles or fingers. I went to check outside to see if it was my father, who sometimes forgets his house keys, even though he usually knocks on the front door first and announces who he is. But he wasn't there. Then it happened again a few minutes later. Same as before, 3 quick knocks. My grandmother assumed I was hearing things because we had a snowstorm coming that had canceled school for the next few days. But I had been living in a house my entire life. I know what rats running around in the attic sounds like, or what tree branch tapping sounds like. Then today, I heard it again, exact same as before, the 3 quick knocks. Maybe it's my neighbor playing a stupid prank, but I know what I heard, and it's never happened before. Hopefully it will stop soon. Until then, looking for any thoughts of what I should do to take my mind off of it. Not scared, but just annoyed. So, quite a number of years ago, my cousin and I were on summer break at her house playing 007 on GameCube, and just passing the time, when we heard what sounded like broken glass on tile. The TV was pretty loud, so we paused it, tensely waiting for another sound. Then, we heard the sound of flip-flops walking around the kitchen area. So my cousin called her mom, my aunt. She asked my aunt, who was a nurse, if she had got home from work yet. My aunt was not home and, of course, wanted to know why we were asking. Once we told her, she told us to crawl out the window and run to the neighbors as quickly as we could, while she called the cops. The bedroom window luckily led to the backyard, just next to the gate, so we got the fuck out of there. Fast forward an hour or so, and the cops informed my aunt that there had been an obvious break-in. The window on the back door had been broken, and there was a note left for my aunt. Now, my aunt had recently gotten into a serious relationship with a super nice guy. We'll call him Josh. Well, Josh's ex-wife was not so nice. She had at some point followed my aunt home and found where she lived. She then proceeded to break in through the back door, rummage through a bunch of stuff, and leave a horrible note for my aunt. I can imagine what it said. From what I heard, she was arrested. I'm not sure if any charges were pressed, but later she committed suicide. She left a daughter and a son behind, whom I both went to school with. I later found out that she suffered from severe bipolar disorder and a couple other things. Tragic, but I'm glad me and my cousin weren't caught up in her psychotic episode more than what we were. Still freaks me out to think about. So this takes place around my junior year in high school, back when Slender Man was just getting started. I didn't believe in him at all, until one night my dogs were in the dog run, barking to be let in. Except this time, it sounded like they were mad for some reason, like they were trying to scare something away. So I go into the dog run to let them back in, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this tall ass dude standing at the gate in my backyard. He looked at first glance just like the description. Tall, thin, lanky, no discernible face, since it was dark out. I was legit scared shitless, and the more I look at him, the more I got scared. So I yell at my dogs to come back inside and get to work on putting it out of my mind. Because of course, I imagined it. Slender Man isn't fucking real. Could he be? I never saw the guy or thing again and completely forgot about it until recently, and I realized that it was more likely a guy trying to silence my dogs so he could break in, do God knows what to my family. Of course I know Slender Man isn't real, but I'd almost prefer that rather than knowing what could have happened if that were a real person. For some background, I live on an island and my backyard ends in a golf course. I'm 17, female, and live with my mom and 2 dogs. Back in August of 2021, I saw a man. He looked to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was walking on the golf course, no golf gear, no golf cart, not even in golf attire. All of a sudden, he walks into my backyard, snooping around, looking like he's trying to get the lay of the land. It kept happening for a while, but then stopped for a bit. Then it happened again for a while, and then stopped again until recently I caught him doing it again. When it all first started happening, I thought it was just a golfer retrieving a ball that was hit into my backyard. I quickly realized that that was not the case. Then I thought he must be with the golf course staff, and that wasn't the case either, because he was not wearing a uniform that the staff wears. Sometimes he gets really close to my house, which makes me nervous, as this is a grown man I absolutely do not know and is not a golfer. It's also really off-putting because I'm a minor, living alone with my mom, and he looks like he's scoping out potential places he could enter the house. When I see him, I always make sure to stare at him, making it known that he is not welcome in my yard for any reason, and certainly not in my house. He occasionally catches my stare and quickly walks away, looking very guilty. So I want to start this off by saying that this isn't my personal story, but one of my old substitute teachers. I first heard it around 4 or 5 years ago, but because of my love of creepy things and its mystery, I can't help but remember it. I forget his name, but let's say, Mr. News. Mr. News explained that when he was a kid, maybe 11 or 12 in the 70s, he would deliver newspapers as a way to make simple money. He had a couple houses that he would hit up every trip. But I remember this one was either the first time or the family just didn't get the newspaper much. Anyway, he was biking up to this house that he described as having a huge front and backyard, and he had to walk up their yard a little to throw it closer to their actual deck. While he was walking through, Mr. News heard a bone-chilling scream that sounded like someone was being murdered in front of him. Even though he was terrified as a little boy, he continued to walk until he heard another one, this time way louder. He looked around a little and eventually saw a small opening under the porch that created a mini hole, just big enough for a child to sit in and to see from the outside. He said that there was a kid that sat in this hole, covered in dirt completely head to toe, to the point where he wasn't even sure what their gender was. By their size and voice though, he was sure that the child was around his age. As soon as the poor kid saw him, they let out their hand to reach for him and scream one last time, with their voice apparently breaking a little and sounding super hoarse. Because he was a scared little kid, he ran off without helping them and never told anyone about it until years later. He said that to this day, that is easily one of the biggest regrets in his life. I'm not sure what was going on, but my best bets are either parental abuse or kidnapping. Either way, it's heartbreaking, and I really hope that kid ended up surviving. It was around 2 a.m. My girlfriend and I were awoken by extremely loud banging on the entrance door to our building. We live on the 3rd floor, as well as our doorbell being rung continuously. Obviously, the banging scared the living hell out of us. After a few breaths, I opened the window and popped my head out to see a woman and a man who is now on the phone by the front door. I yell out, "Hello?" And the girl says she lives here. The week before, we had just seen this new girl leaving the apartment building as we were entering, and as it was night and therefore dark, and I am on the 3rd floor and I had just woken up, I thought it was her. We figured I should go down and open it for her and her boyfriend, since my girlfriend was scared as hell, and it's better to be a man in those cases. Anyways, my girlfriend was standing at our door listening in case something was to happen. I opened the door to let them into the teeny hallway, leading straight into the teeny spiral staircase. I move as to let them pass me to make sure they actually lived here, but they don't budge. They stink of alcohol, and the guy looks almost homeless based on his shabbiness as well as the plastic bag hanging from his shoulder. He said that he had just moved into the first floor and for some reason he could not open the front door. Also asking if I was Alex, which I am not. The girl, who looked pretty normal, asked me what floor I was staying on. He was fumbling with his keys, trying to get them from inside the door. I asked them if they could enter their apartment. They don't answer. Suddenly, the guy realizes that he's at the wrong address, asking if he's in X address. The girl says she is just with him and did not know, almost laughing about it. The guy becomes very apologetic and kind, and off they go. First thing I thought was that they were drunk and the guy was bringing a girl home and just messed up the address since he had just moved into the new place. Even more so because the address he gave me had a similar door to ours and was right down the road across the street, but the building was not the same at all, so far from it, and they did not seem that drunk. What questions that theory is that the girl said that she lives here, and later on she said she was just with him. Them not wanting to go in front of me, not answering me when I asked if they could enter their own apartment, and then realizing it's the wrong building the second I question them, and when it becomes obvious that I'm not leaving them alone, him looking like he did with his big bag. Looking back, I should have just talked to them from the window or called the police. The first experience happened a few months ago. I couldn't find my house keys one evening, despite them always hanging on the hanger next to the front door. My husband, daughter, and I turned the house upside down looking for them, but nothing. My husband left me the door key and he went to work the next morning. My daughter went to school and I went to work. Arriving home at lunchtime, I let myself in the door and then went to go hang up my husband's keys on the hook next to the door. As in my habit, I literally jumped. My keys were on the hanger. The second only happened this past week. My daughter left her attic bedroom and went to go stay at her dad's house on Sunday about 3 p.m. She went from there to school on Monday morning, then got home at the house about 4:30 p.m. Monday. She went straight into her room to get changed, but came flying back downstairs with her face like thunder. "You've been in my bedroom." I told her calmly that I hadn't. I mentioned her having the attic bedroom as the steps are steep and I have arthritic knees, so I wouldn't venture up there. So she believed me when I told her I hadn't. She went from furious to ashen-faced. "Why?" I asked. "There's a lit candle on my desk." Just to mention a couple of things, the candle was a small one, maybe 5 centimeters tall, and not one that could be left burning for over 24 hours. There wasn't anything in her room that could have lit the candle. No matches, lighter, or anything. No one was home except me, and I know I didn't go up there. Let me share this story about the time my mother and I discovered a homeless man living in our cottage basement. This was in February of this year, 2021. We have a cottage about 45 minutes away from my parents' main home. It's not too far from Huntsville, Ontario, if anyone wants a visual. Thing is, it's completely unfinished. The basement has no proper flooring and has a slight water leak right now, so there's plenty of fans and dehumidifiers running. As a result, one of us needs to check on the place at least once every 2 or 3 weeks to empty the dehumidifiers in the basement and make sure everything was okay. To describe the house layout a bit, the entrance of the basement is directly in front of the main entrance. It's a long skinny staircase down with a low roof, so you need to crouch on the way down. There is one crappy light bulb in the ceiling, so it's always super dark down there. There's one big room, then 2 hallways branching off. One hallway leads to the bedroom, and the other one leads to not only a second bathroom, but also a washroom, all of which is completely unfinished and without lighting. The second hallway is much longer, and the rooms are just way off in the back corner of the basement and are completely dark. In other words, it's creepy looking. Okay, so let's get to the good part. The day it all went down. My mom and I are headed up there to empty the dehumidifier. We have some lunch and clean out some of the junk. We're slowly gutting the place. It had been nearly 3 weeks since we last checked up on this place. We stopped at McDonald's beforehand and each got a filet-o-fish combo. First time trying it, and it was actually pretty tasty. We get into the place and put the food on the table, then turn the heat on. The first thing we do is run the downstairs water and check the dehumidifier. After turning on the water, we head over to the dehumidifier and notice that there's hardly any water in it. It looks as if it's only been running for a couple days. There's still a regular amount of moisture on the ground, but it was strangely empty. My mom heads upstairs and grabs her phone to text my dad and asked if he had stopped by to empty the dehumidifier recently. He said he hadn't. We were both puzzled as to why it looked so empty, but never considered that there was a third person in the house with us. After heating up our food, we sat down at the table and turned on the TV. About 5 minutes into our meal, we hear a massive bang downstairs, almost as if someone stubbed their toe really badly on the cupboard or something like that. We instantly jumped up and looked at each other with a freaked out look on our faces. The TV is still playing rather quietly. Then we hear the worst thing. We hear small grunts downstairs. It was unmistakable. It was a human vocal sound. My mom whispers to me, "Was that a person?" I smirk and nod my head yes. Although it was freaky at the moment, I wasn't really taking it seriously for some reason. Looking back, it was pretty serious, and this person could have been very dangerous. "Grab your jacket. Let's head out to the car and call the police." We gather our stuff and I grab a kitchen knife on the way. If you recall, the entrance to our basement is directly across from the main entrance to the house. So I had to peek around the corner and was fully expecting to see a person on the dark staircase. But luckily, it was just a series of stairs down into a dark abyss. Once we're out front, we jump in my car and she calls the cops immediately. Within 3 minutes, 4 cruisers show up and 5 cops get out. We told them what happened and they headed down the driveway. They were in the house for probably 10 minutes before the door opened. A couple of cops walked out and boom, the third cop brought out a short, chubby guy with long black hair and pop-bottle glasses. They brought him out handcuffed onto the front step. Another cop had a bag that looked like his belongings. We were in our car, which was up the street a bit, facing the other way from the entrance of the cottage, but my mom turned away as he was brought up the driveway. She didn't want to get a good look at him, as the whole situation was pretty unsettling for her. They loaded him in the back of one of the cruisers and took him away. One cop came over and spoke with my mom for a bit about the situation. Ultimately, my parents decided not to press charges against the guy when it was all said and done. He was just sleeping on the cold cement ground with a small roll-out mattress, even though there was a proper bed upstairs. This made us think that he had been down the back hallway in the unfinished bedroom for a while. We probably walked downstairs to empty the dehumidifier and turn on and off the hot water a number of times, and he was like 15 feet away from us in one of the bedrooms. He probably wasn't a bad person, and I'm personally at least a bit thankful he decided to empty the dehumidifier. Hopefully, he lived there for most of the colder months this past winter. We're just lucky he didn't turn into one of those crazy squatting situations. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry if it was kind of anticlimactic. I was 11 at the time, living in a nice suburb area. We had recently moved into this house my parents had built, and it was our first home. It was a really nice neighborhood. The whole family quickly made friends with a lot of the neighbors, especially the ones 3 doors down. They had a daughter my age, I'm male by the way, and a daughter that was 5 years younger, which was the same age as my sister. Our parents got along well, and we began hanging out quite a bit for barbecues or parties at their house or our house. Friendships were formed quickly and seemed to be very strong. After a year or so, I started realizing things weren't what they seemed. I remember seeing police cars at their house a few times in the evenings, and when I asked my parents what was going on, it was always nothing, just checking up on them type of answers. I was no genius, but at 11, that didn't add up. Why didn't the cops check on us? One day I'm at their house playing, hanging out, and the daughter goes across the street to get another mutual friend, which left myself and the father alone in the house. This was really no big deal, as it happened before, but then he approached me and just seemed off. I still don't know what made me feel this way, but I was uncomfortable and started thinking about leaving. After about 5 minutes, he tells me he has something cool to show me. I don't remember what it was, but I think it was something about baseball cards, which I was very fond of. I excitedly started following him. He pulled the attic ladder down and asked me to follow him, which I did without hesitation at first. Something happened and I still can't process what it was. He was ahead of me on the ladder, and when he looked back to help me in the attic, there was something off. Something about his eyes, his face, his grin. It wasn't right. It looked evil. I could still see it clear as day and can't recognize exactly what it was that set off my alarms. Whatever it was plenty, because I jumped off the ladder and ran out the door. I sprinted all the way home and was choking back my tears when I busted through my front door. My mom was there when I came through and could see I was obviously out of sorts and immediately started calming me down. As I come to my senses, I explained what happened. My mom was concerned with how scared I was, but mostly brushed it off as me being scared, young, and silly. Shit you not, that exact night I was woken up at around 3 a.m. It was my mom sitting on my bed, and as I awoke, she held me like a baby. I remember how she smelled and how tightly she held me. I remember her tears hitting my cheek. I saw out the window to the neighbor's house, surrounded by police and fire trucks. The neighbor dad had killed himself and his daughter in the attic after a standoff with police. There isn't a doubt in my mind, nor my mother's, that it would have been me if I had made it all the way in. I still get chills thinking about it. For context, I was 22 years old, a female, and a senior in college. During my senior year in college, I was following a particular politician and was going to rallies and other events in my spare time. My friends and I were having a ball, and we loved being involved. One particular rally I went to was in the city. My friends and I took the train in and enjoyed ourselves. On our way back to our university, I noticed a guy sitting across from us that I had recognized from campus. He was pretty cute, and I remember seeing him around as we must have some mutual friends. I said hi to him, and to my delight, he also recognized me. We spoke for a few minutes, and I discovered we were both at the same rally. By the end of the train ride, he asked me for my phone number. I remember thinking, wow, a cute guy, and we have something in common. I gave him my number, but didn't think much past that. About a week later, I received a text from him. He asked me if I'm free this weekend, and if I would be interested in meeting and having a drink. This particular time was during break from school, so not too many people were around. For whatever reason, I had chose not to go home. In my naive mind at the time, I thought, great, I have the place all to myself. I meet him in our local bar, and we have a few drinks. It was pretty quiet for a Friday, as it was break time. After an hour or two, we decided to leave. I invited him back to my place for a bottle of wine and to hang out some more. He wound up staying the night and leaving in the morning. But when I woke up, for whatever reason, I had an uneasy feeling. Nothing bad had happened to me per se. I just didn't like how things had went. Not laughing or smiling the entire evening. Although he always had a drink in his hand, I realized he wasn't really drinking them. The entire evening he was kind of shifty and nervous. The only way I can describe it is like he was on a mission and waiting for something. These were all red flags for me. I felt bad, but I just was not interested in this guy. To my relief, he didn't text me for a while after that, and I assumed that he came to the same realization that it just wasn't a good match. This was until 2 or 3 weeks later. He writes a message to me telling me that he's been busy, but really wants to meet up with me this weekend and catch up. This particular weekend, my sister was having a large party for her husband's birthday at their house a few towns away. A few of my friends and I were going, and there was always a very large group of people at their parties, about 50 or 60. Now let me be clear, these parties are not your typical get wasted and stay up until the cops get called type of college parties. They are more of an adult type party, given that my sister's husband is fairly older than us. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of drinking going on, and they were very fun, just more of an adult type barbecue with day drinking. Me and my 2 girlfriends were going to spend the night, as I was going to drive there, but obviously we would be drinking, and the party started early at 12 p.m. Against my better judgment, I invited him to the party, thinking it couldn't hurt. I gave him the address and time. He seemed very interested and agreed to come. The day of the party was so fun, and my friends and I were having a blast. I must admit, I did have a sinking feeling, and was not looking forward to seeing the guy. Then, to my absolute utter relief, I get a text from him saying that he was unable to make it. I finally could relax and enjoy the party. By about midnight, everyone is exhausted from the day of full-on drinking, and the party is winding down. Most of all the guests have gone, except my friends and a few other guys, friends of my sister's husband, who were also sleeping there, and of course my sister and her husband. My sister has one guest room, which was taken, and a fully carpeted finished basement. We had various blankets and pillows, and we're going to sleep down there on the couches, or pretty much anywhere we could lay. As I'm about to go down to the basement and get ready for sleep, the man walks through the front door. No knocking, no text, no nothing, just confidently walks straight in the house. I don't know why, but my initial reaction was fear. I pretended to be happy to see him and gave him a small hug. I asked why he was there, to which he never gave me a real response. All the lights were out and everyone was gone. I was gesturing around and hinting to him that the party was over and that he had missed it. I felt bad that he had made the effort and decided to speak with him for a few minutes before I went to bed. We talked. I told him that I was going to get ready for bed and that I was sorry that he missed the party. He says, "Yeah, that's fine. This dude is just not getting the hint to leave." I leave the room and go to change my clothes and set myself up a bed, brush my teeth, etc. I was just hoping that he would leave, but I didn't hear any movement coming from the other room. When I come back to the living room to check and see if he's actually still there, he is. He is asleep on the couch. I obviously found this strange, but just assumed that it was late and he must have been really tired. He didn't seem out of place, as there were various other people sleeping at the house as well. I went to the basement and found myself a place to sleep on the floor. About 30 minutes to an hour later, I'm laying on the floor still awake, thinking about how weird it is that he showed up. It's pitch black and there's a few other people sleeping there, including my friends. I hear someone in the dark slowly coming down the stairs. I see that they're holding a cell phone light to guide them. As the figure reached the bottom of the steps, I see that it's him. Now, he's never been to this house before, and I immediately think it's weird that he would randomly be walking through a house of a person he doesn't know. I pretend to be asleep. As I lay there frozen, I suddenly feel a tap on my shoulder. He doesn't say a word. He's over me and trying to wake me up. I don't move and pretend to be asleep. I lay there in the dark silence and am listening for his footsteps to walk away. I could tell he's holding the light over me. Then, with no warning, the man takes a step back and with his boots on, kicks me full force in the face. I'm not talking about a little tap with his foot to wake me up. No, full force boot kicks me directly in the face. My face goes numb. I don't know what just happened. I can feel the blood running down my nose. I open my eyes and look at him, and all I can remember is saying something like, "Why did you do that?" He stared at me blankly and said nothing, turned around, and walked back up the steps. I lay there paralyzed in fear. My heart was beating a million times a minute. I don't know how long it was until I garnered the courage to get up, but eventually, I army crawled it in the dark over to my friend. Another man near her wakes up as well, and I explain what happened. We're all half drunk, dazed and confused to say the least. I can't stay in the basement. I know he left, but I was so scared. My friend and the other guy offered to take me upstairs so I could sleep in my sister's room. I go into my sister's room and lay next to her bed on the floor. I shut the door behind me, but unfortunately, there was no lock. I don't know how, but eventually I fall asleep. At some point, it's now morning, I wake up to my sister leaning over. She asks, "What happened to your face? And why are you in my room?" Right as I'm about to answer her, my friend who helped me up the night before comes flying into the room. She tells us that the guy is still there and is asleep on the couch. She runs out and I can hear her screaming at him to get up and get out. I hear him arguing back, asking where I am. My friend tells him that I left, and he begins arguing that he knows that my car is still there. I have no idea how he knew which car was mine, as he had never seen it before. He also mentions that I hadn't taken my purse, but eventually he leaves. He wrote me a message a few days later, as if nothing happened, asking me to hang out again. I blocked him and never heard from him again after that. I graduated only 2 months later and thankfully never saw him on campus again. To this day, I have no idea why he kicked me in the face and how he had the balls to stay after that. I have learned my lesson about giving my number out. Creepy basement kicker, let's not meet. I grew up on an island in Alaska and lived on the same property since birth to high school graduation. Our house was 2 stories, and the downstairs had a bathroom, furnace room, storage room, entryway, and a rec room. One of the walls had some plywood pieces, so we could feed the extension cords through into our crawl space. We have a C-shaped driveway that you could enter on one side and then park in the carport or just drive forward to the exit. The crawl space consisted of 2 big water tanks because we caught our own rainwater. We also used the area for storage. This space was 10 by 15, but only 3 feet high. You had to lift the cover up to get into the water tanks. You could only enter the crawl space from one side of the house. It was a 2x2 door that we kept a master lock on, but never actually locked it. Our dog, named Brewster, had an area on the side of the house as well. It was a big fenced-in area, his own stairway and porch, which was half covered, and he had a doghouse. Brewster was a Weimaraner chocolate lab mix who weighed 130 pounds. He was a fantastic dog who only barked when necessary. During the summer, we had black bears in our yard most nights, and Brewster would give them a quick bark to get them on their way. We know his barks. There was 4 of us in my family. My parents, myself, and my older brother, who is 2 years older and has Down syndrome. My brother was in special education at school, and there were other kids who would come into the same room, but just once in a while throughout the day because they had a smaller disability and were able to keep up in some general classes. But some of the kids had discipline or mental illness. My brother was loved by the kids at school, and everyone knew him. One day, a native kid that was about 15 came to our door and wanted to play with Travis. We thought it was odd because Travis has moderate Downs and he didn't really like playing with other kids. He liked watching kids play. Travis likes watching movies and listening to music. My mom asked the kid what his name was, and he said his name was Mark and that Travis knew him from junior high the prior year. He would go in Travis's classes sometimes for help with his schoolwork. I remember him staring at me a little too much, and he didn't seem like someone who was mentally challenged. My mom let him come in, but kept a watchful eye on him. Travis seemed like he didn't want him there, and my mom told Mark that we were having dinner soon, and told him it was time for him to go. My mom found out that he had moved into our area we lived in, but is still a little ways away. He had been in foster care most of his life, as his parents were abusive addicts. I think he came over another time, and my mom felt bad for him, but she felt something was off. She felt like he was coming over because of me. My mom politely told him that Travis didn't really want to have visitors, and he seemed to be okay with that and never came over again. My parents went to a church service on Wednesday evenings and would be gone a couple hours. I would stay home with Travis. At the time, I was 11 and he was 13. I started helping out in the church nursery when I was 9, and when I turned 11, my best friend and I took a babysitting course, which included CPR and first aid. We would babysit together, and at the age of 12, started babysitting on our own. My mom was a homemaker and was always home, except for church service on Wednesday. My parents didn't drink, do drugs, or smoke. I can only remember my parents going out a few times where we needed a babysitter. I would leave the downstairs door unlocked for my parents when they were only going to be gone for a couple hours. I was expecting them home in a half hour and was surprised when I heard the downstairs door open and thought I must have not heard their car pull up. Travis was up past his bedtime, so I quietly got Travis into his bedroom and get him into bed. I start walking through the kitchen to the top stairs and I call out, "Mom? Dad?" I hear the footsteps stop. Looking down the stairs and I can see men's work boots and jeans. This isn't my parents. The way the stairs were set up, you could only see the bottom half of someone without actually descending the stairs. I am scared to death and I run up to Travis, who was going down the hall, and I grabbed him and dragged him into my parents' bedroom because that was the only room that locks, has a phone, and rifles. Down's kids are very stubborn, so my brother just wants to go into his room, but I get him to sit down on the bed. I'm trying to keep him in the room while grabbing a gun and trying to call my neighbor. I can still hear him walking downstairs. My neighbor answers her phone immediately, and I whisper that someone is in my house and I'm scared. She told me to come out onto the front porch and that she'll be there. I get the courage and I run to the door to get outside. Thankfully, she's in our driveway and she has her hound dog with her. She lets me know that she's going to enter the house through the downstairs. She disappears from sight but comes back quickly and tells me that the door is locked, so she makes her way up the stairs. She gets to the top of the stairs when we hear the downstairs door open and the crunching of the gravel as the intruder is running off. She lets go of her dog's leash and the dog chased the person into the woods. The dog came back 10 minutes later and our neighbor sat with us until my parents got home. The police were never called because I think my parents assumed it was a neighborhood boy screwing with me. We lived in a pretty safe place where you just had to worry about bears and the occasional wolf. A week after this incident, our dog would bark 15 minutes after we went to bed every night. We would look out our window and never saw anything. We figured it was bears because it was springtime and Brewster was probably getting used to them again. A couple months and the barking was still going on. I had one of my best friends stay the night and we would always stay in the downstairs so we could be louder and stay up as late as we liked. Kay had a brother who was 7 years older and we asked him if he would bring us some booze. I know we were young, but that was a normal thing for our town. Kids started drinking, smoking, having sex in middle school because of the boredom, I think. We got 13 feet of rain this year, so we'd be inside a lot. It was a little after midnight and her brother never showed up. Bruiser never barked that night either. We were sitting on the stairs braiding each other's hair and we both got a feeling like someone was looking at us, and we looked over and a guy was staring into the window. We ran upstairs in a panic. We thought maybe it was her brother, but he wouldn't have came to the window to spy on us and the face seemed too dark to be his. We had the lights on in the downstairs and there were no lights by the window, so it was hard to tell who it was. We didn't want to wake up my parents just in case it was her brother. We waited 30 minutes and went back down to grab our stuff and went to sleep in my bedroom for the night. The next day we talked to her brother and it wasn't him. That night, Brewster was back to the barking again. 2 more months go by, and I had gone to bed. I heard Brewster bark, and I looked out my window. As usual, didn't see anything. I just dozed back off when I woke up to Brewster barking frantically. I look out my window, and I see this guy running out of our driveway. I thought about waking up my parents, but we had a trail on the side of our house that kids used to use. The neighborhood was on the side of a mountain, so all the kids used the trails to go straight through to another road instead of using the main roads. I had never seen someone come out of that part of the driveway because the trail was on the south side of the house, along with the crawl space and Brewster's area. My room was the only one on the north side. I decided to go back to sleep, and I was tossing and turning. 15 minutes go by, and I smell smoke. I go to the hall, and I smell a lot stronger, and it starts to get hazy in Travis's room, which was directly across from mine. I scream, "Fire! Fire! Wake up!" My parents are up, and Travis doesn't want to get out of bed, but thank God for the strength of adrenaline. We get outside, and flames are pouring outside of the crawl space. We get Brewster out of his enclosure, and the neighbors all come out to help us. The firemen were there rather quickly. The fire had destroyed the crawl space and my parents' and Travis's bedroom because they were directly over the crawl space. The firemen got the fire out thankfully, and no one was physically hurt. This was one of the scariest nights of my life though. I will always remember the fire chief kneeling down to speak to me after he talked to my parents, and he said, "Melinda, we believe it was arson." I looked at him with tears streaming down my face, and I say in anger, "Who is arson?" Everyone started to laugh so hard, and I'm thinking, how is this funny? That damn arson could have killed my family. So he explained what arson was. I'm still friends with the old fire chief's son, and I share this story with him often because his father passed away from cancer when we were teens. His father is the only happy memory I have of that horrific night. The island I grew up in had a city and a village out south. We lived out south, but before the village. We had firemen from out south, north, and the city. We had state troopers for the island and city cops in the city limits. My mom took my brother and I to a family friend's house, and my dad dealt with the fire officials, and the state troopers showed up later. After the investigation, my family, neighbors, and firemen pieced together that a person had been living in our crawl space for at least 4 months. We know he purposely set the house on fire. He used a box of matches. My mom said the first odd thing she noticed that night was the smell of sulfur. We also know who did it. It was Mark. His uncle was the first fireman who showed up to our house and saw him standing near our driveway watching. My mom had told him my description of what the person was wearing that I saw fleeing out of our house, and it was what Mark was wearing. Behind our house near the crawl space area, my dad found where he hung out when he wasn't in the crawl space. There were a bunch of cigarette butts, cans of soda, which were also found in the crawl space. But because our crawl space door wasn't locked, our insurance company wouldn't have to pay for the repairs. Because of our water tanks, the space was supposed to be locked, so my parents never said anything to the police, and the firemen never said anything. By pursuing this, we could not have had a home, a house my father had built. It took 4 months for our house to be repaired, and it smelled like an ozone, even years later. What bothers me the most is knowing that he had seen me and my friends undress numerous times while changing in our rec room during tons of sleepovers. We had set up shop right next to the plywood with holes drilled through. He had listened to all our secrets. I never explained to my friends that he had seen us and heard us during sleepovers because I didn't want them to feel sick to their stomachs like I did, and still do. I still have issues when it comes to being home alone. I can't sleep if I'm the only adult in the house. I keep the volume on everything very low. I am scared to shower. I like to be able to see the front door, and I have night terrors to this day, and I am 34 now. I've been dealing with anxiety since the fire, and panic attacks since I was 18. Just recently, I was diagnosed with PTSD. When the intruder was in his 20s, he was caught burning down a few houses and put in jail. All of my childhood toys were stored in that crawl space, along with a lot of our family's sentimental possessions. Edit. I hope I answered some of your questions you guys had. I sat down and spoke with my parents, and they reminded me of things I've forgotten or didn't know of. I thought that our house fire was pictured on the front page of the newspaper, but my parents don't recall that. My father has Parkinson's disease, and his dementia has gotten a lot worse this past year. I was only 11 when this happened, and I think there are more things that happened, but that I have blocked out. It's like I have this memory, but it's so far away that I can't see it clear enough. I'm learning that with PTSD, you block things out to protect yourself. This happened in the summer of 2010, when I was entering my teenage years. My family took a trip to a really nice hotel in the city. I can't really remember why we decided to take the trip, but I remember a lot of family friends coming with us and staying in adjacent rooms. I never asked my parents, and it's not really important to the story. To preface, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat and always have been. I'm a pretty skinny, fragile kid, so I get spooked pretty easily, even now. This, however, was almost definitely not me freaking myself out like I normally did. Looking back, I'm incredibly lucky I trusted my instincts. The hotel had a strange design to it. The lobby was actually on the 4th floor, not the bottom floor, which I found strange. To access the lobby, you had to use the elevator. There was no way to get to it from the stairs. This information would have been nice before everything happened, as you'll find out. The hotel was organized in a square shape. Every floor was lined with a balcony, and you could look down into the lobby and cafe area from your floor. Essentially, if you were walking into your room, you could be seen from anyone that was on your floor if they just happened to step out of their room and look around. I always was afraid to fall over the balcony and sail 8 stories down to my death, but they were high enough to a point where I wasn't too concerned for my safety. The first day or two was nice. My friend and I hung out and played cards all day or watched whatever was on the TV. At night, we would explore the halls of the hotel and tell each other ghost stories. It was a really fun time, even though I didn't fully understand why we were there. On the 3rd day though, things got strange fast. I woke up to the sound of screaming coming from outside of my door. Now, because of this hotel's design I mentioned, the sounds from the lobby would echo all the way up to the top of the building. So when I walked outside to investigate, I immediately looked over the balcony to see what the commotion was about. I saw a girl laying on the ground, eggs and milk splattered everywhere around her. People were rushing to help her, and I heard a couple people telling each other to call 911. It seemed like the girl was unconscious. Maybe she had passed out or something. I scanned the lobby and saw that my family and a couple of our friends were at the lobby getting breakfast, all staring at the event in front of them. I decided to rush down there to meet them to find out what happened. The elevator was on the opposite side of the floor, so I took the stairwell located right next to the room. We were on the 7th or 8th floor, so I only had to take about 4 flights down. Not a big deal. I descended for a little while, looking for the number 4 on the wall or for the letter L. I passed floor 5, ready to find the door to the lobby. I took 2 more flights of steps before realizing that there hadn't been a door on the 4th floor, nor had there been a door to the 3rd or 2nd. Now at this point, I probably should have just turned back, but I continued down because I was tired and didn't want to climb back up. There are some weird side hallways that went into pitch black areas with a bunch of piping and wiring, and though I was curious to explore, I passed them by. I quickly hit the bottom floor, a dimly lit and cold room with cinder block walls and concrete floors. In front of me was a set of double doors. I hesitated at first, but assumed that it was just another way back to the lobby, so I opened them and entered. Behind the doors was a massive warehouse type room, probably the size of a smaller basketball arena. The only light coming in was from a stairwell behind me, so I really wasn't able to see much. The stairs were stacked and covered with plastic wrap. Tables lined the wall, and in the distance I could see some boxes stacked and aligned against the wall as well. It was probably the storage room for the hotel. I looked around and saw an elevator in the back of the room, so I made my way towards it. I closed the door to the stairwell and began to walk in the dim light. The room was super muggy and dusty, and it seemed like no one had been down there in a long time. As I got closer to the elevator, I noticed it was a little bit bigger than the elevators in the lobby and other floors. I pressed the up button, but got no response. There's a card swiper next to the button. Must have been for employees only. I turned back towards the stairwell doors, making my way past the chairs and tables along the wall. When I got to the door, I gave it a tug. Locked, of course. This is when things started to hit me, and I realized I was stuck in a dark, dusty basement of a hotel. I didn't have a phone because my parents wouldn't let me get one until I graduated middle school, so I couldn't call anyone. Everyone likely assumed I was still asleep in the room, so I began to freak out, believing that no one was going to be looking for me. I searched around the warehouse, looking for other ways out. Some of the areas of this place were better lit than others, so I looked around the areas I could see in first before starting on the darker side of the room. There was one other set of doors that I found, but it happened to be locked as well. I began to cry, scared that no one would ever find me in the basement. I swear it felt like hours, but I think only a handful of minutes had passed before I heard the door creak open. It wasn't the main door from the stairwell, rather the second door that I had found. A slim, middle-aged man in a lab coat came out of the doors. Now, if this was 21-year-old me seeing this man, I would have been very confused as to why this guy was wearing a lab coat in a hotel. I was only 12 or 13 at the time, so I was immediately relieved at the sight of an adult who looked smart. I approached him, tears in my eyes, and he immediately looked surprised to see me, as you would expect. "What are you doing down here?" "I got lost on my way down to the lobby, and I've been locked in here. Do you have a key?" I was shaking, eager to get out of there. He didn't answer my question, and instead he said, "I know the way out of here, follow me." He began to walk towards the doors with the stairwell, and I followed, relieved that someone had finally come to save me. We approached the doors, and I began to reach out for the handle, but he continued walking. "Isn't it right here?" I asked. I will never forget the look on his face when I said that. He looked nervous, and though it was dim, I could see sweat glistening from his forehead and behind his glasses. "No, it's this way." I continued to follow, but I was now nervous myself. We had passed the door to the stairs, and now we were headed towards the darker side of the basement, away from the elevator. He looked like he had no clue where he was leading me, and kept checking around him, almost if he was taking in the surroundings for the first time. We turned a corner and he began walking towards the boxes. A dead end. I immediately froze, realizing that something was very, very wrong. This guy had no idea where he was going, nor did he appear to work for the hotel. I said, "Okay, where are we going?" He turned around and said, "This way, just follow me." I knew that there was no doors behind those boxes. I had checked there first after I found out the stairwell door was locked. I want to thank whatever God is up there for giving me the idea I had next. I started yelling as loud as I could. I yelled so loud that I gave myself a headache. The man, irritated, plugging his ears, began yelling back at me, "What are you doing? Be quiet!" I continued to yell. I didn't even remember how long I was yelling. Finally, the man snapped and began quickly walking towards me. I went in a full sprint towards the stairwell doors, hoping to God that they would somehow magically open now. He didn't run after me. He walked sternly behind me, muttering things like, "Stupid fucker," and other kinds of compliments. I was about 5 feet from the door when someone burst through. My savior, a janitor who had heard someone screaming from the stairwell. He saw the situation, me and some random guy in a lab coat in a locked basement, and immediately told me to get behind him. The janitor asked me who the man was. I said I had no idea, that he had came through the doors on the other side of the room, and pointed to the door. The janitor quickly radioed into the front desk that he had found a child in the basement, and quietly, so that I wouldn't hear, he said, "This man came from outside, get security," or something like that. The man in the lab coat started trying to argue with the janitor, claiming that he was simply looking for the bathroom. The janitor clearly wasn't buying it and kept saying things like, "Wait till security gets here and then talk to them about it." I was standing behind him the whole time, trying to take in what was happening, confused out of my mind. Eventually, an employee from the front desk arrived and took me back up the steps to the lobby, where I met my family, who surprisingly had no idea I was missing. I told them the story while crying and shaking, and they hugged me tightly, thanking the employee over and over again for their help. I never got to thank the janitor though. Looking back now, I have absolutely no clue what this man was doing in the basement. I don't have any information as to what happened afterwards, or who he was. I know for a fact that the incident with the girl in the lobby was unrelated. Something about low blood sugar. Not sure. I thought about that day a lot, and the only explanation I could put together is that the door that I had found in the basement led to the streets of the city, where he must have wandered in from. I have no clue what his intentions were, why he was wearing a lab coat, or why he chose to pretend he knew the way out. To be frank, this could have been a huge misunderstanding of some sort, and I just chose a real bad time to get lost. But all I know for sure is that if I hadn't screamed my lungs out, I might not be telling you the story the same way, or at all. When I was 15, I had a room in the attic of our house. We weren't really well off after my dad left, and my mom was an alcoholic who was never really home, so I'm basically alone in my house on the top floor. The windows were skylight type that squeaked when open. The first night, I opened the windows to get air, and the squeak alerted people in my back garden. They ran off, 2 kids, 2 adults. I thought nothing of it until it happened 2 nights in a row around 11 p.m. The last night, I left my window open and spent the whole night peeking out the gap. I see a family entering the shed. I shouted at them and they ran. Sometime later, I was going downstairs for a drink and I saw a man looking through my window in the dining room, face against my window and hands cupped. I shit my pants and locked the door. Later, I was camped by my window in my room. Again, I saw him enter my pantry. I crept downstairs and unscrewed one of the legs on my table, crept out to the pantry and screamed like a banshee, chased him off. Poor guy was asleep in front of the tumbler. Stole food for however long he was there for. Probably homeless. Let's not meet, dude. Hopefully you got yourself sorted though. This is a short story, and while it might not seem too creepy now, I was terrified to my 8-year-old self. The home I grew up in was in Long Island, New York, and the basement is lined on one side with small windows, probably about 3 feet by 1 foot, rectangular, with sliding glass panes on them. The house was built during World War II, so it was made of what they had at the time. Normally, we would have curtains on the inside of the windows, so no one could see in. This particular day, however, my mom had washed them and hadn't put them back up yet. Anyway, I was sitting playing Mario 3 on my NES when I got a distinct feeling I was being watched or someone was there. I look over my shoulder to the window and I see an outline of someone's face. Once they noticed me looking at them, they knock on the window really loudly, vigorously waved at me, and then bolt off, hopping over the neighbor's fence into the adjacent yard. Needless to say, I left my NES on and noped my way out as fast as possible. The next day, my NES was moved upstairs to the family room, and I still make sure the curtains are on if I'm ever down in the basement. My fiance and I recently moved into a new apartment. This is our second lease with the same apartment complex, but we switched buildings, layouts, and all that. We've had some pretty weird stuff happen. First, we are the only ones in our area. We have the top floor, corner apartment, and only share the landing set of stairs with one apartment, the apartment across from our front door, which is currently empty. Thus, the only structure we shared with anyone is our floor or ceiling. Almost on a nightly basis, my fiance would hear sounds that almost sounded like an electrical current. I've never quite heard anything like it before. It's not static, it's a constant sound. It seems to come from the corner near the side of my bed. It's only heard after 8 p.m. and is gone when we wake up. We recently had maintenance check on it with no explanation. We even called a third-party electrician who, after calling in for an extra opinion, had no explanation for it either. The only thing I have plugged in is a new, fully functional lamp, which, as far as I could tell, is not associated with the sound. It's been 3 months and we hear it almost every night. It keeps me up sometimes, it's so loud. That was the first thing. Now, for the past week or so, I've been hearing shuffling, footsteps, things falling directly above my bedroom, literally as if there are people up there. It's distinct and unmistakable. I thought maybe it was maintenance at first, but late at nights, 4 hours, almost nightly? Last night I stayed up later than my fiance when the sound started, huge thumps and footsteps all over the place. I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. This morning, I broached the subject with my fiance. Hey, you're probably gonna think I'm crazy, but last night did you hear? My fiance cuts in. The banging around? Yeah, it was above us. I wasn't actually asleep, I was listening. So now we don't know what to do. We don't even know anyone else in our building, so we don't know why anyone would prank us or something. Even then, how could they get in the attic of our building? Could this be some little critter who got in? Could the electrical sound be someone trying to run electricity up there? Has anyone had something similar happen? I'm considering asking management to check it out, but I don't want them to think we're crazy. And at the same time, I don't want to find out that there's people living above us. Lastly, I realize my dog won't sleep on our bed anymore. She always crawls underneath it. Maybe she's getting the heebie-jeebies from whoever's making the sound. Update. Saturday, July 13th. I had some friends come over last night and told them about the situation. They looked at the attic entrance and thought it was possible that someone could be up there and thought the tape test was smart. I wasn't listening for the Z sounds because by the time I actually got to bed it was very late and I wasn't paying attention. Update 2, Friday, July 19th. I neglected to mention this whole time that I've been in bed with mono and now a stomach virus, so when I haven't been asleep, I've been listening to the sounds, but I didn't hear anything all week. I waited to send the email because I wanted to confirm the sounds with myself so I wouldn't feel silly going to the landlord. But last night I went to sleep at 9:30, slept all through the night, no problems, no sounds. This morning my fiance said he was startled awake at 3 a.m. by the sounds above us. He said it was very distinct walking. Our dog was watching the ceiling intently as well. He said then he heard a really loud thud against the front door, like someone threw a baseball at it. So I sent the email to my landlord, and she called right away as I'm typing this, and told me there's no reason for anyone to be up there, but sometimes squirrels will get into the building, so she'll send someone. I also noticed today that there are fingerprints, like greasy black prints, all over the attic door panel. Landlord called during the above bit, asked me to elaborate about the sounds my fiance and I heard, but he was at work, so I didn't have much for her. She called a few minutes after I sent the email, which is interesting, because usually it takes them days to get back to you. Update 4, Monday, July 22nd. While I'm in class, 2 maintenance workers come to investigate the attic. Told to me by my fiance. He said he looked through the people and the maintenance workers had a ladder. He said he could hear them walking around up there, and it sounds exactly like what we've been hearing all along. The maintenance guy leaves. We get an email from the landlord. It reads, I spoke with a maintenance supervisor today about your building, and I have some info to relay to you. A couple of our guys went and investigated the attic, looking for evidence of critters and evidence of ports of entry. They were unable to find evidence of an animal, but they found a loose vent cover that was being banged around and making quite a bit of noise, so they went ahead and fixed that vent and made it secure. It went on to say if we hear anything else, to please let them know right away. I replied back a week later saying that we're still hearing the noises and it sounds the same as before. She thanked me for the information and said it was strange. Said she was going to send a copy of the email to the general manager to look at it and see what he thinks. Well, now what? So maybe if it was a little critter, its home was disturbed by maintenance and it left. The vent excuse doesn't cut it for me because it doesn't explain the shift in movement as if someone was moving around the area. A loose vent might explain the banging sounds, but not what we've experienced, as far as I'm concerned. If it starts up again, I'm going to do the tape experiment. Last update, Tuesday, July 30th. I emailed my landlord back about some non-related repairs, but based on the vagueness of the vent situation, I'm going to email her again to ask her to elaborate on where the vent was, how big it is, etc. I told my fiance to record anything he hears at night with his phone, but this is a man that still uses the response, I'm still waking up, an hour after he has been awakened, so I'm not going to bank on him having his wits about him when he's actually awoken by the sounds.